Hey Ryan, I just turned my live stream on. You should be able to see it now. Okay, just 1 second. I've got it on here. I just typed in the new.
All right, here we go. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Let me know in the chat, and we'll get started here. Let me flip over to the radar so we can go ahead and fill you in on the latest warning. Let's see here. Is everybody able to hear me fine? It looks like the mic might be. Okay, all right, everything looks good. We are on the verge of what looks to be like more than likely is going to be a tornado outbreak. All right, we've got a moderate risk of severe weather. We've got a PDS tornado watch out. I'm going to show you all the graphics on that right here in a second. But first, I do want to do the distorted vocals. Okay, so it is too loud. All right, I don't know what's going on there. Let me fix it. Let me try to fix it. Test. That did not fix it. All right, let me do one more thing. Let me turn this down. Unplug. What is it? I don't. It sounds fine now? It still looks like it's peaking big time. Somebody talk to me, Andy. What does it sound like?
All right, what I can hear right now, Ryan, is much better. Sorry, I'm crying laughing. I was listening to that whole thing. You sound good now. I don't know what happened there, but I thought you were using your shotgun mic for a second. It sounded so terrible, but yeah, just lower it a little bit more. It still sounds like it's peaking a little bit, so just a little more, and then hopefully we're good. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know what the heck that was. That I couldn't hardly believe it. I thought it was just in the Zoom call.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna. There's nothing different. There's absolutely nothing different about anything here. So it's kind of beyond me why it's messing up, but hopefully we don't have any more problems with it. It does look like it's working decently well now. Okay, so now let's pretend that didn't happen, and let's get this started. All right, we're on the verge of potentially a tornado outbreak. Once again, guys, this is a serious situation. We've got only one tornado warning out right now, but we're probably going to see tons of them today. All right, the one that we have right now is in Louisiana. It's for Wilkinson Parish, and that's really close to the Mississippi area. So Woodville, Mississippi, that vicinity, that's where you've got to be watching out for this thing possibly moving into Mississippi. Okay, this is north of Baton Rouge, and that's what that storm looks like right now. There's two supercells that have been producing not tornadoes, but tornado warnings for the past hour or so, and that's what they look like right now. They're moving up to the north and east, and these are so far the only storms that we've had big problems out of. More storms are forming though. All right, we've got storms up here to the north. We've got storms forming up near Yazoo City. All these are going to kind of converge on the vicinity between Philadelphia, Jackson, and kind of the Vicksburg area in Mississippi. And this is where I think we're going to have the biggest problems today with supercells, damaging winds, hail, and of course, tornadoes. So far today, I don't think we've had any confirmed tornadoes, but this cell right here is the one that we're watching closest near Woodside. All right. And that's moving up towards Woodville, Mississippi. Now, let me show you a couple of graphics, a couple of other graphics, I should say. Sorry. Sorry for the microphone issue once again. That's funny. We usually test, but like we've done it so many times and nothing's ever been wrong. I said, let's just go for it. And then there you go. All right, so let's come over here. Let me show you what the risk looks like. We've got a moderate risk of severe weather today, really for all of central Mississippi, a little bit of Louisiana, a tiny little bit of Arkansas, and now western Alabama is also included in that risk. And in this update, they actually talked about potentially upgrading to a high risk. We're adding a small high risk in the middle here, but we're not 100% sure if that's going to happen. If it does happen, that's going to be the first November high risk of severe weather since, I believe, November 17th, 2013. It'll be our first high risk of severe weather from the SPC since March of 2021 in any month. So it's a rare event. It's definitely, they only do that whenever we're 100% certain that something really bad's getting ready to happen. But we're not 100% certain right now. The only thing that we know for sure is that this will be a widespread severe weather outbreak and there will be tornadoes. They reserve that high risk though for whenever, whenever it's the highest of caliber events. But I do want to kind of get this out of the way right at the beginning. Whether they upgrade this to a high risk or not, it doesn't really matter. If you're in the red zone there, even the orange or yellow zone, you need to be on high alert today because these storms are going to pack a punch. The storms, the actual weather doesn't care about what the Storm Prediction Center puts out. Okay. There's not literally a red or purple box up in the sky that tells the storms to get stronger. All right. There are going to be strong storms today. There are more than likely going to be long track, very strong tornadoes. And if one of those comes down through your neighborhood, whether you're in a high risk or not, you're going to wish you had prepared for it as if it was a high risk. So I would say just it's better to be safe than sorry and to just stop what you're doing right now and prepare. Go over your tornado action plan. Know what you're going to do when and if that tornado warning comes through, and make sure everybody you're around is on top of that with you. Make sure that your family, if you're at home, they all know what they're going to do. Make sure if you're at work or something, everybody knows what's going on. That way, nobody's confused or panicking in a severe weather situation or in an emergency situation. Don't be scared. Be prepared. So that's the moderate risk of severe weather there. Let me show you this as well. We've got a tornado watch that includes 2.4 million people in Louisiana, Arkansas, and Mississippi. This includes Jackson, Mississippi, Columbus, and Greenville. And this includes Alexandria and Monroe, Louisiana. It's a very big area here. And this is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch, PDS tornado watch. These are also rare, almost as rare as the high risks. I think the last time we had a PDS tornado watch in November was also way back in 2013 during that same system that produced the higher risk up there in the Midwest. So the PDS tornado watch there means that we do expect numerous strong tornadoes today. All right. And by the way, this goes through 7 p.m. So for the next 5-6 hours or so, we will be potentially tracking numerous strong tornadoes. And it's I don't think I've seen that wording before on one of these graphics. So that's just one of the many indicators that tells you what the National Weather Service and what the Storm Prediction Center is really thinking behind the scenes. The wording there in that portion is always important to look at because sometimes it'll say a couple strong tornadoes are likely or, a few tornadoes are expected. When it says numerous strong tornadoes expected, that's when you know they mean business. Hail up to 2-inch in diameter is likely, and we're going to get scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So yeah, and also there's probabilities, and this graphic doesn't show them, but there are probabilities baked in to these watches. And right now, I believe we've got a 95% on the probability for tornadoes, and then for the significant tornado portion, meaning that tornadoes that may be EF2 or higher, we're even at a 90% there. So those are extremely high probabilities. I don't think I've seen a tornado watch of this caliber since I've had this YouTube channel. So that just goes to show you how serious we're taking this situation as we await things to kind of take off here. Let's take a look at the situation as a whole here. As you can see, that purple box is where we are looking at that PDS tornado watch right now, and we have currently only one tornado warning way down here, and we're going to continue to see more warnings pop up to the north of that and then move to the north and east through the watch box. But look at where all of our storm chasers are. Every single one of them is right here between Jackson and Greenville in Mississippi. And the reason they are right there is because that looks like the sweet spot right now. It looks like that's where everything's going to come together to potentially produce either one or multiple big tornadoes. So that's where all the storm chasers are right now. Currently, though, the big one that we're watching is way down here in Louisiana. I think that we're going to have to start watching these cells up near Yazoo City here very soon, though, as they progress off to the north and east. Speaking of storm chasers, we do have 6 professional storm chasers with us. Today, we've got Chris Hall. We've got a little bit of everybody. Brad Arnold. We have Brett Adair, Zach Hall, Jaden Johnson, and we have Bryce Shelton. And by the way, whoever's doing the names, we got to get Bryce on the overlay there. But yeah, all these guys are right here in the general vicinity between Yazoo City and Jackson, Mississippi. And in fact, there's way more than 6 storm chasers out there today. And if you live in the area, you probably saw 1 or 2 of them. And they're all probably in this same zone right now, just waiting for the storms to come through. So we'll see what happens there. And of course, we'll be keeping up with them consistently as the day goes on. Let me see if I can't get Brad's to load up here. It looks like Brad might have went offline for a little bit, so we'll get him back up before too long. But for right now, let's come back over to the radar and let's monitor these storms that are the one storm that's producing our tornado warning right now. This is getting pretty close to Tunica in Louisiana. It's getting ready to cross the border there near Fort Adams in Mississippi. There is currently no warning for Woodville, Mississippi, but if the storm continues like it has been, there probably will be a new tornado warning issued for Woodville, Mississippi here before too long. All right. You can see the little dangly bed on it there near Lettsworth. This is where we've got inflow coming into the storm, and that's where your rotation is. Now, if we look at the actual velocity, you can see that there is visible rotation on the actual radar there. So whenever you see the reds and the greens close to each other, that just tells us that we are seeing stuff in the air going towards the radar and away from the radar, really close to each other. And that's how we know that there is rotation there. And it's actually looked a lot more, I guess, impressive than this in its earlier states. I think back down here near Palmetto, that's where it was looking the most intense. And then it's kind of just kept this broad rotation for the entire duration of its lifespan. And now it's getting closer to an area where it could possibly do some more growth, I guess, or it could possibly get worse. The farther north and east these storms go, the more likely it is that we're going to have to deal with the tornadic situation there, because there's a lot of more ample ingredients up to the north for these storms to take advantage of. It's actually kind of concerning that we've seen so much tornadic and like, you know, rotating activity with these storms as far south as we've seen it so far. So that's basically what we're looking at there. These other storms that are popping up south of Winnsboro are also starting to look pretty interesting. You can see the curvature in them. You can see the curved beans. Those, as they grow, will continue to cause problems and may produce tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we've got a new tornado warning. I'm telling you what, man, everything is broke. Everything is broke today. That did not pop up, did it? Didn't. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get Frank to message Ryan. See if he can't refresh our warning system again. But anyways, that was a new tornado warning, and that's going to be for Mississippi, way down to the south and east of Hattiesburg, actually, which is even outside of our tornado watch. Let's see. Let me see if I can get any closer to that. Oh, look at this. Wow. Way down yonder. We've got a tornado warning near Avera and Neely, moving up towards Clark and Old Avera in southeastern Mississippi. Even these storms are rotating way down here in Mississippi. This is interesting because you see, yeah, this is. Let me double check myself here. Yeah, this is right on the edge of the enhanced risk, close to being in the slight risk. So that goes to show you how important it is today to pay attention to warnings and watches and everything, even if you're not in the middle of that moderate or high risk that they may or may not issue later today. And of course, not only do we have our storm chasers and all that good stuff, we've got meteorologist Andy Hill, who is wanting to chime in here. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Actually, I was just looking at that. So basically gave us 10 seconds. Our analyst noted it before the tornado warning came out. And from what I can tell, that cell or those discrete supercells, semi-discrete there in southeast Mississippi, they exist because there is a local confluence band there. If you look at surface maps of wind, you can see that there's southeasterly wind approaching southerly wind directly, and they're going to meet up and cause these storms to actually form in an area that's not our main risk area. So that's what we're looking at right there with the very isolated mature supercells down here near Leakesville, Mississippi.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill is going to be chiming in throughout the day today, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot from him as things start to get a little bit crazy. I can usually only focus on one storm at a time or one graphic at a time, but thankfully we've got Andy keeping an eye on the radar in the background as well and kind of pointing stuff out so that we don't miss anything. We've also got meteorologist Heidi Oberlin and Ben Price in the background as well, who will be chiming in from time to time with news and stuff like that. So that's what we're doing right now. I'm going to mess with one more setting here because I feel like my mic is quiet now. Okay. All right. I'm not going to move it anymore from that point right there. Okay. All right. So we do have a tornado warning for Greene County, Mississippi. And this is for, once again, this is outside of the main risk area in southeastern Mississippi. We've got a tornado warning here for Clark, Avera, Old Avera. If anybody knows anybody out here, please let them know what's going on. It's important that we don't focus too hard on the risk area. And let me throw that up on Radar Omega. If you guys have the Radar Omega app, you can do this too. You just go to the sidebar. You can do this on your phone, hit severe weather, hit the day one categorical outlook, switch that to on, and then it'll tell you all about the outlooks that we have. And by the way, look at this, 1.6 million people today are in that moderate risk. 2.8 million people are in the enhanced. 12 million, 13 million almost are in the slight risk of severe weather down here. So that's what Radar Omega is telling us. And look at this. Yeah, this is way down into the slight, the tornado warning there. So very important that everybody, whether you're in the red, the orange, or the yellow, heck, even the dark green today, it's important that everybody pays attention to the weather and is understanding that there could be a tornado warning at any time. All right. So make sure you've got your tornado action plan in place and you know what you're going to do when that warning comes through, especially especially if you're in the red. And it's slightly possible that a little pink area will show up later, indicating a high risk. But whether that happens or not is still up in the air, and it doesn't really matter. We want to take this seriously no matter what. And speaking of Radar Omega, if you guys haven't got this app yet, it's the best radar app you could possibly have. You can get it on iOS or Android. There's a link in the description, and you can also look at Storm Chaser feeds within the app. Okay, we got Storm Chaser Brad Arnold here. We can pull him up. I can even put him in a little window and keep him up while I go look at other things. And by the way, you can do this on your phone too. I can close out of that. I can pull up somebody like Vince Welty. All right, and I can make him full screen. I can put him in a window, whatever, move him around. It's very cool. And sometimes it could even be a life-saving feature. So, yeah, they support us, so I try to shout them out every once in a while. Go ahead, Andy.
Hello, Ryan. There's two cells I'm looking at now. One is to the east of the active tornado warning in southeastern Mississippi in Greene County. And another one is a maturing supercell. It's getting that look, and it's headed right into Louisiana on the Texas-Louisiana border. So opposite sides of our risk area here. And then also directly in the middle near Woodville, Mississippi. Not currently tornado warned, but another cell that's sort of in a radar hole. Near Woodville. So 3 separate cells, one on the left, middle, and right side of our risk area that I'm monitoring all at the same exact time with the analyst team. And then another thing I wanted to say is I believe our TikTok stream is down right now. If you want to give that a quick look, I can take over for a minute.
All right. Yeah, let me fix that. Ooh. Hold on. I'm just going to leave you up on the radar side. And I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to fix that.
All right, guys, we're fixing the TikTok stream. I'm on top of it. People are feeding the info to me so I can tell it to Ryan. In case you guys are just now getting here, we are going to be doing this for a very long time today. Okay, today's tornadic threat and other forms of severe weather too. We've got a pretty large hail threat and a mild severe wind threat as well that exists with any supercells. That'll be lasting for probably 10 hours or so today, something like that. So we've started early in the afternoon here for the U.S. time zones. And we will be going well after sundown as this risk evolves throughout Mississippi into even extending into Alabama. Later tonight, we might see a long line of storms. We call that a squall line. And that squall line has the potential to have some weaker but embedded tornadoes that'll be tough to see, especially after dark, basically impossible to see. So we're going to have a long-term threat today, and we're going to be here as long as we can to cover that. So stay with us as you require information or as you please. Okay, so just wanted to let you know we'll be here for a very long time. 12 hours is the maximum we could do on YouTube, so we will be going that long. And if we need to, we might just start a new broadcast after that so that we can make sure it's archived, documented, and so forth. So again, 2 active tornado warnings. One is on the very southwestern tip of Mississippi, crossing over into the state in Wilkinson County, approaching Woodville, Mississippi. And the other active tornado warning is near north of Leakesville, Mississippi. And I believe that we may see a new tornado warning there shortly for the cell just to the east. Both of those look pretty concerning and may imminently put a tornado down. So yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys we'd be here for a very long time. We're looking out for you, so make sure that you've got the coverage you need for those you love.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. I think I got TikTok back, so hi TikTok. If you guys want the real full Ryan Hall y'all experience, I do recommend coming to YouTube for that. However, I know a lot of people who watch on YouTube are actually looking at the TikTok feed for the behind the scenes. So it's cool. I've got it back up now. I don't know why it went off. But like Andy was saying, we've got a couple storms that we're looking at here. We've already got the tornado warning for Clark and Old Avera here in southeastern Mississippi. But there's another storm. If you're in Clark, Mississippi right now, and it's hailing or if it's raining really hard, that's actually coming from a different storm than what's producing the tornado
warning has been issued.
And it's the one that I think never mind. I'll go to that new warning right here in a second. But There's another storm that's getting ready possibly to produce a new tornado warning here that's really close to Alabama. And that's the one that's producing the rain and hail right now in Clark. So this whole area between Errett, Fruitdale, Epworth, Clark, and Oldavera needs to be watching these storms extremely closely. Now, we've got a new tornado warning that just came out in Mississippi, and it's going to be to the west of Macomb, and it's going to be for this storm near Centerville. I'm going to try to find the best radar for that. Looks like maybe Louisiana radar. I don't know, man. Okay, so yeah, the storm that's moving towards Centerville, Mississippi, this is where we've got that new tornado warning. That's going to be for Amite and Wilkinson County in Mississippi, and that's for that same storm. Well, it's for the storm just to the east of the one that was producing the tornado warning back in Louisiana. So this one's got a pretty good area of rotation on it to the south and west of Mount Pleasant. If this is going to produce a tornado, it might do so here imminently near Mount Pleasant, move up towards Centerville, and then kind of go past Ariel, Berwick, Beechwood, and Liberty in southern Mississippi. So if you live in that area, please take shelter right now. Let's go back to the reflectivity, and let's look at that storm way out here on the border of Texas and Louisiana that Andy was talking about. And as you can see, even all the way back here from Alabama to Texas, essentially, we've got an atmosphere that is capable of bending these supercells into tornado producers. Now, the closer you get to the center of that line that you draw from Alabama to Texas, the more volatile the atmosphere is. But even on the outsides, we have the real possibility today of seeing tornadoes. So every single storm that pops up will have to be watched. Andy and I and pretty much everybody in the weather industry is going to be extremely busy over the next several hours because this is the kind of situation where, well, honestly, this is the kind of situation that even leads to something like the National Weather Service existing in the first place. This is why we do it. This is the exact thing that you don't want to happen, but does happen every once in a while. And it's kind of like what we all prepare for, maybe a worst case scenario unfolding here as this moderate risk of severe weather is unfolding for portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, and Alabama. All right. We're going to be here with you for a while. Right now, we're going to kind of focus on these tornado warnings on the southern extent of these storms. But I'm telling you, within the next 30 minutes or so, we're going to start to see a lot of new warnings pop up in central Louisiana, northeastern Louisiana, and western Mississippi. And we'll probably slowly venture our main focus area up into that region. So currently, our tornado warnings go as follows. We've got this one over here for West Feliciana. I hope I'm saying that right. Parish in Louisiana and Wilkinson County, Mississippi. That one's about to expire. We'll see if they reissue that for Woodville. But even if they don't, if you're in Woodville, get ready for a big storm. Down here in southern Mississippi, we've also got Amite and Wilkinson counties under a tornado warning in association with this cell that's moving towards Centerville and Gloucester. And then surprisingly, way over here to the northwest of Mobile, Alabama, we've got a tornado warning for Oldavera and Clark, and that's going to be Greene County, Mississippi, and that's going to go all the way until, in the next 30 minutes or so. So we've got a lot of activity happening on the southern extent of our storms down here, but for the most part, everything in the main risk area up here around Jackson, Mississippi, for example, is calm, which is actually a bad thing. If we take a look at some of our Storm Chaser feeds, I don't see it anymore. Right before I started the stream, I believe on Chris's feed, or maybe it was Bryce Shelton's feed, but I saw some sunshine. I saw some peaks in the clouds. I saw some ways for instability to increase. And thankfully, right now, I'm not seeing a whole lot of that. If you look at Brad Arnold's feed, it does look like there's some breaks in the clouds, but it doesn't really matter because instability isn't the only thing that we have to work with here. The wind shear is off the charts, and Andy is wanting to talk again. So go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Of imminent concern is the cell to the east of the active tornado warning, north of Leakesville, Mississippi. That's in southeastern Mississippi. That's going to head towards Fruitdale, and we've got a velocity couplet here, but no noteworthy um, uh, tornado debris signature showing up on the correlation coefficient. So I imagine that a new tornado warning will be put out for this very shortly. That will include Fruitdale and areas along Highway 45. That's the most concerning area for me right now. But also, I've been watching over and over the cell that's entering Louisiana on the western side. Now, that's gonna head up to Natchitoches along Interstate 49 on the western side of Louisiana. So that's also of primary concern for me. So I'm watching these two in particular on the edges of our risk area.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Keeping an eye on everything in the background there. Here is the first storm that he was talking about, south of Old Avera, moving towards Fruitdale. It does look like a tornado is either imminent or happening right now along Highway 57. This is south of State Line, south of Yellow Pine. That's going to go towards Highway 45. And on its way, it's going to go past Epworth and Fruitdale. And this is where I think that we're
A new
there
tornado
it is.
warning
Yeah, we got a
has
new
been
tornado
issued.
warning for that very storm for Washington County, Alabama, and Greene County, Mississippi. So this is a dangerous storm. You're going to want to take shelter for this one. You're going to want to take shelter for all tornado warnings today, but this one specifically looks like one of the more intense storms we've seen today. If this doesn't have a tornado down on it right now, it probably will here soon. So Fruitdale, Alabama, take shelter immediately. That one's going to be heading right towards you. You can see the velocity couplet there. It looks like if there's a tornado down, it just went over Highway 57. Going to go towards 45. Let me look at the reflectivity here. You can see the supercell structure here right there. So you can see that the rotation would be happening right there. We've got a clear area here for inflow. This is probably going to continue to produce a tornado at least until Fruitdale, if it is right now. So hopefully everybody in that town is getting to shelter immediately. I do want to quickly point out that this is pretty far away from our main risk area today. So people down here in Chatham, Fruitdale, and all these places are probably not expecting severe weather today. So it's hopefully we're getting the word out there. If you've got family or friends that live out here, just send them a text message. You don't even have to send them my stream. Just say, hey, pay attention to the weather today. And you could potentially be a hero. You could potentially save somebody's life just by showing that little bit of concern about a friend or a family member, because it's not every day that somebody texts you about the weather in that sort of tone. You know what I mean? So it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's come back and let's look at some of these other storms as well. This is going to be a difficult task today, figuring out where we are focusing all of our attention. But I do want to shed some light on these storms over here towards Woodville as well in Mississippi. So let me pull up a different radar site here. And this one does continue to look concerning. The one that's approaching Centerville, Mississippi right now. Hopefully everybody in that town is taking shelter. That's going to go up towards Gloucester and Liberty as well. Okay, so if you live over here in southern Mississippi, please make sure you're getting into your safe spot right now. You want to get into the lowest level of your home or building, whatever. If some people may not be at home right now, it's 2:50 p.m. What is that? 1:50 Central. You might be at work. You might be. I think a lot of schools let out for this, thankfully. But wherever you are, you want to get as close to the ground as possible. And if you can get under the ground, it's even better. And you want to bring a charged phone or tablet with you. You're going to want to bring shoes if you don't have shoes on you. Put them on, and anything that you would want to take with you on a hike. If you can grab that real quick, without delaying you too much, you want to get that and then go into a safe spot. Get to underground or as close to underground as possible, and then get into the most interior room, preferably with no windows and no glass. So, yeah, that's what we're talking about there for Centerville, Mississippi. And we've got Andy wanting to chime in again. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Another cell that'll take you off guard is just to the north of or northeast of Houston in Texas, in Liberty County. This one is ramped up as of the last scan from the radar. It is going to head north of Moss Hill, in Texas. Not currently tornado warned, but definitely a pretty alarming radar scan in the last one there. So some tight rotation is being exhibited, and cells are maturing as we speak.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Look at this, guys. Now we're seeing rotating storms way back towards north of Houston, Texas, northeast of Houston, Texas. We've got a rotating storm that's getting ready to go through Franklin and Jacobs Settlement. No tornado warning on this, but heads up, y'all watch out, okay? And if the warning is issued, you will see it here literally a millisecond after the National Weather Service. Whoever's like typing out the warning, whenever they hit enter, like 0.02 seconds later, we get it. So you'll see that pop up at the bottom of your screen. So we're going to keep watching that. And unfortunately, the fact that we're seeing rotation from these distant storms just continues to worry me, I guess, about the main risk area today. We don't have any storms in it yet. So we don't know how they're going to react to the volatile environment that exists over here. We've got wind shear like crazy. We've got big curved hodographs. I don't know if you guys have heard me explain what a hodograph is before, but I'm sure we'll go over that at some point today. We'll probably have Andy or Ben or somebody help out. But all of the ingredients out there are just really abnormally off the charts for November. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when those storms get into where some of the stronger elements exist, because right now all of these tornado warnings are happening on the outskirts of our greatest risk zone. Okay, so hopefully that's not a sign of more intense things to come as we get closer to I don't know, probably 5, 6, 7 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be a peak time for some of these supercells to get into the middle of the moderate risk area. So that's what we're looking at right now. Currently, we have 3 tornado warnings. They're going to be for Wilkinson County and Amite County in Mississippi, and Washington County, Alabama, Greene County, Mississippi, and then another one for Greene County, Mississippi. Let's dive back in and take a look at these one by one. The one near Centerville is still showing signs of rotation and still showing signs of maybe having a tornado there. It is in a little bit of a radar hole. I think I can find a better radar here to look at that from, but you can see the rotation pretty clearly there, right near Centerville. Next in line is going to be Gloucester and Liberty. Take shelter now if you're in those areas. And then I really want to come over here to the Mobile radar and monitor these storms to the east of Hattiesburg once again, because that's a nasty one. The one that's getting ready to move into Fruitdale is showing signs of strengthening, and it doesn't really have anything in its way. It's kind of absorbing the forward flank of the storm behind it a little bit, but underneath of it, the inflow zone is pretty much unimpeded right now with no competing showers to the south. So we might see, if this storm can figure out how to handle this cell merger, we might see this one continue to be a problem all the way up towards Chatham, Alabama. Okay, we're getting into James Spann territory over here. I don't know if he's even ready for this or not. Actually, he probably is, because that moderate risk does go into northwestern Alabama as well. But yeah, we're already seeing tornado warnings in Alabama, which is something that maybe some of us weren't expecting until later on this evening. Hopefully everybody's taking shelter in those areas. We're also watching storms back in Texas, which is nuts. Way back here in Texas, I got to go to the Houston radar to show you this one. They actually did issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this for Franklin and Marvels in Texas. This storm is rotating. Now, it's not rotating enough to produce a tornado or even warrant a tornado warning just yet, but it could the farther east that it goes. So we're watching these storms in Texas. That means that we're also watching these storms in Louisiana like a hawk right now. Every single one. Look at this, guys. What do you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, like just off the top of my head that I can count here, 10 little cells that have popped up. And at least one of these is going to start rotating enough to produce a tornado warning here within the next several minutes. Maybe a lot more than one of them, especially as they get closer to Vicksburg and Vidalia in Mississippi. So unfortunately, the radar is looking like we hoped it wouldn't, I guess, earlier today. Our storm chasers are out there. You can see Brad Arnold's little icon here near Vicksburg. I'm going to pull him up again just to see what the conditions look like out there. He's at a Little Caesars. So things haven't gotten too serious yet over here near Vicksburg. But you can see that the skies, there are little peaks of sunshine trying to come through the clouds there. But something I was trying to talk about earlier was the fact that we don't necessarily need a bunch of sunlight today to lead to thunderstorms. We're already seeing a lot of convection, and it's not even, we've had cloud cover all morning in a lot of these places. So the main thing is that the main concerning thing is the wind shear. Thermodynamics are already in place. We don't need a lot of sunshine. We've already got a lot of moisture for this time of year. The forcing is going to come from elements that really don't. It doesn't really matter how much sun we get. Long story short, and that is an unfortunate part of the equation here. We currently have 3 tornado warnings: Wilkinson County, Amite County, and Mississippi. Get to shelter. Washington County, Alabama, Greene County, Mississippi. All you guys need to be getting into your safe spots immediately. I want to go over Twitter. I want to show you those graphics again while I kind of promote what we do here. A big part of this broadcast is Twitter, y'all. So I don't know if you guys have Twitter or not, but if you do, follow me at Ryan Hall, y'all, on there, and then send me stuff on there. If you're under a tornado warning, don't go outside and take a picture of that and send it to me. But if you're outside of the area, if you're in Jackson, Mississippi, for example, take a picture of the sky, a video or something, and send it to me. If you've got time and if you know how to do it, go ahead and tag your local National Weather Service in that as well. And then also, if you see other people posting things, if you see a news station talking about something, or if you see somebody posting a really interesting video or picture or something, just tag me in it. The way information flows to us in a situation like this is free and unimpeded. I don't have a producer. I don't have any. It's just me and you. So the more information you can feed me, the more I'm able to get out. All right, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, hi Ryan. I wanted everyone to know, since we rely on the Storm Prediction Center quite a lot, that their next update for the convective outlook should be in the next minute if it's on time, but so we're waiting for that to come out. However, I would not be surprised if they take quite some time to debate on this, because we are on the perimeter, the edge of maybe warranting the highest risk level, which comes with a lot of secondary, cascading effects.
A new
in terms
tornado
of
warning
local
has
response
been
and
issued.
so forth. So very important outlook from the SPC is coming up soon. So we'll cover that as soon as we can. And there goes that Liberty, Texas storm that I was talking about earlier. So got that one too.
Wow. All right. I'm going to come back to you after I go over this storm. But yeah, there is a new tornado warning way out here in Texas for Liberty County, Texas. Please take shelter immediately. It's blowing my mind, honestly, how we're seeing these storms interact with this environment way out here, way far away from some of the most, I guess, ripe ingredients for tornadoes. So if you live over here in Trinity River Lake Estates, Mason Lake Estates, this is north of Liberty in Texas, in Liberty County, please take shelter, because we now have a tornado warning, and it does look like there's enough rotation here to warrant that as we go forward. It's going to go off to the north and east. Might even be a problem in Hoop and Holler and Thicket here before too long. So y'all watch out up there. Now, Andy, the Storm Prediction Center, they are debating, like you said, maybe increasing the risk or keeping it the same, maybe changing the location of it or whatever. Exactly what are they looking at? And if you were at the Storm Prediction Center right now, what would your side of the debate be?
So the Storm Prediction Center is looking at where the best moisture is going to be. You need moisture so that air will rise and form storms. And we didn't, where the Storm Prediction Center and other meteorologists such as myself, we didn't know where exactly that would be earlier this morning because we have what's called just-in-time moisture. Just-in-time moist air is getting into the risk area today. We didn't know where it would set up, so we couldn't with definitiveness, tell you where there would be the greatest risk area in terms of a moderate or versus a high risk. But the reason why I can say this too is because the Storm Prediction Center did say that they were debating a high risk, which is a 5 out of 5. It's the pink. If you guys have seen the Storm Prediction Center before. So that's why I imagine that now that we do see where the moisture is setting up, where the storms may have the best corridor for forming and becoming, relatively violent, that is why the Storm Prediction Center is debating an upgrade, and they may be delayed as a result. If I
Right.
were there, Ryan, I would say that there isn't really anything, impeding these storms from going ham, so to speak, that we can see right now. So there is some clustering, so maybe storms will have some interactions that are destructive in terms of like destructive to the storm rather, and thus preventing anything bad or catastrophic from happening. But beyond that, any cell that remains discrete in this environment is more than likely going to do bad things if everything lines up for it. And for that reason, I wouldn't be against, agreeing with the Storm Prediction Center or whatever the consensus is there from the meteorologists in, upgrading the risk or keeping it the same. I would be more like with the flow. I would
Right.
understand either way. It doesn't matter what they actually do because we do have a potentially dangerous situation tornado watch, right? Like 95% for 2 or more tornadoes in the risk area, 90% chance for at least one of them to be EF2 strength or greater post analysis. It doesn't really matter, whether it's a moderate or high, things are still going to be pretty bad for a long period of time today.
Yep. And it looks like it just came out and there is no high risk. So that is, it's, I guess it's good news, but at the same time, it also doesn't matter. We do have that PDS tornado watch that is kind of takes a precedent here as far as telling you whether or not how concerned you should be about this situation, I guess. But here is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. We still have a moderate risk. The location really hasn't changed much at all. The size hasn't changed much at all. We still see this go into portions of Alabama, and Louisiana and Arkansas, but the vast majority of it is in central Mississippi. So there you go. We got a moderate risk of severe weather, and that's going to continue to be our focus area, especially right there in the red. That's going to be where we're focused for the vast majority of the evening. We currently have 4 tornado warnings in Texas, Mississippi, and Alabama. And I do want to go through those with you one at a time, one more time, before we kind of zoom back out and talk about the whole system. Hopefully, we'll have time to do that before another tornado warning is issued, because I know we've got people who are constantly tuning in from these areas, and they've missed me talking about a specific warning. So I'm going to start in the west and go east. This is for Liberty County, Texas. North and east of Houston, Texas, in Liberty County, we've got a tornado warning that includes Mason Lake Estates and Trinity River Lake Estates and Sam Houston. Take shelter now. Okay, it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. That's going to continue to be a problem for the next 30 minutes or so. We'll see if that warning is extended out there towards Marvels and Hoop and Holler. But as of right now, it ends just to the south. Let's come over towards Mississippi now. We do have that storm that went to the north of Centerville. Now it's moving up towards Gloucester and Be Welcome. And it's still got the tornado warning on it. However, the rotation maybe isn't as concerning, I guess, as it was just a moment ago. But it's hard to tell, man. This is a really unfortunate area for a radar hole to be, but there is a little bit of one happening here. But for the most part, we want everybody to stay in their safe spots regardless. If you're in Be Welcome, Zion Hill, O'Neill, Oxford, any of these places in southwestern Mississippi, take shelter now. Let's come over to the Mobile, Alabama radar and look at these storms over here in Alabama and Mississippi. We got 2 tornado warnings over here. Once again, this is for Greene and Washington counties in Alabama and Mississippi. And you can see here that one storm, the one storm that was causing, I guess, the biggest problems or biggest concerns is now moving to the south of Fruitdale, and it still looks like it's rotating enough to produce a tornado. This is by far the strongest storm so far that we've seen. It's the most concerning looking one, in my opinion, and it's moving right up towards Chatham. So Chatham, the town of Chatham in Alabama, isn't under a tornado warning just yet, but they probably will be if this storm continues on the way that it has. All right, so that's all we've got right now. I don't have any confirmation that this is on the ground, but this is definitely the most concerning looking one because you can see the intense rotation there just to the south and east of Yellow Pine. It crossed 45. Now it's going to go towards Highway 17 and eventually towards Chatham and Hobson. So take shelter now. Let's move over to see here, the broad view. Let me show you everything here for anybody that's just now tuning in. This is what we're looking at. If I zoom out, you can see that this is a pretty big storm system. And in fact, if I zoom out even farther, you can see just how big it is. It's snowing right now up there where Andy is. And, 1,000 miles to the south or so, we've got a tornado outbreak getting ready to happen. So yeah, heavy snow
tornado warning has
up
been
here
issued.
in Minnesota and Wisconsin and Iowa. We've got heavy rain up here in the UP of Michigan, a lot of rain and gusty winds down through the Ohio Valley and the upper Midwest into the Tennessee River Valley. And then we've got our tornado situation happening to the south there. So that is kind of a broad view of everything that's going on right now. And I'll zoom in to other areas in the near future. But right now we got to get right back to the radar and talk about that new tornado warning that just came out. Let's see here. That's a big one. It's for Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, and LaFleur counties in Mississippi. So let me zoom in and find that for you. Finally, that is from one of our northern. Sorry, guys. That's from one of our northern storms. And let me switch to the Jackson radar for that one. I still have a little bit of that cold, but I'll be all right. All right, yeah, to the north of Yazoo City, this storm has promoted a new tornado warning here. And once again, that's going to be for Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, and LaFleur counties in Mississippi. You're under a tornado warning. Look at that big polygon there. If you're inside of that, you got to get to your safe spot. This is the first supercell of the day that is affecting one of the more, higher risk areas. So north of Yazoo City, there is some rotation here, and we have to watch this closely as the storm moves past midnight up towards Silver City and Richland. It looks like it's going to go south of Belzoni and Brooklyn.
Ryan, this is Zach. You have a copy?
And that was Zach, guys. Tell me how his audio is. Yeah, Zach, got you loud and clear. What's up?
Just wanted to give you a heads up. I have the tornado warning storm here just north, near Silver City, Mississippi, on my stream shortly.
Awesome. So here we go. This is why we have storm chasers, y'all. We've got storm chaser Zach Hall in near Sharkey County, Mississippi, heading up towards our tornado warned storm. So if there is a tornado on the ground at any point during this storm here, we are going to see it, and we'll be able to tell you exactly where it is, thanks to wonderful people like Zach Hall and Chris Hall and all the other wonderful people who are working with us today. We love our storm chasers, and of course, you guys can follow them individually if you want. I'm sure our mods can put links to their social media stuff in the chat. Now, what you're looking at on your screen is the southern side of the storm that is producing the tornado warning north of Yazoo City. And I can't see the storm chasers locations. Let me see if I can't fix that real quick. Andy, is your overlay working for the chasers?
Yes, Ryan, I've got them.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got to fix that. Ah, crud. Will you post the link or whatever it is to that? Oh, never mind. Thank you very much. So I'm just trying to see, guys, where these chasers are, and I can put their locations on my radar, but they're not there. So I've got to fix that real quick. Okay. Yeah. So now what you're looking at there is Zach's location. All right. That's where Zach is. Johnson's over here, which we're going to show him here in a second. But they are on the southern side of the storm that may be trying to produce a tornado here pretty soon near Silver City, Thornton, and Chula and Black Hawk. Okay. If you are anywhere near these areas in Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, or LaFleur counties, you need to be taking shelter regardless of what's happening on this camera feed. But if there was a tornado that was to form, we should see it here soon. We don't see anything just yet, thankfully. And of course, I did ask you guys to send me stuff on Twitter, so I'm going to be flipping through that as we await updates from our chasers. You can see that a lot of them are kind of converging in on the same areas. This happens often. Like there's one storm that takes off, everybody goes after it, and then something, several miles away will pop up. So we're going to be following our storm chasers very intensely here. I want to let you guys know that. Like, we're going to be showing you the cameras. We're going to be doing all that stuff. But I do want to emphasize that everybody in the risk area needs to be paying attention to the radar and the warnings and everything here, because we just don't have a storm chaser. It would be impossible for us to cover this entire zone. Like it's like 500 miles wide, the area that could see a tornado today. So we've kind of put everybody in the most intense
view on
zones.
my stream looking into this tornado warning storm near Silver City. We just had a brief funnel. It's lifted since, but we just had a brief funnel that came down. We had the drone up, but it's dissipated since then.
All right, sounds good. If you can send me a video of that or put it on Twitter or something, I'd like to go back and look at it. But be careful out there, and we're watching. That was Storm Chaser Chris Hall, who said he might have seen a brief lowering there from this storm. And by the way, we're looking at the storm near Yazoo City, to the north of Yazoo City, moving up towards Belzoni. I hope I'm saying that one right. Thornton and Chula. So hopefully everybody's taking shelter in those zones. Huge shout out to Rob Burdett for the big, very generous $200 super chat. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate you. Everybody's talking about it in the chat, so I'm not ignoring you. There's a lot of stuff going on. And John, thank you for the 5 gifted there. That's awesome. I appreciate all your support. Oh, and look at this. Look at this. Speaking of people sending me stuff on Twitter, we've got somebody sending in a Yalometer picture. Looks like almost 8 inches of snow up there near Bloomington, Minnesota. So thank you for sending that in. How crazy is this? We're talking about tornadoes and snow at the same time. What is this? Is this a snowstorm, or is this is this classified as a snowstorm stream? If it is, then we've got to keep track of that post and enter him in to win. But I don't know. I don't know if we should, if somebody is on the team that can keep up with that for me, that would be awesome. We might do that at the end if things don't get too serious here, because we've definitely got to not play too many games on a day like today. All right. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching very closely a strong storm near Silver City, Mississippi. This storm has already produced what looked like a funnel cloud for a brief moment there south of Silver City. Now it's moving off to the east and northeast of Silver City, and it's still rotating. We've got 2 storm chasers on it. We've got our eyes on it. It looks like this one's going to try maybe to produce a tornado here somewhere near Thornton and Chula and Kruger. So we want everybody over here to take shelter now. All right, don't wait around. Don't go outside and look for it. We're looking at it for you. All right, look here. Chris is looking at it for you. He's out there. Y'all, you don't have to be. You can watch it through my stream. If I can't fix my buttons here. My buttons ain't working. All right, now, yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so there's Chris Hall's feed where he saw that lowering not too long ago. I'm not seeing anything that looks like it's rotating right now, but still an ominous looking storm, to say the least. Is it lowering again?
Chris, did you say you had a visual on that storm?
Yeah, we're looking at it going over the treetops right now.
Okay, we're on the west side. You can't see anything from over here. Just curious.
So what you're listening to right now is communication between storm chasers Zach and Chris.
As of right now, it's going behind the tree line, it's heading up to the east, northeast. It's over here, yeah. But other than that, we got a lot of inflow pushing into this.
Which is really interesting because Zach is over here and Chris is over here. So they have two completely different vantage points of the storm, and they're able to help each other out, I guess, by kind of communicating with each other as the storm moves off to the north and east. And we can hear that, which helps us understand where the storm is. So a pretty interactive operation that we're trying to run here with the storm chasers, as it's a very important part of what we do. Looking at the colors on the map is one thing. We can tell you a lot, honestly, from that, but there's a whole lot more we can tell you from an actual video or a picture of the tornado on the ground. So that's what those guys are out there for. It's scientifically proven that if there's a tornado warning and I can show you a picture of the very tornado that it's warned for, you're going to take it more seriously than if I show you a radar image, no matter how, I guess, impressive the radar image is. All right, another Yalameter picture here. This is from Bellevue, Nebraska, around 1:50 p.m. Look at that. Big 42-incher there. Looks like maybe a skiff of snow. Thanks for sending that in. If you're just now tuning in, guys, we're on the verge of a tornado outbreak here in the deep south, but we're also seeing snow, quite a bit of snow up north in places like Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. For example, here is David Adams with 6 inches of snow, almost 6 inches of snow near Farmington, Minnesota. Isn't that crazy?
Hey, Chris, do you have a copy?
Isn't that crazy?
Go ahead.
Please keep me updated. We're unfortunately, I think, going to have to come around and slice this thing. So if it starts producing, please let me know.
Oh,
Yeah,
Chris,
we've lost visual of the storm. We're going to try to get the drone back over to it, but it looks like if it does it, it's going to be unfortunately rain wrapped. We're going to have to shoot south to go back around as of right now.
and that's another thing that's
Also,
important
Chris, if you
to
can't relay
keep
that
in
to Zach, I'm
mind.
watching your feed, so I'll let Zach know.
This might end up being a rain-wrapped tornado. So even if you can't see it or we can't see it, there's likely going to be a tornado with this if it continues to kind of go in the same way that it has been. Here's a picture from Chris. You can see the lowering there. That's what this storm looked like just not too long ago. And I'm retweeting this, by the way. If you guys want to follow Chris on Twitter, his name is Chris Hall, y'all. And no, we're not related. Me and Zach and Chris are not related. That's always a question. We all have the same last names, and we are all atmospheric brothers, but we're not blood related. Do Yalameters change colors? No, you can just get them in different colors. That would be cool, though. looks like, oh, never mind. Yeah, the moderate risk remains. We did not get a high risk, but we do have that PDS tornado watch, a rare, particularly dangerous situation. And we do have 3 tornado warnings right now. The one of most concern, at least to me, right now, is this one north of Yazoo City. And we're kind of just waiting on what this one's going to do. But thankfully, we have storm chasers on it. So we don't have to completely rely on radar for this one. Yeah, this is another tweet from Chris. He's got a lot of good video and pictures of this thing. I think he's got a drone in the air, but you can see the storm as a whole is rotating, and it's not producing a tornado yet. Thankfully, it will continue to try to, though, as it moves off to the north and east. Chula is going to be the next place in line to get hit by this thing. And every frame so far, the storm has looked more intense. Notice the rotation here. When they first issued the tornado warning, this is what it looked like. All right, so red and green next to each other, some very broad light rotation. It immediately got a little bit more intense there near Silver City. Right here is when we actually saw the funnel cloud looking thing from Chris. Now, this is what it looks like. So the velocities are getting stronger. The couplet's a little bit tighter. If that continues to be the trend, Chula might be in some real danger here. So hopefully everybody's in their shelter right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, and on that Silver City, Thornton, Mississippi. So if you look at the radar from tilt 1.3 degrees, so a higher tilt into the storm, we can see to left. You can see a huge donut hole, huge bounded weak echo region there. And the velocities too just show a behemoth mesocyclone from what I can see. So if this thing can really root down, build down into the surface and put something down there, it's not going to be pretty. I can tell you that much. So Chula, well ahead of the line. I think you've already said it, but yeah, that's definitely the largest cell and the most dangerous looking aloft, at least from what I can tell in our analyst team as well.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. We're not only with the radar, guys, not only can we look at the base velocity, not only can we look at the reflectivity and all that stuff, but we can scan different layers up in the atmosphere. So if I just turn this up a little bit, you can see that donut hole that he was talking about. This is that bounded weak echo region, and it's really close to Thornton. There's something going on up here, and like he said, if that can root down, if that can become a little bit more surface based, that's probably going to mean big problems for areas near Thornton and Chula. That Thornton, yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised, because it does look like this is riding the southern and southeastern side of that warning box. Wouldn't be surprised if they did decide to continue this warning. I would say they might issue a new warning box that looks a little bit more like this. That might include areas like Howard in Mississippi. But as of right now, you can see the polygon there. If you're inside of it, respect it and get to shelter now. Also, the fact that this is kind of inside of the precip area there, this is more than likely going to be rain wrapped if it does come down. So that just adds another level of danger there. So hopefully everybody's taking their shelter, and we're going to let you know if anything happens with it. We've got all of our best storm chasers on it. Once again, some of the 6 best storm chasers on Earth out there providing live coverage for us, and we're going to keep up with them as time goes on. Now, we do have other tornado warnings. We've got a couple of other ones. I want to mention them very quickly. Let's see here. Down here near Gloucester and Enterprise, north of Liberty in Mississippi, we've got a tornado warning. That storm looks a little bit less impressive than it did earlier. So that's good news. I don't know if they will allow this warning to continue up towards Mount Olive and Little Springs and Center Point. But if they do, heads up, because it could happen. But right now, the storm looks a little bit less organized. And then, so the other warnings actually have been allowed to expire. So those are the only two that we have right now. Now, there are still a lot of rotating storms in Louisiana and Texas, a couple of them in Alabama that we're watching. But thankfully, they've all went below tornado limits for the National Weather Service here. So I think the smart move is just to continue to kind of hyper focus on this storm up here near Yazoo City. Now, don't get me wrong. We're going to keep up with everybody. And we'll zoom into you whenever it's on right now. I'm going to take the mouse here. Okay, this is a broad view of everything that's going on right now. North of Yazoo City, that's where you've got that tornado warning there. But look at all these other storms, man. All these other storms behind it here are going to have the ability of producing tornadoes. You got this area of supercells down here that's going to continue to cause problems as it moves off to the north and east. And then I know a lot of you guys are seeing this up near Nashville, Huntsville, Alabama. There's some severe thunderstorm warnings near Huntsville. Everything up here north of Tupelo, for example, is really not going to be a problem as far as tornadoes go. This is mostly going to be maybe some strong winds and some heavy rain. It looks pretty nasty on radar, but that's about it. Like, we're not going to see nearly as much in the way of tornadic or even severe weather activity up here, especially as you get the farther north into Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. Now, it's going to rain. There's going to be some wind, but that's about it. That's getting ready to move into places like Shelbyville, Livingston, Sparta as well. That's why we're focused down here on the extreme southern extent of the storm system, where those tornado warnings are. Way up north in Minneapolis and Minnesota, the UP of Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, we've got snow. Lots of people have been sending me snow pictures. So, of course, I will show those as the severity of the situation allots. But that's awesome. And then everybody in the middle is just getting a lot of rain and wind. Then on the south here, we're dealing with the real deal with our potential tornado outbreak trying to unfold. All right, there's that. Looks like a lot of the storm chasers, except for Chris and Zach, almost everybody's decided to go south. If you look at, for example, once again, in the Radar Omega app, you have the ability to look at storm chaser feeds. All you got to do is click these little icons. This is Brandon Kopic. I click on him. You can see him there. You can put him in a little window. You can drag him around. You can see his location. He's right here. All right. He's getting ready to get on Interstate 55 and probably head south and try to intercept this storm. So it looks like that's what a lot of the storm chasers are trying to do. They're trying to intercept these storms as they go off to the north and east. And they've kind of abandoned these storms, even though I think that it's these that probably have the better shot today of producing a tornado. This one's going to be one that we have to watch very closely near Lake Providence. Boy. And the one that's getting ready to go through Chula is continuing to look interesting on radar, but still nothing quite jaw-dropping, I guess, as from our storm chasers. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that. I'll try to get an update from Chris here. Chris, are you guys going to stay with that storm, or are you going south now? It looks to me like he's going south on the map. You see his location down here.
It's going to take us an hour to even catch back up to that storm, Ryan. So we're just going to go back to Yazoo and wait on these other storms back to the southwest to move into what is actually breaks in the clouds just to the south of that tornado warned storm. So they're moving into a very unstable atmospheric conditions.
Awesome. Okay. So now it does look like Zach is our only one that's on the storm here near Chula. And currently, we don't have a feed from Zach. Hey, thank you, Judy. And thank you, David G. David G's been here for 17 months. Look at that. That's nuts. Says, hey, Ryan, we've missed you. Please tell me you're going to be making a snowstorm happen in my neighborhood. I know it's all in your hands. Yeah, I'm working up a good snowstorm for everybody after this. I'm putting together a nice snowstorm, so I'm working on it. Don't worry. Here's another. I can't believe how many people are watching right now in the snow. We've got so many people with Yalameters that are sending in Yalameter submissions. Aspen the Cat showing off a little bit of snow in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Thanks for sending that in. So we've got snow and tornadoes today, boys. Oh, here's what Interstate 35 looks like
a new
near
tornado
Minneapolis.
warning has been issued.
So snow covered there. Thanks for sending that in. And of course, we've got a new tornado warning. Let me see. Where is that? Okay. That's in southern Mississippi, north of the town of Liberty.
A new tornado
And a
warning has been
new
issued.
tornado warning. That's way back in central Louisiana. Like I was saying, those storms are going to be ones that we have to watch very closely. Let's go check both of those out. All right. New tornado warning down here near Liberty, Mississippi. That's going to go on for the next 30, 45 minutes or so. But there is a new tornado warning in Louisiana. And I'm getting ready to get the counties for that. But it's this storm right here near Provincial or Provincial. Moving towards Natchez and Clarence. There you go. You see the polygon there? That is our latest tornado warning that just came out here in Louisiana. And that's going to be for Wynn Parish, Winn Parish in Louisiana. And yeah, so can somebody send me the proper pronunciation for Natchitoches? Natchitoches?
Yeah, Ryan, it's Natchitoches.
Natchitoches?
Mhm.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right. So that's our latest tornado warning. Honestly, on velocity, it doesn't look that impressive. But on reflectivity, it looks really impressive. You can see the kind of the hook there. So we're going to watch this one closely. This also has to deal with a merger here before it's going to be able to do anything. So we'll see how it handles that. Back to the storm chasers. Look at this. Chris Hall is in sun. The sun is shining where Chris Hall is now, south of that storm in Yazoo City. So there is still some windows of opportunity for instability to continue to increase here. Somebody in chat said there's 28,000 of us watching and only 2,000 likes. Yeah, if you guys don't care, hit the like button just like you would on a normal YouTube video. It helps YouTube promote us to people. There's probably a bunch of people right now in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana who are just browsing YouTube. They don't know that we could be on the verge of a big tornado outbreak. So if you like this live stream, there's a chance that we pop up for them as a recommended video. And we've heard stories about this before in the past. It does work. So you could be the key to helping us get very important information out to people. So we've got another new tornado warning. That one is back in Texas. So we've got another tornado warning in Texas now. Let's come to this radar. And look at all these storms, man. They're every single one of them is rotating. This is going to be for Broadus, Townsend, and McCune in Ford's Corner. So make sure you're taking shelter there, as this storm does look pretty intense. It's still not the most impressive looking storm on velocity, but it is rotating. And the National Weather Service, is trying its best to kind of give a heads up on some of these storms, because we all know we're looking at the parameters, right? We're looking at the wind shear, the instability. We know the environment is likely going to produce a tornado. So every storm that spins, it's smart to go ahead and put a warning on it. So we want you taking shelter there in White City, McCune, Ford's Corner, in Geneva, in Texas. All right, we're now up to 4 total tornado warnings, 1 in Texas, 1 in Louisiana, 2 in Mississippi. No confirmed tornadoes as of yet. Zach Hall is really close, though, to one of the more impressive looking storms. So we'll see what happens there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just wanted to reiterate, I think it's most important that we let everyone know that we're actually live. Like, this is right around when we thought we would go live today. But we're going to be here for a good, 10 more hours after this. This is a long-term risk today. The warm sector that promotes the development of storms and thus the continuation of them after sundown is going to be in place for a long time today. So we'll be here all day. So if you need coverage later east in eastern Mississippi or Alabama areas as these storm modes develop and evolve, then we're still going to be here for that. So I do want everyone to remember that we're not, this is not just a short-term thing, and maybe we aren't seeing tornadoes right now, but there will be there will be quite a few more things that we're going to be covering down the line. So that's something to look out for.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think one of our chasers has lost his feed almost, I guess, permanently for the day. So we're trying to get a different feed up there, and then we're also continuing to monitor the radar for all these little storms over here that could produce a new tornado warning at any moment. Like Andy said, it is 3:40 Eastern right now. We were supposed to go live at 4. We decided to go live a couple hours early because of the PDS tornado warning. It is now time where we were originally going to go live. So we've still got a long ways to go before this is over. So in fact, it's not even technically started yet. So let's continue to share and continue to get the word out there, because there's going to be a time here soon where I'm not going to have time to say that or promote that idea. So let's go ahead and get it everywhere that we can so that everybody knows what's going on. All right, a new tornado warning was just issued. That's also going to be in southwestern portions of Mississippi. Let's go check that out. These storms are still problems. Okay, we got another area of rotation near Centerville. Now, we had a tornado warning earlier down here near Centerville, Mississippi. Now, this is another storm south of Gloucester that's producing a new area of rotation that is going to move towards Liberty. All right, so a new tornado warning there for areas in southwestern Mississippi. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Pike and Amite and Wilkinson counties here. This will be a pretty consistent theme, I believe. Sometimes we will see areas under multiple tornado warnings today because the way the storms are moving, it's kind of like a flash flood threat, right? Where you've got training thunderstorms. We could have training tornadic supercells at some point today So make sure you're paying really close attention to the warnings and alerts today, because that is going to, it's probably going to get confusing. If we get to a point where we have 8, 9, 10 warnings, and you just got out of a warning and now you're under a warning again, you don't know if it's a new one, you don't know if it's time to come out of shelter. That's why it's really important to have somebody, whether it's your local news, whether it's me or somebody who really understands what's going on. It's important to have somebody walking you through this on an event like this. Obviously, if you've got Radar Omega, if you've got a good weather app, you can keep up with it yourself. But it's nice to have that additional kind of guidance, I guess, in a situation like this, because I promise if this ends up going the way that some think it will go, it's going to get confusing to keep up with by yourself. Yeah, the green and red meeting on the radar does indicate a mesocyclone, as long as it's packed into like a very specific area. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I've seen about 1,000 people in the chat say that we're talking about Nacogdoches in Texas, and we are not. We are talking about Natchitoches in Louisiana, right? So that's a very important distinction, because a lot of people want to, correct us on pronunciation, and thus there may be some confusion in the chat that we're not looking at the right area. Natchitoches, Louisiana is what we're looking at, not Nacogdoches in Texas, okay? That Natchitoches is currently under an active tornado warning in Louisiana, and that includes St. Maurice and Clarence. Currently, that cell is going through a merger, so two cells are, essentially merging together. They're battling each other. So for a little bit here, we probably won't see any favorable tornadic development. But once it's done and it can establish itself in the environment again, then there's a chance this could wrap up once it is to the north and east of Natchitoches.
Right. Thank you, Andy. Guys, I am the world's worst at mispronouncing town names, but I always try. Sometimes I forget. I always try to say the state after the town name, because I know that there's constantly people like tuning in, and there's town names in different cities or states that sound the same or are the same, and it gets confusing, especially in a multi-state coverage situation like this. But yeah, we're trying our best over here. My goal is hopefully to get the gist of the information across. All right, and if we can help people out that way, that's fine. You guys can laugh at me if I say the name wrong every once in a while. That's a part of the show. That's what I always say. But we do have a tornado warning for Louisiana there for Natchitoches, and that's going to also include Clarence and Trishul and St. Maurice. So take shelter now. Over here in Texas, the only warning that we have right now is for areas near Bronson, Norwood, and Ford's Corner. And that's going to be Sabine and St. Augustine counties in Texas. It's nuts that we even have a warning in Texas, but we do, and that's where it is. Let's go back to the storm chaser view. Let's take a look at everything. It looks like now we've lost two more of our chasers. What's going on here? Let me see if I can't doctor this up.
Ryan, their feeds are just down to the server. They're down on LSUB's website too.
Oh, okay. Okay, sweet. I thought we were having a problem on our end. All right, if you're just now tuning in, we've got 4 tornado warnings here in Mississippi, Texas, and Louisiana. No confirmed tornadoes yet. No sightings of tornadoes yet, as far as I know. But lots of funnels and lots of low-hanging dangly bits. And here's actually a video of one of those from Brian, who's out there. We did have a storm live feed from Brian and Johnson, but I guess it's gone now. But here's a video of the brief funnel south of Silver City there, and that's from Brian Allen WX on Twitter. That's what that looked like. You can see the rotation very clearly. It looks like they probably did speed this up a little bit from the drone footage, but you can see that was definitely rotating. That storm is also looking less impressive now that it's moved off to the north and east. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign. But it's once again, we're still this is a baby storm system. Like we've just gotten into when it was supposed to start. We don't want to let our guards down at any moments. Let's see here. I really appreciate you guys sending in all these pictures and videos. Here's an insane video somebody sent to James Spann. Thunderstorm winds in Muscle Shoals earlier this afternoon. This video is from Tanya Baker. Look at that. So it's on days like today, we often hyper focus on tornadoes. It's important to know that strong winds and damaging hail are also going to be a problem today. It's not just the naders, all right? Whether you get a nader or not, on a moderate risks day with a PDS tornado watch, you're going to get bad weather out there. So damaging winds are going to be a problem. I would take shelter today, even if I just got a severe thunderstorm warning, to be honest with you. Let's see here. We did get a new mesoscale discussion about 18 minutes ago that says this is the corridor of enhanced severe thunderstorm and tornado potential over the next 2 or 3 hours. So as you can see right there, pretty much where our storm chasers are, that's where things are expected to be most intense over the next little bit. Hey, I see you, Karen. Karen Price. Everybody say thank you to Karen for the very awesome, super generous $100 super chat. And then, let's see. Haley, I think, says, keep up the good work, you guys. These storms look nasty. Amanda, thank you. Morgan says, thanks for all you guys do. Contessa, I really, like, not only do I say your all's names wrong, or I say your all's town names wrong, I know I say your actual names wrong too. So I'm sorry about that. But thank you for the support. I'm not even in any storm area, but I love your channel. If you're on, I'm watching. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for the support, guys. You don't have to do that, but obviously it is appreciated and it helps us do what we do here. So we got a new warning, a brand new tornado warning, and that's actually for our storm up to the north that we have been tracking for ever now, since it was near Yazoo City. They did issue a new warning for it that's a little bit farther to the south, just like I was talking about earlier. The new warning box is going to look a little something like that. I think it might include Winona, but it's definitely going to include the I-55 corridor between Vidon and Edsville. Okay, so we've got a really dangerous storm here that if it starts turning right, and if it really starts interacting with the surface a little bit better, we are going to see this more than likely drop a tornado here. So that's what we're watching. If you're on I-55 between Winona and Durant, you're in a pretty dangerous spot. Okay, obviously I don't want you to just park on the side of the highway and run, but definitely if you're going northbound from Durant towards Winona on I-55, you're heading into a danger zone. Same thing in the reverse situation. If you're in Winona heading south on I-55, that is an area I would try my best to avoid over the next hour or so. Usually we do what? 20, I don't know, 20 or 30 of these live streams a year, and at least 3 of them I have a cold. This is one of them for this year, so I'm sorry, guys. I'm fine though. Yeah, there you go. That's the new warning polygon there. That does include Winona. Somebody in chat just said, I'm scared. Guys, tell this person what they're supposed to do. You're not supposed to be scared. Chat, let them know. What are they supposed to do instead? Don't be scared. You fill in the blank. I really appreciate everybody on Twitter as well. I see you guys. I see you getting lots of mentions. Thanks for tagging me and stuff. It's appreciated. Remember, if you've got pictures and videos you want to send in for yourself, You can do that at Ryan Hall, y'all. If you see something interesting out there that you think I should see, whether it's from your local news or whatever it is, just tag me in it. All right. And also, if you're submitting a report, especially if it's important, also try to tag your local National Weather Service as well. They all have Twitter. Twitter is such a vital tool to the weather world. It really is. Your local National Weather Service has somebody who is constantly monitoring Twitter right now. And, if you're going to send a picture to me, you might as well send it to them too. Very important that they have that. There we go. Chat knows what's up. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Don't be scared. Be prepared. It's really important. I know it sounds like cute, it's funny or whatever, but like it's very true. The more prepared you are, the less scared you will be. There's nothing to be afraid of in today's world with the amount of foresight we have to like what's getting ready to happen with the weather. You just have to be prepared. You have to pay attention to it. Princess says, be safe. I'm glad you're feeling better, Ryan. Praying for everybody. Hey, thank you so much. Dookie, thank you. Let's see here. James says, I'm scared too, but I'm prepared. Hey, there's a little bit of scaredness that can happen. Absolutely. Just as long as it's not paralyzing, Even in a big outbreak, if this ends up becoming a huge tornado outbreak today, now I don't want to downplay this because it's important we all take this seriously, but even in the event that this becomes some sort of huge deal, the odds of you getting hit by a tornado is low. Tornadoes are small compared to cities and states and counties. But there are thousands of people in situations like this who end up unlucky and take a direct hit. So if that's going to be you, you might as well be prepared for it. Jeanette says, stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. I am. I'm drinking like one of those fancy sugar water things. It's really just sugar water, but they market it as a hydration drink. I'm getting real water as soon as my wife shows up. She's bringing, I ran out of water here, so she's bringing me bottled water. Yeah, Gatorade is just sugar water. And that Body Armor stuff, it might as well be soda. If you're just now tuning in, we've got currently 4 tornado warnings. We're watching this one very closely. The one up here in Mississippi, the one that's heading up towards Winona. We've got a storm chaser on it. We're not seeing anything just yet. So, yeah, that's where we are on that. The other warnings are also kind of, we're not seeing anything that needs great attention. If your county is showing up on the ticker down below, you need to be taking shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, a couple of things. Again, we're very early on to this day, and what we're really looking for these storms to ramp up is actually our wind fields aloft. So think about about 1.5 miles up in the atmosphere, 2 miles up, and even higher than that. Right now, our winds aren't really cranking up there, but as we go later into the evening, those winds will start to accelerate. Not very rapidly, but we will start to see those jet maxes that we talk about in Ryan's forecast videos all the time, that our meteorologists are writing the script for, including Ryan himself. We're going to see those start to accelerate during the evening hours, and that's really the key component, the only real key component right now that is lacking, and as to why we aren't really seeing a bunch of confirmed tornadoes going on at the moment, because we don't have any confirmed tornadoes yet today. So we're watching that wind field predominantly. There are observations in place that are looking at winds aloft up there a couple miles in the atmosphere. As those start to accelerate in our risk area, our primary risk area with the moderate, the 4 out of 5 risk from the Storm Prediction Center, that's when we'll start to see a lot more worrisome storms that may actually begin to do something and require ground truth from our chasers. And in addition to that, I know that a lot of people are watching the snow. I think it snowed about 6 inches where I am here in Western Minneapolis. And if you're in the metro from west to east, the snow is exiting right now and headed into western Wisconsin near Eau Claire. So by 4 or 5 p.m., most of us in Minneapolis should be outside of the primary snow bands, and we'll just get a few flurries for the rest of the night. So send those y'all meter pictures in if you're there. I'll try to go take a y'all meter picture myself, but I do want to remind you guys that it's snowing all the way up here 1,000 miles north of the risk area. Massive storm. This is what you get in the fall, but you don't usually get to the extreme severe risk that is associated with the southern end of this cell, or this storm in particular. So just some intense stuff going on, I'm sure. I sent a tweet to Ryan, actually, if he wants to pull that up. I took a professional snow chaser picture from my front porch.
Awesome. All right, yeah, I'll pull that up. And by the way, guys, yeah, if you want to send in
A
the
new
snow
tornado
reports and stuff,
warning
we'll
has
show
been
those
issued.
as we can. But I do suspect that this we're about to get really busy here with the tornado coverage. We just got a new tornado warning in Texas again. So that's that cell over here near St. Augustine. That's putting that out. Let me. Oh yeah, there we go. So we got a new tornado warning over here on this storm. I believe it was just like kind of like an extension of the existing warning. I don't think it was for a separate storm or anything. But that's going to be for St. Augustine County over there in Texas. This is moving off to the north and east. This will also continue to get more and more, I guess, concerning as time goes on. All of these storms are moving into a more favorable environment for tornadoes. This one, look at that. I mean, that right there eventually will, if it is allowed to become a mature cell all on its own, that will probably cause problems. Same thing up here. All of these storms are kind of perfectly positioned to cause big time problems as we go forward. But like Andy said, we're just waiting on that, the increase of the lower level jet winds. So that's what's happening there. We've got a big storm up here north of Lexington, Mississippi. This is the one that's kind of been our most interesting looking storm so far. It's moving up towards Vidon. It's getting ready to go across Interstate 55 north of Durant, Mississippi. And that's where we have a storm chaser, Zach Hall, who is sending us a live picture of that. And we'll show you that here in a second. But first, Andy is wanting to talk again. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think of the most concern right now is actually the cell on the Louisiana-Mississippi border, the southern border near Liberty. There's a pretty concerning southern tail end velocity couplet there that's got some intense signatures. They are 6,000 feet aloft, but we've got Brett Adair ahead of that storm. So I am most concerned for Liberty and Thompson, Mississippi, down to the west of Macomb and Interstate 55.
All right. Thank you, Andy. And this is the storm that Brett Adair is on. I'm going to pull it over to his camera right here in a second. But there's two areas of rotation here. We've got the one near Liberty, one over here near Smithdale. Everybody in this tornado warning needs to be taking shelter. And let's actually go look at Brett. Let's see here. We had somebody leave on us. Oh no, Brett's frozen up. Okay, so Brett is in a very low service area. So Riley, whenever he comes up, let me know and we'll pull to him. But Brett is right here near Thompson, and we could see a developing tornado here at any moment. This is one of the areas where we've seen a lot of activity today. And like Andy said earlier, the farther we go into the afternoon and evening hours, the more we will see those ingredients that have already led to some big storms kind of amplify. So this one in particular could have a whole lot more to work with here as it gets closer to Macomb. So take shelter now if you are near that storm. Of course, we've got people sending in pictures and videos. Actually, this is from Pam in Louisiana, where we just had that tornado warning. I believe it's been allowed to expire now. The one near Natchitoches. I've already forgot. But you can see some scary looking clouds, some SLCs there from Pam. Thanks for sending that in. Remember, guys, don't ever put yourself in danger to take one of these pictures. Eric's got some analysis he's pouring in here. Sunshine is now building in ahead of the storms in eastern Louisiana and central Mississippi. Yeah, look at that. Breaks in the clouds here on the satellite. Even though it's not necessary for storms today, the increased instability out ahead of these supercells will do nothing but make them worse. So, yeah. Oh, look here. Ryan is not scared, but rather prepared, because he's got himself, it looks like a newly installed tornado shelter there. Look at that. That's a nice one, too. This right here is what you need if you live in a place that gets tornadoes. Something that they have to bring heavy equipment in, dig a huge hole in the ground. It's made of concrete. Got like one of those industrial freezer doors on it. You know what I'm talking about? Like that is that's where it's at. I'm sure those are incredibly expensive though. I have no recommendations. People always ask me for like a company to recommend for that. I don't know. Like I that's something I should probably know, but I don't. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we're watching a developing storm here near Liberty,
Ryan, you have a copy.
Mississippi. It's trying to produce a tornado here. So take shelter now. Liberty, Thompson, Mississippi. That was Zach. I'm going to answer him. Yeah, what's up, Zach?
We're north on 55 right now. This storm, the tornado warning storm here, just north of us, it's going to cross right in front of us. It's a pretty big low rating.
All right. Guys, I know the camera went off. I'm hooking it back up now. I don't know why that happens. Sometimes I can sit here, like the last live stream we did was what, 6, 7, 8 hours long? Nothing, it never went off. And today already
Ryan, I don't know what kind of view we're going to have because there's so many tall trees, but this is probably going to be the best view we're going to have of this thing for quite a while.
All right, so Storm Chaser Zach Hall is up here in Holmes County, Mississippi, giving us a view of the tornado warned storm that's up there near Holmes and Montgomery County. So he's saying this is probably the best view we're going to have. I don't see much of it. Let's ask him for some more details there. Zach, do you see anything that we can't to your left there or anything? Anything suspicious looking in those clouds?
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple of areas that are pretty noticeable, but there's one on the backside, really like deep bowl-like lowering. It's just so hard to make out anything more than that because of the trees. We're trying to get a little bit north so we can look in. Maybe we can get a cut or something.
Okay, so Storm Chaser Zach Hall is giving us a live view here of that tornado warning north of Yazoo City. It's actually getting ready to cross Interstate 55 right now, the rotating portion of the storm. Which, you know, this storm is also looking more and more concerning with every frame too. Notice how...
Ryan, I think this little lane that we're about to have is going to be about as good as it gets for us when it comes to visibility.
Notice how we're starting to see maybe a new hook form here near Emory. Lots of inflow coming in here, plenty of rotation right in this area. Now, if we look at the actual velocities, it's not that crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong, we've got rotation here. But if this kind of kicks up a little bit, curls up as it moves across Interstate 55, this might become a problem because this is technically an isolated supercell, even though the forward flank does bleed into this next cell near Duck Hill. This is the kind of storm on a day like today, you really got to watch, because if this one's allowed to continue to do what it's doing here, we might have some problems. So Zach Hall is on Interstate 55 watching it. And this is what it looks like right now. Just look at how quickly the clouds are moving. Even though we can't necessarily see much of anything, you can see how quickly the clouds are moving. And it's actually kind of noticeable now versus, I think, maybe earlier today when we first started the stream, it was less noticeable. So maybe the lower level jet streak is kind of ramping up a little bit here, and you can literally visibly see that through the movement in the clouds. So interesting stuff there. As these storms continue to pick up, multiple tornado warnings right now. St. Augustine County, Texas. Atala, Carroll, Holmes, and Montgomery counties in Mississippi. Pike County, Mississippi. Carroll and LaFleur counties in Mississippi, all under tornado warnings. You just heard your county name. You've got to take shelter. These are about to go. These are about to get hardcore. This one, I think especially, and then of course the one that we were looking at down there in southern Mississippi near Liberty. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I think, Ryan, that the one to the northeast of our tornado warning in central Mississippi, that would be east of Winona. That one has now ramped up. That's the one that's leading this current tornado warned supercell that's approaching Interstate 55 near Viden and west. So I think the one to the northeast now has ramped up. Well, on that latest scan, it's fluctuating, but I am also watching that one. The one that's approaching Walthall in Webster County is not currently warned. So I imagine that may get warned soon if the National Weather Service is going to go ahead and say that that's worth a tornado warning.
Right. Thank you very much, Andy. All these storms up here are starting to look a little bit more, I guess, interesting or juicy, whatever you want to say, as ingredients are really starting to come together now for these tornadoes. I believe the peak time period for tornadic activity is going to be between probably 5, 6, 7, 8 p.m., right in there. So we're an hour away from that. And then once we get in it, we're several hours deep. And then after we're out of that, we're still going to have an elevated tornado threat throughout the rest of the evening and into the even into the early morning hours tomorrow. But I just think the isolated supercell big time event is going to be kind of taking place over the next little bit here. So that cell does look really healthy. So does the one down here near Liberty, by the way. I know it starts getting confusing whenever we start making big jumps like this. I'm trying my best to constantly reference. This is southern Mississippi, Liberty. This storm is coming together. It's trying to produce a tornado. Brett Adair is in the middle of this thing. We don't have a live feed from him, though. But if we get one, we'll be able to see if this has a tornado on it. And then up here in kind of central Mississippi near Viden, getting ready to cross the Interstate 55, we've got a big storm that's got a big velocity couplet on it near Emory, getting ready to cross the interstate, and that one is also looking pretty concerning right now. We've got a storm chaser just sitting and waiting on it. Storm chaser Zach Hall here is waiting on this storm to cross the interstate, and that's what we're going to watch as it comes in. I'm interested in seeing his location. Hold on, let me see where he is. Okay, so he's south of the storm, looking north. That is really interesting. Notice how the clouds are flying into the storm. So that's pretty cool to see. Once you start to see the direction change, that's how you can tell he's actually getting really close to the storm. Right now, he's still maybe 2 miles away from the base or so, maybe 3 or 4. But he's got a really good vantage point, I believe, of this storm as it comes closer to him. And this is Storm Chaser Zach Hall. Somebody asked in chat, who and all have you got storm chasing with you? Storm chasers, Brad Arnold, Brett Adair, Chris Hall, Zach Hall, and Bryce Shelton are out there today, giving us a ground truth view of what's going on. Vital. It's very important to have storm chasers, and we're grateful to be able to work with some of the best. And then, of course, in the 6th position there, in the last little live feed you see with all the snow, that's a live look at a ski resort in Bloomington, Minnesota, where it is currently snowing. It's actually snowing heavily in a lot of Minnesota at the same time as a potential tornado outbreak. Crazy stuff. Big hail core on that storm, yeah. And bear with me, guys. I'm coughing. I'm all right, though. Yeah, I want to say a huge shout out to Nightmare Gaming. Nightmare Gaming. Everybody say thank you to Nightmare for the incredibly generous $200 super chat. Catherine, thank you. Ryan79, that was my shelter in Kansas. It cost $4,000. Oh, so the concrete storm shelter we just showed cost $4,000. That's actually cheaper than I thought. Don't get me wrong, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of daggone money. But, I mean, if you really think about it, that's not bad. That's like for what it is, especially if it's kind of sizable. Anyways, it costs $4,000. It's well worth it. Installed by Midwest Storm Shelter in Missouri. They will travel and install pretty much everywhere. Well, there you go. Awesome. Jessica. Yesterday, Arkansas was supposed to get the brunt of this. Are we pretty well out of it, or is there more to come, Central Arkansas specifically? I don't think Arkansas was ever supposed to get the brunt of it. I think southeastern Arkansas was supposed to get a little bit more than what we are expecting now. But the overall risk area did shift. Yes, it did shift to the south and east a little bit. Memphis was also included in that moderate risk at first. And now, like, there's no big storms anywhere near Memphis. Snow naders? Nope, not today. Not today. That is something that we have been live for and actually concerned about, though. I don't know how many of you guys were here during the December 15th derecho coverage of 2021. But, like, there were literally tornadoes happening in areas that had 6 inches of snow on the ground. We never got a live video of a snownado, but that was a real possibility. Somebody said, take the snow cam off. It's depressing. I think it's the opposite. I think it adds a little bit of lightheartedness to the the rest of it. Usually in the winter, so we do a lot of live coverage of severe weather in the winter, but usually the main focus is snow. Usually it's, okay, we've got a blizzard up here in the north, and then there's a slight risk of severe weather in the south. This is one of the rare instances, and to be fair, it's not winter yet, but one of the rare instances where the snow is the secondary focus, and like we've got this major severe weather outbreak in the south. And of course, we've got the dogs. All the doggos are watching. Astro's keeping an eye on the storms with Ryan Hall as he stopped for a quick selfie. Love it. Love it. I am very
Ryan, can you see this on the screen? Got some rotation here on the screen.
I'm very honored to have space on your all's TVs and monitors tonight, guys. Thank you for putting your faith in me, and I'm doing my best. Hopefully, we're providing some good coverage for you here. This is live from Holmes County, Mississippi. This is the storm that's getting ready to cross Interstate 55 south of Vidon, and it's got a tornado warning on it. Thankfully, I see no tornado, but you can see where the tornado would be if it was rotating a little bit harder. You see it there. The base of that storm looks ominous. That's a sign that this is definitely still getting more intense, and we've got to continue to watch it as it goes off to the north and east. Yep, we can see it. Just to confirm, you're on Interstate 55 looking to the north, right?
Yeah, we're about 9 miles south of Vadin, Mississippi. There's not a whole lot to this. It's rotating, obviously, but it's nothing rapid or anything. Nothing that would say that there's a tornado imminent, but it's definitely rotating a little bit.
All right, so there you go. Zach Hall is giving us a live view here of the storm that's going by Vidon in Mississippi. So we're going to keep that up. And we're going to look at Leslie Curtis's picture here. Look at this. Leslie says, Ryan, you don't have to be underground to be safe. Is that a sauna or is that a tornado shelter? I honestly can't tell. We've got the New Day shelter here. I'll have to take a closer look at that. We got a visitor. Andy, you got a second? I'm going to step away for just a couple seconds, if that's all right.
You got it, Ryan.
All right. Thank you.
All right, guys. We got 31,000 people watching right now. Much appreciated, all of y'all. Just want to reiterate that we will be going all day today. And of course, if a chaser starts talking, I'm sorry, I'll talk over them on accident. So I hope I don't do that. But yeah, we'll be going all day. The primary reason for today's tornado risk has not yet started. It is the winds aloft that we're waiting to blow much faster. And when that happens, we will probably see all of these supercells that are popping up actually do some pretty incredible things that we want to cover efficiently and make sure we get information out. So you guys are just as important to this operation as we are. We couldn't run this without you, because everyone watching, you can serve as an important, stimulus, a means to take action to someone who may be in the path of the storm, if you know them or you are them. It doesn't hurt, never hurts to have one more resource telling you that, hey, this could be something you should pay attention to. All right. So all of you, 31,000 people watching right now, more to come later on as we start to see things ramping up, are very important. Don't forget that, okay? You guys are superb, and we really appreciate you just as much as we appreciate being able to do this in the first place. It sounds like somebody's having fun there. I'm glad I'm glad I can hear him in the Zoom call. I don't know if he's unzoom or unmuted on the stream, but it sounds like Echo's having a good time there. All right, so we do have 3 active tornado warnings right now, and also you will see plenty of our other meteorologists on the team later on. Shout outs to Ben and Heidi. They'll be here later on in the stream, relaying once we have news and reports on the ground, and we can sort of go back and forth through them. So Ryan will be back in just a few minutes. If you're just now joining us, we'll be on for many, many hours to come today. So I've got some caffeine to the side of me just to make sure that I'm fully intent and aware. And yeah, I am up here in the snow as well. It snowed probably a good 6 inches at my house right now. So in western Minneapolis. So it's a pretty impressive storm overall, stretching over 1,000 miles north and south through the United States here. So yeah, 3 active tornado warnings. Ryan's back. Why don't you go ahead and give us a recap on those warnings right now, Ryan?
All right. Thank you, Andy. We've got 3 active tornado warnings. One's for St. Augustine County in Texas. The other ones are in Mississippi for Paula, Carroll, Montgomery, and Pike counties in Mississippi. We've got a live view of the storm that is going through Vidon and Poplar Creek right now. there's no tornado with it right now, but that could change. And then this other storm down here to the south, near north and east of Liberty, moving towards Macomb. We have a live view of that from Brett Adair. And there's also, if you have the Radar Omega app, you'll be able to pull up Brandon Koppig's stream and see that as well. And you can see it's a pretty ominous looking storm right now, but there is no at least visible tornado with that down on the ground right now. So that's moving towards Macomb. Take shelter now. And the other tornado warning that we have is back here in Texas. All right. So, and this one really doesn't look that impressive anymore. So I'd be surprised if they allowed that to continue to the east. But right now, if you're in Geneva, all the way over to Milan and Sexton, make sure you are taking your safety precautions now. All right. Let's see here. Vaden, my bad. The quick break I took, I got delivered some real water, no longer sugar water, and a hot drink and some cough drops. So should be good to go for a little while. And yeah, so we're going to continue to watch our storm chasers and the radar as this situation continues to develop. And I'm also monitoring chat and Twitter and fielding news and information as it comes in. So thank y'all for doing that. Real quick, I do want to touch up on this again. This is a tornado shelter, I believe, that goes in your garage. Something I need to do is like talk to people who make these things and figure out which one's the best. So if you're a tornado shelter company, hit me up. Let's talk. That way I know, like in the same way that I know which radar app is the best, I can tell you which tornado shelter is. Because as of right now, I don't know. I don't know hardly anything about them. But thank you for that. Whoa. Wow. This is some pictures from Stefan. Here's a snownado for you. It touched down briefly, causing minor damage. The storm kept back building towards the mountains and produced snow. The dew point was in the 30s and the temperatures was in the 40s when the tornado occurred in Falcon, Colorado. Look at that. How crazy is that? Thanks for sending that in. That's really unique. All right. So this storm that's getting ready to hit Macomb is looking, it's still looking pretty nasty. So let's get a better view of it here. And let's see if there's anything. I mean, the velocity on this is still so broad. The reflectivity looks a lot more ominous, I guess, than the velocity does. But there's still, we've got Brett Adair on this storm. There's storm chasers out there. If they see something, I'm sure they'll let us know. But Macomb, everybody in the town of Macomb in southern Mississippi here needs to be taking shelter despite whether we see a tornado or not, because it can change fast. Yeah, thank y'all. Thanks for sending in your stuff. This helps. Lots of people are sending in tornado shelter stuff, though. My inbox is going to be full. But for real, if you're one of those companies, like, I think that there's a valuable kind of thing that we can do together to educate myself. And then also, like, anytime there's a tornado outbreak anywhere, we've got a lot of people watching. So maybe we could help some people out. Already starting to get some damage photos in. This is from somebody on County Road 5141 in Boonville. I don't think that's tornado damage. That's probably straight line damaging winds. And that's going to be a common sight as the day goes on. There's going to be tornado risk all the way through the evening. There's also going to be exponentially so damaging wind and hail risk as we go later on into the day as well. The way it isn't made of plastic? No, I don't think so. I don't know. I'm going to learn, though. The next time we talk about this, I'm going to be the expert on tornado shelters. Vlock says, a note of appreciation from all the truckers out there on the highways and byways, listening to the feed as I drive near Memphis, Tennessee. Hey, thank you. I know we got a lot of truckers that watch. This is pretty valuable information to people who drive cross country. And I'm happy to provide it for you. Through my crackling voice, hopefully you get the message. Curious, what's your household's tornado warning protocol? So we don't have a basement or tornado shelter, obviously, but we have a really nice internal closet. So like we've got a room that's on the bottom floor of our house that is like there's a lot of walls between that room and the outside world. There's no glass in there. There's a little bag in there with shoes and like a little go bag, a little preparedness bag, you know. And we have all of that, and there's never like it'll be quite the event if there's a tornado here where I live. So if you live out here where they're more common, you should have that together as well. Probably even more so than I do, to a greater extent.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
The color change isn't working, so I'm just going to butt in here for a second. We do have a radar confirmed tornado warning. Sorry, you just got that at the same time.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to mention the considerable severe thunderstorm that is exiting Texas and entering Louisiana right now. That does have a 3-body scatter spike on it. So a hail spike is evident, meaning there's some pretty large hail probably happening. That's headed towards the Noble and Zwol area along Highway 171. Now you can get to the tornado warning.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. So we've got a confirmed tornado warning now. Is that the northernmost or the southernmost storm? That's the southern one, right? In Mississippi?
It looks like the northern one.
It's the northern one? Okay. Zach's close to that one. I'm surprised we didn't hear anything from him. All right, let's come up here and inspect this. All right, my lights are changing colors like crazy now. I think it just all, whoa. Something happened and like it all just happened at once just now. So they should be working again. All right. Anyways, we've got a confirmed tornado warning up here. This is going to be for Atala, Carroll, and Montgomery counties in Mississippi. Okay. This is once again a confirmed tornado, and I believe that report comes in from the public. So there was a report that came in about 20 minutes ago in Carroll, Mississippi, from the public. It says a funnel cloud was spotted northeast of Lexington, Mississippi. And then I guess weather spotters then confirmed a tornado 5 minutes ago with that same storm to the south and east of Vaden. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. It's important to remember that if you're in a mobile home out here, that is not a safe spot to be. And unfortunately, this is a really vulnerable area for tornadoes because there are actually a lot of mobile homes in this very specific spot. So hopefully everybody is heeding the warning. You got to get to a sturdy shelter. And this is something that I would do even if you're not in a tornado warning right now. Figure out where you're going to go when that comes through. If you're in Poplar Creek, you've only got a couple of minutes. versus if you're in Eupora, Mathiston, Ackerman, or any of these places downstream, you might have an hour or so. Is there a sturdy, well-built building near you that you can get to take shelter and abandon your mobile home? Because the last place you want to be in a tornado is a mobile home. You're actually worse off in something like that than just standing outside most of the time. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. Mobile homes are not suitable tornado shelters. And by the way, Poplar Creek is included in this confirmed tornado warning. If this remains on the ground, it's going to come right up towards Poplar Creek here within the next little bit. Let me zoom in on that storm with radar Omega, because it is by far our our best map on it. Yeah, there you go. Right there's where that tornado would be. Going to come up through Poplar Creek and Poplar Springs. It's going to go across Highway 407 and 413 to the north and west of Huntsville. So if you live out here, if you're near Kilmichael, Hendricks, or any of these places to the south of 82, that's where this storm's going to go. And it's going to parallel 82 up there near Tomlin and Eupora and Stewart. So everybody needs to be in their safe spot right now. I'm going to hit up Zach. What's going on with him? Hey, Zach, that storm you were on went confirmed. I was just wondering if you saw anything on that. Oh, wow, look at this. Michael David says this was taken at Interstate 55 and Emory Road near West Mississippi. I can't tell. I honestly can't tell if that's, obviously from this image alone, if that's making contact with the ground or whatever, but that's certainly...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's certainly concerning to look at. Because if that is, then that's like a big tornado. New tornado warning just came out. That's also a confirmed warning. I believe that's going to be for our same spot over here. Whenever they do this thing where they upgrade, it's hard for my system to figure out what's going on exactly.
Ryan, we had to pull off for fuel here. We did not see anything. I mean, when that thing crossed, the visibility was extremely low in the first place.
Okay. All right. So Zach didn't see anything. Zach didn't see anything. Our new warning up here, by the way, includes Eupora in Mississippi. And there you go. You can see the polygon on it now in the Radar Omega app. This is an observed tornado warning. We're going to see hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. And if this tornado stays on the ground, it'll go right. Once again, it's going to parallel 82 right up towards Eupora. So take shelter now. If you're in Huntsville, Poplar Creek, Stewart, Tomlin, I hope I'm saying that right, Eupora, Spring Valley, and Walthall, you're in a very dangerous situation. Take shelter now. And this is, once again, a picture that was sent in from Michael David of the apparent tornado. Oh, sorry. That we cannot confirm, I guess, or deny that is actually what the tornado. What I would recommend is that we pretend that is, whether it is or not, let's say that it is a big tornado and treat it as such if you're downstream, and take shelter. What happened to the siren / alarm? I've been trying to hold that back for really special, not special, but like in moments where I am certain that we've got to get your attention. And usually I would do that for a confirmed warning. I just forgot. I'll do it on the next one. So everything that happens with the lights and the warnings and all the graphics and the sounds, that's all automated except for that flashing red light and the siren. I push a button for that. Beth says, thank you for covering this, even though you're not feeling well. Hope you get better soon. Thank you, Beth. I'm fine. Just a little cold. And my lights are really delayed. Andy, if you need to butt in at any time, just do it audibly because the lights are just not, they're not working right now. Here's another storm shelter. That one doesn't look right to me. I don't know. I don't know enough about this to talk about it, so I'm gonna wait until I do. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a confirmed tornado warning for Choctaw, Montgomery, and Webster counties in Mississippi. We've got a tornado on the ground, according to a group of storm chasers out there, and it's moving up to the north and east. Now, here's the thing. Radar doesn't necessarily look the most convincing of that, and also our storm chaser, Zach Hall, was just near the storm, and he didn't see anything. However, there is a photo that we showed that it looks to me like there might actually be a tornado down here. And this was taken just moments ago near I-55 where the storm just crossed. So we're going to assume that this is what's happening here, and we're going to get to shelter. But as of right now, I have nothing else to really I have nothing else to say about it other than get to shelter because we don't have any more information than that. Stewart, Reform, Eupora, Spring Valley, take shelter now. Now, Brad Arnold is out there. Storm chaser Brad Arnold is out there chasing the storm. Dang, which storm is he on? The heck? Is that right? Brad Arnold is way back here towards Silver City. And he's got a really interesting looking storm on his feed. Right now, Brad Arnold is near Silver City, I believe looking north towards Belzoni. And he had a really good view of the base of that storm not too long ago. Yeah, look at that. Now, this storm also doesn't look very impressive on radar as far as whether or not it's rotating. But that is a big storm you can see there with a very clear base. That's moving up towards Kruger and Black Hawk. How's northern Kentucky going to look for the rest of the day? A little bit of rain. A little bit of rain. A little bit of winds. Nothing crazy. Hey, Brad, is that the storm to your north there? Are you in Silver City looking north towards like the Belzoni area?
Yeah, that's that storm near the Belzoni area. We're gonna get up to Belzoni and head east, and then try to get up into it near Kruger. Is my location working for you? Just making sure.
Yeah, it's working fine. I just didn't know if I couldn't tell exactly which part of that storm you was pointing at, but it just updated. I see you're north of Silver City now.
Yeah, it's got a really nice mezzo on it. Visually, it looks a lot better than it does on radar. I'll say that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right, so Belzona, I believe is how that's actually pronounced. Thank you to the person who told me that on Twitter. Any idea how Georgia is going to be impacted from these? Pretty strong line of storms is going to come through, mostly in the form of wind and rain. Nothing crazy in Georgia. Johnson is back. Frank, we can put Johnson back up in the number 6 spot if he's going to stay up. Sadie, thank you so much for the support. Nashville's going to be fine too, just some heavy rain. How about Illinois? Illinois is going to be fine. Really, the concentration of the most severe weather is going to be down here in Mississippi. And look at that. We've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for Sabine Parish in Louisiana. A destructive severe thunderstorm. If you guys didn't know, the National Weather Service here recently started doing these severe thunderstorm warnings tiered like tornado warnings. You know how we have a PDS tornado warning and all that stuff? The destructive severe thunderstorm warning is one of the highest levels that you'll see. And this one was issued for, once again, Sabine Parish in Louisiana. And I believe it's this one over here near Zwol and Shamrock. And that just means that we're going to see extremely strong winds and excessive hurricane force, and more than likely some very large hail with that. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning should be treated as if it's a tornado warning. You've got to get to shelter. You don't want to be in the living room when 80-mile-an-hour baseballs come flying through the windows. All right? And Sabine is Sabine. Okay, I'm going to try to remember all this. Dylan says, listening to Ryan Hall, y'all, pronounce Mississippi town names is bringing me so much serotonin. I'm glad I'm sure it's like half and half. Some people are probably getting a kick out of it, and some people are cringing so hard they can barely stand it. I'm trying my best here. I live in Alabama, a little north of Tuscaloosa. Is the tornado going to hit me? No. Just keep an eye on the warnings and watches as they come out. Here's a picture of some very large hail. 4 miles southwest of Vaden, Mississippi. Look at that. Bigger than quarters. What would that be? Probably like a golf ball size there. We need the daggone halometers out there. Which is something real that we will have probably next spring. If you're just now tuning in, we're doing extended live coverage on a maybe a potential tornado outbreak that's underway here.
Hey Ryan, hey, this is Brad. We are dropping south out of Belzoni. That storm really just took off like a rocket ship. It may produce, but it's starting to get out of the delta and more into wooded area. The storm that is to the southwest looks to really be getting its act together west of Vicksburg, so we're going to backtrack the same way we got here and head back that way. And right there, it looks like to be the happy zone that a lot of the models were picking up on. And there's plenty of dynamics down there to let that isolated cell go. So we're going to head down towards that cell that's northwest of Vicksburg.
10-4. Sounds good. So, looks like Brad is also heading south. Looks like everybody is heading south for the most part. Ethan says, is there a tornado on the ground in Alabama heading towards Tennessee? No. No. Oh boy. Randall McBride, thank you so much for becoming a member. Harley says, do you think we'll see tornadoes in Tupelo even though we're on the edge of the warning? Tupelo, Mississippi definitely is a place where I can't say no, but you're not going to be in the most concerning zone. Honestly, in Tupelo, I would be watching out for flash flooding. That's going to be a big problem up there. But obviously, you do have that risk for tornadoes today. So I would stay on guard until this whole system gets by you in Tupelo, Mississippi. Brian Cantrell says, I appreciate all of you. Thank you. And Tretman 03 says, Ryan, I live in Oxford, Mississippi. Do you know when or where it's going to be an increased risk of tornadoes? If you're in central Mississippi, if you're in the enhanced or moderate risk of severe weather, the yellow or the orange one, the prime time for seeing tornadoes is going to be over the next several hours, starting from right now through 8 p.m. or so. But even beyond that, we could still see tornadoes. So that's about all I can say about that. We're just waiting on things to start popping off. We're hoping that they don't. Hopefully, this is the forecast was completely wrong. That's what we want, but more than likely, that's not going to be the case.
I wanted 10-2 on a silver Ford. Insurance shows confirmed.
I'm in Tuscaloosa. How will tonight look? It's going to storm, but it looks like the most intense severe weather will be to your west. If you're just now tuning in, we have one tornado warning in effect right now. It's in Mississippi. It is a confirmed tornado warning. However, I think it's been a while since it was confirmed, and I can't confirm whether or not it's still confirmed. But the National Weather Service, it still has that tag on the warning. So we want to take it seriously, and we want to be in our safe spots, especially in places like Eupora, Mathiston, and Walthall in Mississippi. I have friends in Starkville, Mississippi. Are they in the no worry zone? Nobody in Mississippi is in the no worry zone, in my opinion. The closer you get to Jackson, Mississippi, the more in the worry zone you are. But in like a radial gradient from Jackson pointing outwards, it gets a little bit less worrying. But the entire state does have some level of severe risk today into tonight. People are having fun in Bloomington. Yeah. One of our chasers dropped out. So another aspect of this storm is the fact that it's snowing up north. So we figured we'd cover that as well. Important. Man, we've had Brett Adair's feed has been out for like 30 minutes. We have the low end. So like we have the low level kinematics in place. The thermodynamics are there. But I think the problem so far, the good problem, is that there's been a lot of storm interaction. There's been a lot of cell mergers. There's been a lot of storms that have tried to get going and then get choked off, and it's harder and it gets harder and harder for these cells to take advantage of the environment in situations like that. But this is expected to change. Not necessarily. Like eventually this will all squall out. This will all turn into a big multicellular or linear line of storms. But between now and when that happens, there will be a window of opportunity for these storms to really take advantage of the increased tornadic parameters.
Barnett and Capital are en route.
But we hope that it just goes away. Probably not going to happen though. It's smart if you're like Shelby and you are in Jackson, Mississippi, and you're watching this stream right now. Shelby, thank you so much for tuning in. This is something that you've got to keep an eye on. I hate one of the reasons why I don't like starting too early. A lot of people ask like, why weren't you live at 1 a.m. this morning, leading up to the storm? I think one of the things that happens is in times of like decreased activity, people think that maybe the threat is letting up or whatever and stuff like that. But it's hardly ever the case. I can't tell you how many times we get off of a tornado warning and I'm like, all right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go eat. And then while I'm eating, like 5 new storms pop up and everything goes haywire. But I'm really glad that there are so many people watching out ahead of the storm where there's no active warnings right now or anything. And you're just awaiting what's going to happen next. That's the best case scenario, because a lot of times, especially in situations like this, let's say we do get a couple big bad boy long track supercells. Once they get on their path, we're going to be able to tell you pretty far out ahead of time where they're going and like what's going to happen with them in situations like this anyways. So it's good that you're watching, even though there's nothing happening in your area. A lot of times a local TV station or radio station, they'll only come on the air when the warning is issued and it's like for your area. I think it's a unique factor that we can be here even before that happens, sometimes several hours before. What in the world is this? Johnny is watching from Wisconsin on the big screen. Is this like that's like a golf thing, like a golf simulator thing, and they've got the stream up on instead of the golf game. I guess they've got the stream up on the screen. That's cool. We've seen somebody put all of the TVs in Walmart on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. We've seen somebody actually put us up in a movie theater, and now we're at what is that? Not Top Golf. It's some sort of golf thing.
Hey
The
Ryan.
more screens, the better. What was it?
Hey Ryan, I've got something for you.
All right,
Lights
go
still
ahead.
aren't working. Yeah, north of Jenna in Louisiana. Now that and that's northeast of Georgetown along Highway 84. Now we're starting to see something pretty worrisome there. Before we were thinking that it was probably some side lobe contamination from the radar, but now we're starting to see a decent hook echo shape to the north of Somerville and LaSalle County. LaSalle County. And that is currently unwarned. So he's got that storm on the radar right there. We're currently the analyst team and myself are currently thinking that that is probably a viable candidate for getting tornado warned pretty soon here. So y'all watch out up ahead in the areas west of Harrisonburg and southwest of Winnsboro in Louisiana.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, that was meteorologist Andy Hill alerting us to a new storm that's trying to cause some problems here near Chickasaw in Louisiana. I would just about bet my bottom dollar they're about to issue a warning for this. And that's going to include Rosefield, more than likely, and Sherwood and Duty. No warning right now, but y'all watch out. And this is where things start to look concerning. Once again, we didn't plan on starting the stream until 4 p.m. It's now 5 p.m. We're getting into the main event. These cells, if they maintain their discreteness as they move up towards Mississippi, they will be the storms of the day. What that means, I can't tell you. What it could mean is that this is going to become a long track supercell and drop multiple tornadoes on its way past Jackson. Hopefully that's not what happens, but that's one of the possibilities here. And it looks pretty concerning because we do have two cells here. We've got one big one back here. We've got a couple trying to fill in. This could be something where we have not just one or two long track supercells with multiple tornadoes. We could have 3 or 4 or 5 at the same time. So right now is where we really have to start preparing ourselves for what's about to happen. Now, I hope nothing happens. Hopefully these storms all fall apart or they congeal into a big line. That's a possibility. But also a possibility is that we're on the brink of a really bad situation here. So if you're downstream in Vicksburg, Jackson, Yazoo City, Forest, Winnsboro, Clayton, Newellton, Port Gibson in Louisiana or Mississippi, things are about to get serious here. So make sure, if you haven't already, get your tornado action plan ready and know what you're going to do if and when that tornado warning comes through. Oh, yeah. And the email inbox is already full of tornado shelter owning people. So I'm sure we'll have some more information on that in the future. Behind the scenes, Sam, one of our writers and lead researcher,
warning has been issued.
Is tracking the storms along with us there with the laptop and an iPad. Got everything up that she needs. Thank you, Sam, for sending that in. And we got a new tornado warning. And that... on it.
That is for the cell that I just talked about, Ryan.
Okay. All right. I'm having a lot of technical difficulties today, guys. Sorry. That is for the cell that Andy just pointed out to us, and the one that we're already looking at here. We'll see the polygon pop up here in a little bit. But as we said, a tornado warning is now in effect, and it does include Rosefield and Sherwood. So take shelter now. This storm is only going to enter a more favorable environment for it to produce a tornado as it moves off to the north and east. So I don't expect it to go anywhere anytime soon. And more specifically, some places that are in the path of this. Once again, Rosefield, Sherwood, Duty, Extension, Jones Landing, Wisner, Gilbert, Dixie Landing, and Harris Landing. So yeah, they've issued this weird kind of shaped warning here. It's probably at the end of a warning area, and we'll see another warning issued by a different office for this section of the storm, but that'll probably come through in just a little bit. No, Nashville is not expecting tornadoes. Excuse me. Kyle Rose says, don't be scared, be prepared. Also, stay calm and get to a safe location when it comes to dangerous situations. Safety first as always. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Kyle. And Virgil, thank you for becoming an official sponsor. The new tornado warned storm just north of Jenna, Louisiana, is the most interesting looking storm right now. If it doesn't interact with any other sails in the near future, it's probably going to keep its very robust kind of like updraft and mesocyclone and only intensify and kind of expand as it goes off to the north and east. This could very well end up being a real problem for Vicksburg, Mississippi. Now, that's hours in the future, at least an hour and a half, 2 hours in the future. But in situations like these, once again, I want to make it very clear that my goal today, and Andy's goal, and everybody involved with this, is to give you a significant heads up. These aren't the kinds of storms, if we're right about the forecast, these aren't the kinds of storms that are just going to go away. Once they establish themselves, they should stick around for a while. And if this is one of those, Vicksburg is technically in the path. It's obviously hard to tell you if the rotating portion of that storm is going to go over Vicksburg or not. I can't tell you that until you get much closer. But if I'm in Vicksburg, I am paying very close attention to this storm as we go forward. I appreciate you guys sending in stuff to Twitter. Remember, do it through the actual, like send a tweet. Don't do DMs. It's hard for me to go through those.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning was just issued in Franklin Parish, Louisiana. And like I said earlier, that's just an extension of the warning that we've already called out here. It's probably on the edge of a warning zone, and two different offices had to coordinate together to put that together. So now, Franklin, Caldwell, and LaSalle parishes in Louisiana are under warnings, and hopefully everybody in those places are getting to shelter now. Walt Hall, Mississippi update. Yeah, I can go check on that real quick. So the storm, for the most part, is staying south of Walt Hall right now. You're still under a tornado warning, but the rotating part of the storm is pretty far to the south. There's Walt Hall. Here's Eupora. This is where the tornado might be. This is going to continue to go in this direction and stay south of Walt Hall. But in respect the polygon, I'm sure you've heard that before. We want to do that, even though it's unlikely that the tornadic portion of the storm is going to go over Walt Hall. We want you in your safe spots regardless. Oh, wow. What kind of office is this? Robert says, severe weather in the deep south in late November. Staying updated with Ryan Hall, y'all, and Radar Omega in my Texas office. Very cool office. Lots of screens. It reminds me of mine. This is the storm we're paying most attention to right now here in Louisiana. Andy did an awesome job pointing this out to us several minutes before the warning was even issued. Now, we've got two warnings technically for this storm that includes Rosefield, Duty, Sherwood, Extension, Gilbert, and Dixie Landing in Louisiana. No confirmation as to whether or not this is putting down a tornado right now, but I don't want to just repeat myself over and over again, but this is going to eventually get into an environment where it likely will. If it isn't already. Josh says, I had to add a TV to the weather room just for you. That's awesome. That's awesome that there are other people with weather rooms. I thought that I was the only person that dedicated an entire room of their house to the weather. But there's definitely more of you out there. And I think that we might have even inspired some new people to join the crew, the weather room crew. We've got so many personal weather monitoring stations across the U.S. I don't think there's any other country that cares about the weather as much as we do here in the U.S. Here, more golf stuff, man. Douglas says, I got Ryan Hall, y'all squad up on my golf simulator room. So okay, you've got a golf simulator room. That's cool too, I guess. All right, Andy, give us the update. What you got?
Cool, it worked this time. Gotta love it. I'm watching the cell near Eupora and Mathiston in Mississippi predominantly now. I know that Reed Timmer is on that cell, so I've got analysts watching just in case he reports anything ground truth there. As it heads probably to the east of Mathiston, I imagine, but or maybe directly at it. So folks in Mathiston, you are under a tornado warning right now, so please be in your tornado safe spots. Take your shoes and your pets and everything and take us with you if you are there along Highway 82 to the west of Starkville. So friends in that area, please have a heads up. It looks pretty nasty from KGWX if you are on the wrong radar site, Ryan.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Let's dive into this one and look at it closer. Once again, it looks like Reed Timmer's on this storm, who I believe has a YouTube stream. I'll pull that up. I don't think that I can show it, but I can watch it too. So just so I can see if there's anything that pops up. And he's on YouTube. Reed Timmer, we all know and love Reed Timmer. I'm trying my best to get him back on our crew of storm chasers. Reed and I worked together a lot in the beginning. But, I mean, he's got his own YouTube channel and all that stuff, so, like, sometimes it just doesn't make sense. So you guys can just pull him up in another window, I guess. All right. This is what that storm looks like right now. By the way, if you're in Eupora or Mathiston, make sure you take shelter immediately. This does look like it's trying to wrap up. Got a nice little velocity couplet down here. And that's probably just going to continue to intensify as it gets closer and closer to Mathiston. So make sure you take shelter. Not a tornado down on the ground or anything, but it could happen sooner than later. We've also got this big storm back here near Rosefield and Duty and Extension in Louisiana. We're continuing to watch that one as well. No updates on it as far as anything else that might happen with that. There are lots of other storms to watch as well. This one looks kind of concerning near Manny in Louisiana. This is to the south and west of the Interstate 49 corridor near Natchez and Montgomery and I've already forgot how to say that. Natchitoches.
Natchitoches.
Natchitoches. Man, that's so... I don't know. Like, you guys, you people need to learn how to spell your cities. That's not how you spell that. But anyways, this storm is definitely looking a little concerning here. One of the things that you look for in a situation like this where you've got supercells forming is, I call it like a right hook, right? This big dangly bit that's hanging off the bottom of this storm is either going to inverse and kind of become outflow dominant like this, or It's not. It's going to curl up and come together like this and form a hook on the bottom of the storm. If that happens in today's environment, it's very likely that that could happen. We've got a tornadic supercell on our hand. However, if the outflow dominant thing happens, if this kind of bows out a little bit, then we might not have to worry about this one for a little bit longer. This is still going to be an extremely strong storm as it moves through these areas, though, whether it's got a tornado on it or not. Big hail core here, lots of strong winds. This is the one that had that destructive severe thunderstorm warning on it. So definitely get ready for that. Interstate 49 between Pleasant Hill and Cypress in Louisiana is about to be a huge mess. Busted windshields, like that's you don't want to deal with that. Okay, and I believe they just continued a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for that storm there as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. We're going to keep an eye on all of these supercells as they continue to cause problems and look more and more concerning here. The one near Rosefield and Extension and Duty is trying to ramp up again. Looks like a little bit more rotation there. And if we come back to the storm near Eupora in Mississippi, also continuing to see that rotation taking a turn for the more impressive side as we go forward. So things are ramping up as we expected they would. And that's pretty much all the updates I have for you right now. We're going to watch these develop and hopefully be the first ones to tell you any breaking news that comes out of these situations. I'm sure we're going to have new warnings and new updates to those warnings here soon. Yeah. And of course, we've got a team of storm chasers out there keeping an eye on everything for us, and I'll keep that up while we monitor this situation. Yeah, these supercells have the ability to be long track. Kind of like big deals, but they also have the ability to kind of really quickly congeal together and nod. So we're hoping for the latter, but we're preparing for the first option, which is the worst option. All of those supercells look interesting if they don't interact with any other cells and they remain they keep their discreteness. They're gonna keep the big updraft that's keeping them alive, and eventually start to rotate. The only thing that will be stopping them is that interaction with other competing cells. So if that doesn't happen, it's going to be a long evening.
On Alejandro Alonso, it's showing Class C Charles status is eligible. The card status reviewed by post office. It shows an expiration date of February 13th, 2020. February 1613. I was right there on the route.
Really not a lot of pictures and videos coming out of any of these storms so far, except for the earlier ones when we saw a couple of funnel clouds. So not a lot to share on that front. Thankfully, if you have the Radar Omega app, you can kind of pull up these storm chaser feeds on your own as well. And go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Yet another cell on the Texas-Louisiana border is ramping up. Seems like we have a favorable corridor of ingredients here for storm development near Brodus, headed towards San Augustine once again, and then we'll eventually follow in the path that we're getting these tracking supercells that eventually lead their way to Natchitoches. So another one just developing back here, and in the last scan, it's ramped up on velocity. You can see that from both the Fort Polk radar in Louisiana, and also from the Houston radar, so you can get some separate looks at velocities there. Not currently warned yet, entering San Augustine County and then Sabine County, and then eventually Sabine Parish in Louisiana. But I imagine with the warnings we've had before that this cell may follow in the path and eventually become warned as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Another storm in Texas that may go tornado warned here soon. So y'all watch out. You got an early heads up there in Broadus, I believe, and Bronson between the Highway 103 and 96 intersection there near Pineland. Every single one of these storms is rotating, some more than others. This storm looks like, remember the little notch down here I was talking about? It looks like right now it's trying to do the more outflow dominant thing. But that one, I think this storm will be one that we watch for a while as it evolves and moves into a more favorable environment. The storm over here that's moving closer and closer to Mississippi and Louisiana is also continuing to look more concerning as the rotating area gets near duty and extension now. And then one more tornado warning up here to the west of Starkville. This has got the most rotation from what I can tell, tight rotation anyways. And that's going to the south of Eupora and towards Spring Valley right now. No visual confirmation of a tornado yet, even though we do have several storm chasers in the general vicinity there. This looks like it would be rain wrapped, though, if it was producing a tornado. So it's probably hard to see. But like I said, Reed Timmer's like right in the middle of it. So I'm sure he'll holler about it if he sees anything. Yeah, so many of you guys are sending pictures and videos of you watching and stuff. And I just want to say thanks again. I really do appreciate you all choosing us to watch. Some of you have no choice. Some of you don't have cable TV and you don't have access to maybe otherwise suitable coverage. But some of you do, and you choosing us, and I really appreciate that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Mississippi. That's going to be for Marion, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties in Mississippi. A brand new tornado warning. And that's going to be on the southern storm to the west of Hattiesburg. So we had this storm that was going through Macomb earlier. We've been watching this one since way back. Shoot, we've been watching this cluster of storms since it was way back here in Louisiana. Now it's getting close to Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And we've got a new velocity couplet here that is spinning up, maybe a tornado here soon for Tilton, Society Hill, Bethel, and Bassfield. And Carson. So make sure if you're in any of those places, you're taking shelter. A lot of these town names are Native American. Yeah, I know. I have. I'm getting better, but Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and a lot of these places in Mississippi are some of them are just weird to pronounce. Yep, so that tornado warning does include Bassfield, Mississippi, Society Hill, Tilton, and Bethel. Take shelter now. It looks like all of the storm chasers that were in pursuit of that have abandoned the storm. So everybody's moving north now. They are weird to go to also. Let's go ahead and switch Brad to number 1. I hope you're well, Ryan. It sounds like you're under the weather. Just a little bit. It's more noticeable the more I talk, but it's no big deal. Wow. Wow, this guy. This guy watches the weather. Tim Whitley got 3 TVs up there. One of them's got Ryan Hall, y'all. The other one, what is that? The Weather Channel and Fox Weather. And then he's got the radar pulled up on his computer. That guy watches the weather. Krista says, your Christmas trees are gorgeous, man. Where did you see? Oh, I put it on Instagram. I see. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I sound a lot worse than what I feel. It's just like when you talk a lot and you've got the slightest little, I don't know, sinus thing going on, it kind of, it makes it more obvious when you talk. I don't know how to explain it. But if you've noticed, I've been a little bit more, I guess, silent than usual. So I'm trying not to talk as much. Because we're going to be here for a while. Ronald, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Yes, Bassfield, Mississippi, northwest of Hattiesburg, is under a tornado warning right now. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. There's more than likely not a tornado down, but it could happen very, very soon near Tilton and Society Hill. Somebody said, Ryan, do you have any tips for being like you? If you're talking about doing the weather on YouTube, just you got to have really good internet. That's one of the main things, and it helps to have an Andy and a really awesome team. Yeah, I'm going back and forth between the storm in Louisiana on the right near the border between Louisiana and Mississippi and the one to the west of Hattiesburg. Right now, the one that's moving towards Mississippi, this still looks pretty gnarly on radar near Extension and Metropolis and Wisner. Take shelter. And then the one near Hattiesburg and Bassfield. This one looks, I think, a little. Actually, you know what? That last scan looks a little bit worse. We'll just have to watch it and see. I still don't think there's a tornado down with that, but this one could produce one here soon. Yeah, this is second severe weather. Second severe weather season, essentially. Fall is technically coined as that, especially down here in the deep south. But it is uncommon. It is actually really uncommon for the severe weather parameters to be as intense as they are today. Not uncommon to see severe weather in fall. Uncommon to see it at this level, or the level that it could be today. Okay, this is kind of dangerous, but also kind of cool. Look at this. Josh, be careful out there. Don't be looking at that. Don't be watching too hard while driving. Storm Chaser, Eli says, Ryan, I'm always watching. Thanks for what you do. You've inspired me as a young teen to pursue my weather passion. Well, you got to love that. You're going to be great, Eli. Just try to avoid sore throats.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Grant Parish, Wynn Parish in Louisiana. All right, so that's back there towards our storm near the town that I've been having such a hard time pronouncing all day. There it is. New tornado warning near Natchez. It's going to go, if this produces a tornado, it's going to go really right across Interstate 49 to the south of Vienna Bend and Natchez and Point Place. So look at this. You see how it's kind of wrapping up a little bit more there. It's still got a ways to go, in my opinion, before it drops the tornado. But look, notice what I was talking about earlier. How this part of the storm can either bow out like this or curl up and kind of do the right hook punch motion. That's what it's trying to do right now. Look at that. The latest frame. You see how it's kind of protruding out this way a little bit more now rather than bowing out like a backward C? That means there could be a tornado forming here right now near Provincal or Natchez in Louisiana, south of Natchitoches. But the velocities still don't look crazy just yet. But this is one to watch. This is one to watch very closely. This is a healthy supercell overall. Thank you. Love you. Dinner is served. Does anybody want to take a guess at what it is? I live in a very small town in eastern Kentucky, so there's not very many options whenever we decide to get something from a restaurant, which is usually what we do when I'm live. Well,
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
all right. So now we've got a confirmed tornado warning for Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties in Mississippi. Confirmed tornado warning for Davis County in Mississippi. let me open up one more thing here. All right, so we're going to zoom in on that as soon as we get our new polygon that pops up here. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, that's for the Bassfield storm that you've been watching. There was a tiny blip of a correlation coefficient, but I didn't think it was associated with a tornado debris signature. It was a little bit offset from the, where the couplet would be the gate-to-gate shear. So what I think it was actually perhaps an area of inflow. This is a heavily forested area, so I think maybe some trees got caught up in some of the heavy inflow. That's not to say that this isn't a dangerous storm, nonetheless. Though, so should be taking immediate shelter in Oakville, Mississippi, and this will head basically towards Bassfield. What's most interesting is the cell just to the south of it, actually near Darbun. That one is quite unique. These cells are just merging up on the southern end and or they're blowing up on the southern end and then merging into the main updraft and choking them off every time. So a rather interesting scenario here, but I think it was confirmed based on that little blip of correlation coefficient. It was there for a couple frames. You can see it from the Jackson radar.
All right. Thank you, Andy. So we do have that tornado warning that's going to continue here for Tilton, Society Hill, and Bassfield. Take shelter now. It's not one of those situations where we can pinpoint exactly where the tornado is and show you pictures and videos of it and stuff. But if there is a tornado, it's somewhere here near Tilton. It's going to continue to the north of Society Hill and then towards Bassfield over the next little bit. So take shelter now. If you didn't for the regular tornado warning, at least do it now for the confirmed or the observed tornado warning there. So we'll keep you updated on that. It does look like certainly this is going to be a dangerous storm and there could still be a tornado down with this, but it does look like it might have been brief or something like that. So we're going to keep watching it and you're going to stay in your safe spot. John, thank you so much for the 20. Cody, thank you. Cody says it's too early for dinner. That's true. That's why I'm waiting. It's actually not. I can't pronounce your name, but they said, just wanted to say thank you. You and your entire team are saving lives. Hunter says the tornado in Natchez has the debris signature.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got a new tornado warning for Holmes, Humphreys, and Yazoo County in Mississippi. So that one's new as well. Is that for this? Yep, that's for this storm right here. That is getting ready to come into the Yazoo City area. It's either going to be for this circulation or this circulation. If I was the National Weather Service, it would probably be for this one. But nope, they went with this one, I believe. That's what they did. We'll see the polygon here in just a second. But we do have a new tornado warning for Yazoo County, Humphreys County, and Holmes County in Mississippi. Take shelter now if you haven't already. We're going to wait for that polygon to pop up, and I'll show you exactly where that is. But otherwise, there's a rotating thunderstorm near Little Sunflower and Kansas Landing. That's a dangerous storm. You want to take shelter even down here. But more importantly, the actual tornado warning, you can see the box now, was issued for Yazoo City, Carter, Eden, Coxburg, Eulogy, and
Ron, you got a copy?
Lexington in Mississippi. So take shelter immediately. That was from...
Ron, you got a copy?
Yeah, what's up, Zach?
I'm just giving you a heads up. We've got a live view, brand new tornado warning just west of Yazoo City, Mississippi. That's what you're looking at on the stream.
All right, so this is a live view of the new tornado warning there. And as you can see, no visible tornado yet. But if there is one, this is where you will see it first. So huge shout out to our wonderful storm chasers who are helping us relay this vital information here. And of course, we do this for the turkeys. We do this for the turkeys. Huge shout out to all the turkeys who are watching right now. You are greatly appreciated. Brad Arnold is also heading down towards Yazoo City as well. You can see his icon in the Radar Omega app. If you've got this on iOS or Android, you can just click on him there and then look. You see his feed.
100%
My goodness,
paved.
there's
Yeah, this is gravel
90
road.
of you guys watching with me right now.
Just gravel right there. I don't know if it.
I feel like Radar Omega has gotten a lot of downloads today. But anyways, you can move, like, you can do this on your phone. I'm doing it on a computer. You can do this on your phone. But you can watch the live stream and you can move it around, and it's nice. It's nice to have. I don't know of any other radar app that does that, as at least not as well. You're just now tuning in. We've got 4 tornado warnings, 1 confirmed warning for Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties in Mississippi. That's the one down there towards Bassfield. I'll update you on that if there's anything new that comes out of it, but right now it just looks like a strong storm. Maybe a brief tornado was down. Another one could come down here soon, so we want everybody to take shelter. But there's no breaking news on that just yet. The other 2 warnings are back in Louisiana. Both of those storms are very strong, and we should probably actually visit those just to see what's up. The one here that just went by Natchez and south of Clarence now, moving past Montgomery, Louisiana. The rotation on it is letting up a little bit again. So, man, it's fighting. Look at that. You see the dangly bit down here. You see the hook. It's trying to become a real traditional hook. But every time it gets blown out, it becomes outflow dominant, which is good news. But whenever that is overcome, if that is ever overcome, this is going to put down a tornado, and it's going to last a long time because, look, this thing's all by itself out here. That's the exact kind of supercell that puts down a long track violent tornado. Is it going to do it? It just depends on this dangly bit. If it dangles to the right, that's bad. If it dangles to the left, it ain't as bad. I mean, it's just... It's as simple as I can put it. So right now we're all right, but we're still under a tornado warning in Cooley and Wheeling and Atlanta in Louisiana. So take shelter now. Yeah, it would have been better if it dangled to the right, we were all right. But that's not correct. It's not meteorologically correct, guys. Thank you. I'm surprised that they haven't issued a warning for this. I mean, they issued a warning for this. Why didn't they issue a warning for this? I mean, this looks more warning. This looks more warning-y. Like, if I'm in Kansas Landing or Elwood Landing or Harworth, I'm watching this storm closely. You can see the supercell structure there. That probably going to be worth warning here soon. Warning worthy. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, dude, look at that. What's going on? Bruh. I mean, neither of these are super impressive as far as the rotation goes, but this one definitely, in my opinion, deserves a warning, especially if the other one does. So we'll see what happens there. That warning, if they did issue a warning for this, it would also include Yazoo City, I believe. So either way, it doesn't really matter which storm it's for. Yazoo City needs to take shelter. Amazing. Joey, congratulations. Joey says, look what came in the mail yesterday. It's a Yalameter Mini. I like the minis the best, honestly. As far as like just looking at them, I think they look the best. Oh, we got a new tornado watch. We got a new tornado watch in Alabama. I know we got a lot of people watching in Tuscaloosa. Well, you'll be watching, hopefully, until 11 p.m. Central tonight, because we do have a tornado watch that's been extended out there for you. 449,000 people under this watch till 11 p.m. Central. A few tornadoes likely, and scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. So storms are going to continue up here. This is not a PDS watch. Our PDS watch is for Mississippi. This is still a pretty high probability watch. A few tornadoes likely.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, we know, dude. Seriously, this right here. I don't know. It is pretty broad. The rotation there is pretty broad, but it's way more broad up here. Either way, two rotating thunderstorms are in the Yazoo City area, and everybody in Yazoo City needs to be taking shelter.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have anything else home for us? Negative, sir. I thought I did. But I don't. Just for tomorrow. 10-4. We're back at the office. Y'all have a good night. Thank you. Scotty, you have a good night as well.
Incredible how many people have awesome computer setups and like TV rooms and stuff that are watching. This is super cool. And cats, and beautiful cats and dogs.
Gary Kelly cannot change. Tavario operator Nathaniel Ray Fulton out of Brandon Valley History. Can you send a picture of that to my Yeah.
Andy, you care to give me a second while I go grab his food?
I got you, Ryan.
All right, guys. I'll be right back.
All right, time for Ryan to get some dinner. I'm keeping on along here. Thank you, Dita Von Pink, for $300 super chat. Much appreciated. Falling during Ian. It's good to hear. It's good to hear that. Much appreciated. We do have one active confirmed tornado warning that does include Bassfield and areas west of Summerall and north of Columbia, Mississippi. At the moment, though, the initial circulation that prompted that has now since, and so it's right here next to me. That one has now since been choked off by a now becoming dominant supercell to the south. That is currently not producing a tornado to the best of our knowledge, but areas near Bassfield and north of Columbia should be in their tornado safe spots. All right, guys. We've been going for, I think, 3.5 hours now. We will be here for another, as Ryan said, 11 p.m. Central. That's at least another 6.5 hours of coverage for you guys in the risk areas today. Okay. So if you need that coverage, you know where to be. We appreciate you all. And we hope we're able to help. And the best way we can help is by you guys relaying what we're saying to the people who are in the path of these storms. So that is the biggest resource that we have. It's you watching the stream right now. All right, good to see you guys. Ryan's gonna eat. If you don't know me, I am a meteorologist, Andy Hill. We have a few meteorologists on the team now. I've been with the team for about 9 months now, so it's been a heck of a ride. So happy to have you all here. Make sure you're hydrating as well. Otherwise, we still have 4 current tornado warnings. One includes areas around Yazoo City and to the north, Eden and Carter. That does not look to be producing a tornado currently, but we do have a healthy supercell, as well as one traveling behind it. That whenever you see 2 supercells in a row up there to the north of Jackson, Mississippi, we call those training supercells. And so these 2 in a line, we have Storm Chaser Zach Hall following them. Have the potential to put down some dangerous, severe conditions there. So if you're in the Yazoo City area, I hope you're watching diligently, and so forth. And again, like the breadth of the storm, or the length of it, essentially is massive. We've got snow happening in Wisconsin, snow happening where I am in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, and it's just incredible to see how large of these storms we can get in the fall season. Other active tornado warnings include areas east of Natchitoches in Louisiana, and also one more here in northeastern Louisiana that is now moving out of the tornado warning area, soon to be canceled, I imagine. So I'm not sure if the National Weather Service is going to extend that one that is headed towards Vicksburg, Mississippi. But if they do, then we will see that soon. It doesn't look like there is any strong tight rotation to me there. So if you're in Vicksburg, which a lot of our chasers are there, we'll be able to give you ground truth pretty soon from our storm chasers that we've got going on here. But right now, it doesn't look like this cell is going to have a continued tornado warning once it heads towards the Tallulah and Vicksburg area along I-20, Interstate 20.
A new tornado warning has been
Now,
issued.
down the risk area, down the line into this evening and night, I know we've had a lot of people from Tennessee, from Western North Carolina, from Kentucky. A lot of people in those areas are going to see rain, maybe a couple of flashes of lightning, but you're just going to get a lot of heavy rain from this as storms congeal into a line up there. So there is nothing to worry about. If you check Storm Prediction Center's website, just Google Storm Prediction Center. The first thing that pops up is going to show you where those risk areas are, and that's made by the best severe weather meteorologists that we've got out there currently. So again, if you're outside of the greens and the yellows and so forth, there you're probably just going to see some heavy rain through the night. Okay, so that includes eastern Tennessee, basically all of Kentucky. You only are under a marginal risk if you're in western Kentucky. I'm only expecting some rainfall predominantly. However, if you're in western Alabama into central Alabama, overnight, these storms in Mississippi and Louisiana will congeal into a line, and you'll likely see maybe some small hail, probably some gusty winds as the storm passes through. And there is a chance for some brief tornadoes that could be embedded in that line of storms. You're used to hearing those words probably. So that's what to expect later on tonight. This is going to be a long day. So that new tornado warning that was issued is for Jefferson, Davis County, and Marion County, Mississippi. That's our Bassfield storm to the north of Columbus. And that is now radar indicated. So no current active tornado is ongoing in that area, but is still a dangerous storm. Okay, so please be taking shelter in the interior-most room in your house, or a basement, or a storm shelter in those counties, Jefferson, Davis, and Marion County. in Mississippi. Ryan is eating dinner right now. If you're just joining us, I know we have thousands of people fluctuating in and out. So Ryan will be back soon. I don't know what he got. I wasn't listening. Very distracted, as you can imagine. All right. So good news is we don't have any confirmed tornado warnings right now, but we still have 5 total radar indicated warnings, which means there's the presence of rotation detectable by our radar systems in the U.S. that there's potential for something to happen at the surface, but we aren't sure yet. So that's why you should be taking shelter and taking cover in these warnings. If you are in them or you know somebody in them, make sure to tell them, and always bring your shoes and pets. All right, I'm watching chat. I see you all. Thank you guys for being here, of course. I don't know what he's eating. I'm sorry. That is not imperative information to cover. It's okay. We'll be watching Zach Hall's feed. Storm Chaser Zach Hall is right next to these Yazoo City tornado warning cells. That is definitely an area for concern. And these do have some clear slots. They won't be totally rain wrapped. So before evening falls here, we should be able to see something if Zach Hall is just in the right spot, which it looks like he will be. So we're about to get some Storm Chaser ground truth for these storms here near Yazoo City, Mississippi.
Hey, Andy, we just heard from Steph that Ryan is eating Applebee's.
Wow, that was extremely important. Yep, Applebee's sponsored on stream. Let's go. Thank you for that imperative information that I just mentioned, Riley. So important. Okay. Right now, if you're wondering and you're following along, you're like, okay, what's the weather stuff behind this? Right now, we don't see the several confirmed tornadoes happening at the same time. We've had a couple of confirmed warnings, but we aren't necessarily seeing probably what's in your head that reflects what an outbreak would be, right? What's happening right now is we don't really have the winds aloft. The winds aren't blowing hard enough for these cells to really spin up like a ballerina, so to speak. Once those winds accelerate, which will happen during sundown, that's when our risk maximizes, sundown into the early nighttime hours here in the central time zone. Once that happens, that's when we'll start seeing these storms probably produce some more readily visible tornadoes on radar. So right now we have seen dispersed and probably some weak tornadoes from time to time, but again, we've got several hours to go in the primary risk areas today in Mississippi, Louisiana, and even southeastern Arkansas into the Memphis area in Tennessee. So plenty of storms to come. You can kind of see it on this radar right next to me. Like they're just dotted all over the place. So what that means is that we'll get multiple waves of them coming west to east over time. So while we may be in a bit of a lull, even though we have 5 active warnings, we may be in a little bit of a lull comparatively to what might happen later tonight. It's still good coverage that we need to be putting out. The Natchitoches warning is looking more interesting. On Natchitoches, I see on the radar probably mostly a contaminated image of this. I don't think there is very strong rotation with that, but it is still a mature supercell, and it does still have an active tornado warning associated with it. So if you're in Wheeling or Atlanta along Louisiana Road 34 off of Highway 71, then I would be in a storm. I would be in your tornado safe spot, and then Winfield, Louisiana down the line from there. So yes, definitely something to look at for sure. And I also want to note to the southeast of San Augustine is still looking concerning. In fact,
A new tornado warning
really
has been issued.
right in the same second that I said that, there was a tornado warning issued for San Augustine County, Texas. There it is. All right, right on top of it. Nice. I don't know how I do it, guys. I swear I don't know how to do it. I don't know how it happens, but they always are right on the same line, right? The same brain wavelength as I am. Welcome back, Ryan. How's your food?
It was great. It was great. It was Applebee's. And yeah, okay, let's talk about let's talk about this tornado warning over here. All right, so I want to go through all of these because we do have we have a couple new ones, we have a couple old ones, we have a lot. I think this is the most tornado warnings we've ever had where it doesn't feel like we have a lot of tornado warnings. I don't know what the deal is. I think it's because none of them are confirmed and all that stuff, but it's very important that we treat these warnings as seriously as they are. And because I promise you guys, there is going to be, something's going to happen here over the next little bit. And I don't want anybody to lose any sort of sense of urgency that they may have had in the beginning because we haven't seen anything crazy yet. This is how a lot of systems work, okay? We've got a lot of warnings. Let's talk about the newest ones. The one over here near San Augustine, that's a big velocity couplet there. This is going to go up towards Manny and Zwol in Louisiana. That was the one that was most recently issued. That's going to be for Jefferson. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's going to be for San Augustine and Sabine parishes in Louisiana. And then, of course, it does include a little bit of the Texas as well. And that's going to continue to move off to the north and east. Ford's Corner, Geneva, Isla, Milam, all these places in Texas take shelter now. And then in Zwol, Loring, and Negrit in Louisiana, you take shelter as well. Down the line a little bit, this supercell is the most...
This thing is definitely rotating. I would be surprised if it doesn't produce here pretty soon.
Okay, that was Zach. I'm going to check on him right here in a second. But this next supercell, this has been the most good-looking supercell of the day. However, it still isn't producing a tornado, I don't believe. So we'll see what happens. If this one continues off to the east, by the time it gets to Vicksburg, it's probably going to be a problem. If it doesn't fall apart or get squalled out before then, it's probably going to be a big problem. So we're going to watch that one closely. We've got a tornado warning. We've got a couple tornado warnings over here with these storms near Vicksburg. None of these look significant at all to me. I mean, definitely severe weather. We're talking about hail, wind, and all that stuff. But the rotation is hardly notable as of right now. Okay, so I'm going to skip over that one a little bit, but we want you to take shelter if you're in those counties. The Basefield storm is also a little bit lackluster right now, but it's still rotating. And this one could definitely produce a tornado at any time. So we want you to take shelter in Bethel and Bassfield and Carson. Now, last but not least, this storm up here near Yazoo City is it's got two big areas of rotation in it, and we've got storm chaser Zach
Ryan, you got
Hall.
my stream.
It's given us a view of this. Wow. Yeah, let me yeah, I'm seeing that. Is that can you repeat that? Did you say you saw rotation in there? Let me get his exact location for us because that's an impressive looking.
I'm sorry, Ryan. A deputy stopped to talk to me. Can you repeat?
I just wanted to confirm that you've seen some rotation on that storm.
Yes, it's been rapid at times. It's kind of cycling, it looks like. We're just southwest of Yazoo City on this north-south highway. If it doesn't produce soon, I don't really know what else is going to produce.
Yeah, I agree. That is a nasty looking storm in real life, obviously, and on radar. Frank, let's get Zach in the number one spot. I'm going to put Zach's camera above my head because we're going to have to go back and forth between him and radar. But Yazoo City here is potentially in the direct path of a developing tornado. You can see the big hook. You can see this is where Zach is. This is where Zach is right here. And obviously we saw that the big storm, the big lowering. that, and this is where the velocities are meeting up and causing a problem. That's going to go right over Yazoo City. Now, is it going to produce a tornado before it gets there? I don't know. Hopefully not, but it definitely has the ability to. So hopefully everybody in the town of Yazoo City is in their safe spot right now, because this is a dangerous storm. And I mean, this is just, we've done a really good job of calling this one out ahead of time. So if something bad was to happen, there's really no excuse for anybody not to heed the warning, as this is, Yazoo City's been under the gun for the majority of the day, at least for the past hour or so. We've been going on and on about it. So everybody get to shelter now if you haven't already. You need to get there. And this is what the storm looks like right now, as per our chaser, Zach Hall. That's the base of it right there. You see lightning's picking up. That's usually indicative of a storm getting stronger. And in a case like this, the storm needs to get stronger for the cell to really take advantage of the environment and produce a tornado. There are 2 cells that have embedded areas of circulation north and south of Yazoo City, Mississippi. Here's a picture from Zach. A beautiful storm. I retweeted that, by the way, if you want to check that out on Twitter. Follow Zach as well. The way that a lot of these storm chasers make it is by having a following, an independent following of their own. We try to help out with that. Oh, you made that up. Ryan Hall, watching you here in Tennessee from Convective Records Studios. If that's really the name of it, that's pretty interesting. Because I think it is. Your name is Convection Band. Very cool. Very cool name. What's the genre of music? Weather nerd music? I'm gonna check it out.
Hey Ryan, appears the green light is not going through again, but take another look at Bassfield cell again. Now that we've had the merger happen in a dominant supercell and thus updraft overtake, we have had a few frames now of a probable gate to gate, or a probable couplet here on velocity that looks rather intense.
All right. Thank you, Andy. We're back down here on the storm near Bassfield, Mississippi. Sorry. And you can see a very prominent hook now. You can see the rotation on velocity. And yeah, it does look like we've got, this is definitely the most concerning this storm has looked, in my opinion, for a while. So this is south of the town. It's going to be moving south of the town of Bassfield. It's going to be moving towards Ebenezer and Bethel within the next couple of minutes. Now, it is going to, if it continues on the trajectory that it's going right now, it'll go just south of Bassfield and then towards Cantwell Mill. But we want everybody in Bassfield and the surrounding areas to take shelter, because this is a dangerous storm. It's evening now. It's 6 o'clock. It's the time of day where if anything bad's going to happen, it's going to be here soon. So hopefully that doesn't happen here around Bassfield. But if it does, you've been warned. So go ahead and get to your shelter. Another really interesting video of the storm near Yazoo City from Zach Hall. Wow. Wow. Just looking through Twitter.
Negative, no people.
Trying to see if there's any new information. Yeah, I still think a couple of the more interesting areas is going to
A
be
new
here
tornado watch has
near
been
Yazoo
issued.
City, and then of course the cell near Basefield. Both of these are ramping up quickly. Once again, I want to take note of the dangly bed on the bottom of this storm here, how it's going from pointing towards the left to now pointing towards the right. If that curls all the way up there, we will have a tornado come out of the storm. Hopefully it doesn't go through Bassfield. And then
Well,
same
Ryan,
thing up here.
unfortunately,
A
that
new
is
tornado
on the
warning
ground
has
now.
been
You can
issued.
see it.
It is on the
from
ground.
Both from Jackson and New Orleans radar. We have a correlation coefficient drop.
Okay. All right. So it does look like, unfortunately, it is on the ground, and now we've really got to get to shelter if we're not already. In Bassfield, in Ebenezer, which is probably where the tornado is right now, specifically near Highway 35, south of the town of Bassfield, moving towards Bethel, Morris, and the Highway 42 corridor between Melba and Bassfield. Right now, in Bassfield and Cantwell Mill and in Morris, it's pouring the rain, it's hailing, the wind's blowing really hard. What's going to happen is within the next, I don't know, 5-10 minutes or so, all of that's going to stop. But the storm isn't over. This little clear slot here is what separates these towns from a tornado on the ground. So stay in your safe spot. Even when the noise calms down, stay in your safe spot until we say it's time to come out, because it does look like a tornado is on the ground heading towards the greater Bassfield area. And we know that from an apparent correlation coefficient drop, a tornado debris signature, which is visible from 2 different radar sites. And it lines right up with that velocity couplet. And so, yeah. Has the National Weather Service upgraded that?
No, there has been no upgrade.
Okay. Sure, I didn't miss it. So, yeah, there you go. Very strong storm with a tornado likely down, moving towards Bassfield, Mississippi. And, yeah, that is the Bassfield. We obviously we don't want to scare anybody, but everybody in this area knows just how important it is to take shelter in a situation like this. So hopefully we've got people doing that, as it does look like the first real bad situation of the day may be trying to unfold here south of Bassfield. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning. Well, we've got multiple tornado warnings. We've got 6 in effect right now. Most of them are in Mississippi, and the other one's in Louisiana.
Has been issued.
Okay, so a lot of new ones are coming out right now. We just got one for Choctaw, Clay, and Webster counties in Mississippi. We're up to 7 warnings now, but the one that I'm paying the most attention to is the one that's moving towards Bassfield, Mississippi right now. Thankfully, I think the downtown area, I think that the actual tornado might try to go to the south of town, but it's too hard to pinpoint exactly what's going to happen here.
This
There we
tornado
go.
warning
Now we're
has
confirmed.
been upgraded.
All right, so we've got a confirmed tornado on the ground for Covington, Jefferson, and Lamar counties in Mississippi. You got to take shelter now. This is a dangerous situation. A tornado is down, and it's moving towards Bassfield, Cantwell Mill, Morris, and Melba in Mississippi. This is a dangerous situation. The strongest storm of the day so far is getting ready to go through this area. We want you to get into the lowest, most interior room of your home, preferably underground. preferably underground. But if you can't get underground, make sure you at least get into the most interior room of your home, like a closet or a bathroom, whichever one has the least amount of glass and has the least amount of walls that face the outside world. That's how you're going to get through this. That's going to be the best way to get through this situation here, okay? So we got a confirmed tornado on the ground there. We also have several other storms, guys. I mean, look at this. This is nuts. We've got 7 total tornado warnings. A lot of these have strong signs of rotation. The one here near Eupora, Mississippi, looks pretty concerning. The one up here near Yazoo City still looks very concerning. And that's going to be moving up towards Eden and Ebenezer. And thankfully, we've got Zach Hall on that one, but I don't think he's seen anything just yet. But back here, we've got Newellton and Vicksburg under a tornado warning. And then, of course, all the way back into Texas and Louisiana, we've got more of them back there. But right now, I think it's important that we keep a very close eye on this one, the one near Bassfield, because that is a nasty-looking storm, and it's producing a tornado. And that last frame there, notice how this
A new tornado watch has been issued.
piece of the storm here, that's likely where the tornado is. Notice how it kind of is trying to float up a little bit. We hope, and it looks to me like the most likely scenario is that if there is a tornado down, it's going to go to the south of town. But there is a very good chance that this kind of goes up into the forward flank of the supercell in like a part of its recycling phase and take it right through the town. So we just want everybody in that area in their safe spot. And hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Downstream, we're worried about Mount Horeb, Seminary, Sumrall, Higgins, Wild, Willowtown, Bethel, Oak, Bowery, and Bethel. 2 Bethels over here. And Sanford. If you are in any of those places in Mississippi near Bassfield, you are in the path of a very dangerous storm that currently has a tornado down on the ground. So take shelter immediately. Wow. Nuts. I don't know if there's any. You would think, I don't know, it's getting dark out, so maybe there's not going to be any video or pictures of it, but you would think we would see something. But I don't know. I haven't seen anything yet. If you guys see anything online from this storm, make sure you tag me in it. Send it to me. It can be helpful. Randy Smith has been a member for 19 months. I can't even believe I've been doing this that long. Thank you, Randy. New mesoscale discussion just came out talking about the potential for significant tornadoes. If this supercell right here continues the way that it has been, this will be a candidate for producing one of those. Hard to tell what just happened there, that last scan. Go ahead, Andy.
Ryan, I'm most concerned about the area west of Starkville. That was just issued a new tornado warning a few minutes ago, but south of Mathiston, that from the Columbus radar, KGWX, looks incredibly concerning to me over the last few frames in the area of bounded weak echo region.
All right, thank you, Andy. We're going to go up there and take a look at that. Yeah, there you go. All right, here we go, guys. This is another very dangerous situation unfolding as a rapidly developing tornado, or a tornado is currently happening just to the southwest of Mathiston, moving up towards the town. It'll go towards Faba and just to the north of Starkville as well. Everybody in Starkville needs to be in their safe spot, though, as you are included in this tornado warning. This is the rotation. This is the area of rotation that we're concerned about. This what he was talking about, the bounded weak echo region, the big donut hole here. It's a bad sign because you can't see this thing. It's wrapped in rain. You've got heavy rain on every side, essentially, of the tornado. So it's shielded in rain. It's hidden. You can't see it. It's moving fast, and it's moving towards a pretty, a populated area near Mathiston there in Mississippi. So if you know anybody out here near Starkville, Faba, or Mathiston in Mississippi, please call them, text them, let them know what's going on, and let them know that this tornado warning, they should take seriously if they don't usually do that. So things are starting to get a little bit more intense here as we cover this ongoing severe weather situation. The storm down here near Bassfield still looks crazy. My goodness. I would say that we should hear something soon about like what's going on down there. Hopefully we got people listening to radio feeds and all that good stuff. But yeah, there's definitely something going on just to the south of town. Not sure if there's still a tornado down or not. But if there is, the next place it's going to go through is Cantwell Mill. It's going to cross Highway 42 just to the south of Bassfield. And then it's going to move up towards Seminary. Okay, Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. Man, there are so many halls in the weather world.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
We got a new confirmed warning for Choctaw, Clay, and Webster County, Mississippi. So that's for the more northern storm. This one down here in Bassfield, though, Jordan Hall reports a multi-vortex tornado near Bassfield at 5:15 p.m. That was 3 minutes ago. Multi-vortex tornado on the ground near Bassfield 3 minutes ago. Hope to goodness everybody got to shelter. Now it's going to go towards Cantwell Mill. All right. Cantwell Mill, take shelter now. Mount Horeb, all these places near Seminary. You're next in line. This one ain't going away anytime soon. So get to shelter now. All right. Additionally, we've got another confirmed tornado warning up here. And I'm assuming, Andy, can you confirm that was the one near Starkville for me?
Yes, Ryan.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
All right. So there you go. We've got a very well-defined now tornado debris signature as per the correlation coefficient, and then also a very good-looking couplet here on velocity. That's going to go towards Mathiston. We want everybody to take shelter now. I'm hoping that it goes to the north of Starkville, but these kinds of storms, sometimes they'll make a sudden sort of right turn, kind of like right at the last minute. So this could parallel the highway here between Mathiston and Starkville and get closer to the town. Nevertheless, we want everybody in Starkville in their safe spots and not risking it because this is a very, very dangerous situation. There you go. If you guys haven't seen this before, that blue dot there indicates to us that there are things in the sky that shouldn't be there. Whether it be leaves, sticks, bricks, or anything like that, the radar can tell us that there's something different than hail and rain right here. And because it correlates with the velocity scan, we can assume that something is sucking up the stuff that shouldn't be there and putting it up in the sky, if that makes any sense. So that's how we can confirm via radar that there may be a tornado there near Mathiston. So take shelter now. And let's see here. There is a video. There is a video of the tornado near Bassfield. I've retweeted it. I've retweeted it on Twitter. Make sure you go look at that. It's from a storm chaser. Those guys get all mad if I show it for whatever reason, so I'm not going to. If you want to look at it, though, it's on my Twitter, @Ryan Hall, y'all. Okay? So that looks like a pretty bad one, okay? It's coming together quickly. Jordan Hall also confirmed that it was a multi-vortex tornado, and yeah, that was just south of Bassfield not too long ago, and that's more than likely still on the ground as it's moving off to the east. Yeah, look at that. Latest scan there. That looks to me like it could even be a debris ball. It's hard to tell, though, as the correlation coefficient. It's hard to look at that in this situation because of all the contamination that's going on with the clear air that's coming into the storm. But nevertheless, Cantwell Mill, Mount Horeb, Seminary, all these places need to be in their safe spot. This is a very dangerous storm. Very, very dangerous storm. Same thing to the west of Starkville. That's a concerning sign right there. Hopefully everybody in Matheson is in their safe spot. It's a very dangerous storm. In Starkville, even though we're pretty sure this is going to go north of you, we want you in your safe spot as well. Yeah, and if you want to look at what that storm near Bassfield looks like, it's on my Twitter, or if you don't even want to go to mine, it's on Landon Schaefer's Twitter. Landon WX10 is his name. Yes, this is a dangerous tornado near Bassfield. All tornadoes are dangerous. Even the ones that don't get the PDS warning are dangerous, just in case anybody's confused about that. You still want to take shelter for this one, I promise you. Yeah, I'm glad that went to the south. That was literally probably 3 miles away from downtown Bassfield when it crossed the road there. I don't know if we've still got a tornado with that or not. The radar is really hard to confirm it with radar. But if we do, it's going to come right towards Seminary. So hopefully you guys are still sheltered and you don't come out until this thing gets by.
All interests in Choctaw County as well as Tippahah County. Currently just south of Matheson, there's a tornado on the ground. Crossing.
Still looks like there's a little bit of a debris signature there south of Matheson. You want to follow it. That's where the tornado probably first, I guess, touched down. It looked like it made it maxed out there just to the south of Matheson, and now maybe, hopefully, it's lifting. It's hard to tell. Nevertheless, there's still a tornado in there, and it's rain wrapped, and you're not going to be able to tell if it's coming or if it's going in Starkville. Which, if it does keep going in the same direction that it's going right now, it might get a little dangerously close to Starkville. Notice that slight right turn right here. So, obviously, Starkville's in the warning, so we want you to take your safety precautions now. James says, I'm in Matheson. James, get to your safe spot. Hopefully you're super chatting from your safe spot right now. And this is true. Ryan Hall, y'all's Twitter mentions right now. 140,000 notifications. It's probably correct. Storm Chaser Nick is another good one to follow on Twitter. He posts memes about the weather. Max says, "Hey, I wanted to ask you, how can I find a good radar like yours on the internet?" It's easy. Just Google search Radar Omega. You can get it on the computer. But the base version is for your phone, iPhone or Android. And that's the way that I would recommend starting to use it. It's what I use. Yeah, we still got a pretty evident tornado debris signature here. There's probably still a tornado on the ground. Thankfully, it went south of Matheson. It's going to go towards Faba and Starkville next. Let's check in on the storm down here near Bassfield. It looks like the tornado is... It looks to me like the tornado is probably lifted. It's hard for me to say for sure, but that's what it looks like to me. But still, in Seminary and Mount Horeb, we want you to be in your safe spots. We don't want to... we don't want to play around with storms like these. Hey, thank you, Akai. That's very sweet.
A new tornado warning.
New tornado warning for Holmes and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. Go check on that one. All right, so this is an extension of the warning that was for the storm that just went through Yazoo City. Now we've got Goodman, Durant, Earlyville, Hoffman, McMillan, and the I-55 corridor between Edsville and Pickens in Mississippi under a tornado warning. Under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. That's a big one. It goes all the way out to Ethel, McCool. Yeah, so they're pretty confident that this is going to continue for a while. Trey Babick says, blink twice if you actually hate Radar Omega, but can't say it because of those fat checks. I actually really do like Radar Omega. You can ask any of the people here who have been a member of the channel since long before we ever had anybody wanting to sponsor us, when we had like 20 people watching or whatever. I talked it up back then just as much as I do now. There are lots of radar apps. Radar Omega is the best. It's not even an opinion of mine. It's
a
objective.
New tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got another tornado warning in Louisiana. Make sure I'm going to the right one. Can confirm Ryan loves Radar Omega. It's true. It's true. So we got this little one back here for a tornado warning. Near Zwol. And that's what the new warning is for. It's just a continuation of this storm. So now we've also got Fort Jessup, Robeline, Belmont, Marthaville, and Provencal under a tornado warning there in Louisiana. Man, we just literally have a line of tornado, not a line, but a train of tornado producing thunderstorms here. It's kind of working over the same areas over and over again. We had a big tornado drop there near Bassfield. That's since lifted. We also had a tornado drop up here near Starkville, I think maybe even it has lifted. It looks like it. So, still want you in your safe spots in Starkville, though. This could come back down at any moment. Now there's a big radar app argument in the chat. I love it. Oh, there you go. Look at this. This is honestly very non-productive. But you guys are just super awesome at distracting me. The mechanical has been here for 20 months. Go look at the stats and see how many subscribers I had 20 months ago. It wasn't enough to land a sponsor. It says, I also confirm Ryan has loved Radar Omega from the beginning. So there you go. Proof. Boom. Thank you guys for all the support, by the way. We currently have 5 tornado warnings. Most of them are in Mississippi. We've got those confirmed warnings for Clay, Covington, Webster counties in Mississippi. Those tornadoes that confirmed those warnings, I believe, have lifted, but they're still dangerous storms and they could come back down at any moment. So we want to stay sheltered in those counties. And then in Holmes and Yazoo County in Mississippi, we've got a radar indicated tornado warning. And then back in Louisiana for Sabine Parish and Natchitoches Parish in Louisiana, we have a tornado warning, radar indicated. Lots of people asking about the differences between the apps. Man, the coolest thing for me, like right now, I'm looking at Radar Omega. I can do this on my phone, iOS or Android. We've got storm chasers out there, right? You see this one right here, Brandon Kopic. Let's say you lived right here, and you're like, man, what does it look like down there on the interstate? You just click on him, and boom.
Get going east, I'll feel a little bit better.
You're watching.
It's really weird. I don't know exactly what's wrong today because even like a mesoanalysis, everything looks.
And you got all the temperature and all the storm data on there, and like you can't do that in any other app. You also got Brad Arnold right here. And then not only just the moving storm chasers, but there's stationary tower cams as well. That, you know, there's just all over the map here. You just click somewhere and boom, you got a live camera. It's cool. I mean, it's just cool. Like, it's something I always wished was in my radar app, but it wasn't. And then, of course, it's just good. Like, it's fast. It updates fast and all that stuff. Like, it's just a good app, man. Stop making me talk about it so much. You guys are complaining about it. Quit asking questions. Ryan, you should be checked that you don't have pneumonia. I will. I promise I don't feel that bad. It's just talking. Talking makes it worse. That's why I'm being a little bit more quiet. Robert, thanks for being a member. Lots of people becoming new members tonight. Thank y'all. 20 months from now, you guys will be here and you'll get your 20-month membership reminder. And I'll be like, guys, even before I got sponsored by this allergy medicine, I did suffer with allergies. You can ask them. Or cold medicine or whatever it was. Cheyenne, thank you.
36 is Romeo Alpha India 9931 RAI 9931 Lakeland eastbound coming up on Vine Drive. We haven't come to the stop yet.
25
Roscoe says, "Hey Ryan, I'm a new subscriber. I noticed you were in Kentucky. I'm in Shelbyville. What parts are you in? I'm in Eastern Kentucky. I'm over here in the parts where apparently we don't own shoes and still use outhouses and stuff."
We are moving. Storm appears to have passed right north of us. We're headed back to our station.
Andy, any thoughts on how everything's going?
Well, in my opinion, it's probably going just about as expected, maybe on the lower end of things. But again, we're starting to see better vertical wind profiles out of Jackson. And I can show you those real quick if you want. I'll send you one so you can pop it up. But you're talking about the curved noodles, all right? Everyone likes the curved noodles. Thank you, Christy, for the $50, by the way. I saw that. And that curve is going to start showing up the larger loop there. So I'll send that along and a comparison to what it previously looked like, so that we can take a look at how it's evolving through the night as the winds start to accelerate up in the atmosphere up there.
All right, yeah, sounds good. We're gonna look at this photograph. What up here? All right, can you guys see that? Yeah, there we go. An observed sounding, I believe, from Jackson. And the noodle here, and once again, we might have somebody else give a more technical explanation here, but I always like to explain it this way because it makes sense to me. So maybe it'll make sense to you. But this is the noodle, right? Whenever they're curved, they're dangerous, especially when they're curved this way. Now, there's a curve, and then there's a beefy curve. All right. The larger the curve, the more area under the curve, usually, the more, I guess, impressive the photograph is. This is showing definitely potentially tornadic conditions as far as wind shear goes in the upper levels of the atmosphere. But how they get this is they send the balloon up. You ever seen the National Weather Service or heard about the National Weather Service sending up weather balloons? You think, what do they do that for? Well, this is one of the big reasons. And what they do is they send the balloon up, and the balloon, records information, and the wind speed and direction changes as you go higher and higher up into the atmosphere. And this plots that onto a graph, and they call that a photograph. And that's what we're looking at here. So you can see that winds are turning and changing and kind of supporting cyclonic rotation as you go higher and higher in the atmosphere, which is normally what we look for when we're on the verge of seeing tornadoes. Yeah. Beefy. I don't know why, but that's the word that makes the most sense. I think enlarged photographs is what you're supposed to say, but I like beefy. We've got 5 tornado warnings, 4 cells. 4 cells, 5 warnings. One is west of Starkville, Mississippi. One is east of Basefield, Mississippi. Another one's northeast of Yazoo City. And another one is up there near Sabine Parish in Louisiana. A PDS tornado watch and a moderate risk still remains in effect for all of the original regions that they were issued for. Oh boy. Thank you guys for tagging me on this on Twitter. I think we confirmed that this is real. But apparently this is a photo of the tornado near Bassfield, Mississippi tonight. I believe that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. That's a big tornado, but that's what it looked like there. That's not what it looks like now, though. I do believe that this storm, I don't know. I mean, I definitely don't believe it looks like that right now, but there's still it's very likely that a tornado could either come down out of this storm that just went through Bassfield, or there is a new one slowly developing right now, moving up towards Willowtown. You look at this little hook here. Velocity, you can see that there is a lot of rotation here. So if I'm in Willowtown, I'm taking shelter here. We know what this storm is capable of. We've seen the pictures. This is it. This is what that storm did not too long ago. It can do it again. Is Kentucky in the tornadic zone tonight? No. No. It should be about ready to start raining here where I am, though. Dang. Actually, it's been raining up here. Kentucky's out of the woods. It's done in Kentucky for the most part. Everybody behind like a line from Lexington through Bowling Green down through Little Rock, there's like cold air that's pushing down this way. So Kentucky's fine. Go to sleep. It's only 6:46 p.m. Eastern, but go to sleep. Eastern Tennessee's getting in on a lot of the heavy rain right now. Western portions of Alabama need to stay aware through the evening. Obviously, central Mississippi. There's some severe thunderstorms around Nashville. But for the most part, everything is staying down here in the deep south. If we go way up north, you can see it's snowing still in Wisconsin, Iowa, UP of Michigan. Lots of rain up there in the Great Lakes region. A gusty line of showers is forming in Illinois. This will go through Chicago later. All this is going to continue to go to the east and eventually bring a bunch of rain and a little bit of snow to the northeast and the mid-Atlantic regions. You remember my video, we talked about how this is a huge storm. It technically goes from way up in Canada, and there are little bits of storm all the way down here towards central Mexico. So yeah. Yeah, storm up here near Willowtown, Station Creek, and Bethel in Mississippi still looks pretty concerning. Make sure you're getting to your safe spot. We might have some trouble out of this storm near Hazelhurst later. We will continue to have problems out of this storm up here. Pretty good rotation near Goodman and Earlyville in Mississippi. Tornado warning for Pierce Chapel, Multana Springs, Shady Grove. Also a tornado warning just to the north of Starkville. Looks like that storm missed Starkville to the north, just like we thought it would. So Starkville, you can come out of your safe spot, but you're not out of the woods, as this storm will eventually become a problem for you. Back here into Louisiana, this storm is just nuts. Like, this is a big storm. This is the kind of storm that should be, in a theoretical situation, this is the kind of storm that should be producing tornadoes tonight. And it may have for a brief period of time, and it still has the opportunity to as it goes to the east. Remember, the farther east these go, the more likely it will be that they are able to produce tornadoes. And then we've got a tornado warning back here for Marthaville, Shamrock, and Robeline in Louisiana. So a very widespread storm system. I don't know. This one down here that went through Bassfield it looks pretty interesting.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in Louisiana. I don't know exactly where yet. I'm going to wait for that to pop up and let you know.
That's for the Ola Talos cell in northeastern Louisiana, Ryan.
Okay. All right. So that's the one. That's that big one that we were talking about. It's been producing tornado warnings on and off all night. And now it's producing another one. It's a radar indicated warning, but there is an interesting amount of rotation here just to the north of Ola, moving towards Spalding. From there, it's going to go towards Clarkson, Holum, and Copenhagen in Louisiana. So take shelter now if you're out in front of this one. This one could become a pretty nasty troublemaker if
a new tornado
it's allowed
warning
to
has been issued.
Do what it's supposed to do in this environment. That storm is the one to watch, I think. Let's see here. There's another new tornado warning. And that's off to the north and east. So let's just go. We got 6 tornado warnings total. We've got Clay County, Mississippi, Covington County, Mississippi, Jones County, Mississippi, Caldwell and LaSalle Parish, Louisiana, Holmes County, Mississippi, Sabine Parish, Louisiana. All under tornado warnings. I'm going to bring our radar to Louisiana to really kind of keep an eye on this storm near Ola. You see we've got a donut hole there, especially up in the tilt. So yeah, that one I'm kind of concerned about it. So let's watch it pretty closely. Christy, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, "I'm sorry I'm late. It's no big deal. Thank you." Bomesy says, "I'm a trucker in Huntsville, Alabama, heading to Memphis tonight. How's it looking for my trip?" It's gonna be a rough trip. I think you'll miss most of the severe weather, but it's definitely gonna be rainy, windy, just a nasty drive for you. Becky Parsons, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. Terry Glance says, "I'm just helping the cause. Plus, I've been watching the channel since the beginning. I keep on doing what you're doing, Ryan. You've done so much these past few handfuls of months. It's not much, but it's what I can do." Hey, Terry, you didn't have to do anything. Everybody that's watching right now, if you just slap the like button, you might as well have sent me $100. Like that, like seriously, nobody has to do any super chatting. It's appreciated, but it's not required. Dita Von Pink, I think Andy shouted this out earlier, but I'm seeing your super chat now. I found you during Ian. All right, thank you for that very, very generous super chat.
This dangerous storm will be near Hebron around 6 p.m., Sandersville around 6:40 p.m. House by EST 1752.
Really strong area of rotation here with this storm south of Clarks. Hopefully everybody's in their safe spot in Clarks and Kelly in Louisiana. That newer tornado warning does include Laurel, Mississippi. And this is the same storm that dropped that big tornado near Bassfield earlier. This is still showing very strong signs of rotation. Yeah, very strong. And could potentially produce another big tornado here soon near Shady Oak and Hebron. So if you know about anybody out here near Laurel, Mississippi, let them know a very dangerous storm is on the way. Jonathan Coleman said, "Hey Ryan, there's 31,000 people watching and only 21,000 likes." Guys, thank you for that reminder. If you would please hit the like button for me. What you're doing is, it's not just inflating my ego, right? That's not what it's about. Like I could care less how many thumbs up numbers are on the screen. It's to tell YouTube that this is a good live stream and they should promote it to more people. That's how it works. If you hit the like button, maybe YouTube will put us in front of people who need this information. A lot of people who are browsing YouTube right now aren't the kind of people to tune into their local news station when they're under a tornado watch, but they're on YouTube. So if they're browsing around and we can pop up in front of them, if we can get on the front page of YouTube or whatever, we might really help out a lot of people who otherwise wouldn't know the dangerous situation that they're in. That's the goal. So slap that like button. The lights are orange. Do we have an update from meteorologist Heidi?
A new tornado warning
Ryan,
has
it's
been
been
issued.
pretty quiet over here. I have a very small report, though, that I thought I would share with you from the National Weather Service, that storm chasers did observe and recorded a large wedge tornado on Highway 42, and it was tracking east-southeast out of Bassfield. They did report there are several downed trees and many power flashes were observed as well. And that is the only report I have right now. And there's no scanner feed for that area at all. So, we're working with the best that we can, but I wanted to share that and pass that along to you.
All right. Thank you very much. Guys, that's meteorologist Heidi Oberlin, who helps us out. Also looking at the radar and everything, but also helps us with relaying news information. And that was a report from the Bassfield situation that we had a little bit earlier. And that same storm, the one that she just talked about, is the one that is currently probably getting ready to produce another tornado near Hebron and Bethel, over here near Laurel, Mississippi. So please take shelter. The good news is Heidi hasn't been extremely busy tonight. During our last live stream, the November 4th tornado outbreak, I mean, things were just kind of going crazy. We expect still at some point tonight, something similar to that might happen. But if it doesn't, that's very good news. So there's not a lot of damage reports coming in. There's not a lot of search and rescue requests coming out, But that can all change in the blink of an eye. So we don't want to let our guard down just yet. This storm heading towards Laurel, Mississippi is looking dangerous. And we want to make sure we are heeding every warning. Liz Williams, thanks for becoming a high-risk member. That's super awesome of you. Freaky Deaky, thank you for the $100 super chat. She says, thank you for all you do to help people and protect them from these beefy naders. It's no problem. Everybody involved with this is a huge weather nerd. Me especially, like I would be sitting here looking at radars and like doing this even without an audience. So you don't have to thank me for being here. I thank you for enabling me to make this my job, essentially. Donovan, thanks for becoming a high risker. Two Empaths says, thanks for making learning about the weather fun and engaging for my boys. I have learned a few things as well. Keep up the amazing work. Shout out to Nicole, Tegan, Bryanson, and Lennox. Y'all are awesome. Is Baton Rouge going to miss out on the fun tonight? Baton Rouge is probably going to miss out on a lot of the quote-unquote fun, yes. Not out of the woods completely. There will be some storms. DJ, thanks for being a member. Riley Dibble. Riley Dibble says, thank you, Ryan. Your behind-the-scenes team is amazing. Thank you, Riley, who is a part of that behind-the-scenes team, by the way. Oh, that's... Hey, Amy Davis gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Amy. Amy's another one that's been here forever. Probably my second ever live stream, Amy was there. This storm that's approaching Kosciuszko, I think, I don't know, Mississippi, north of Williamsville, is looking a little bit concerning. This could wrap up and produce a tornado here shortly. You are under a tornado warning there. You need to be in your safe space regardless, but it looks like things could go downhill from here. Still seeing a lot of rotation on this storm moving into Laurel, Mississippi. Make sure you're in your safe spot over there. Let's go check in on our Mississippi storms. This one moving into Harlem and Copenhagen is continuing to look concerning. I would be in my safe spot all the way over towards Mason in Louisiana. And then this most distant, long, backwards trailing tornado warning close to Texas over here. This is actually probably, as far as I can tell, the least overall impressive one, but this could change very quickly. If this thing curls up, we've got a big supercell on our hands here that'll track across the entire state of Louisiana, so we don't want to let our guard down. The storms up here near Starkville are continuing to show rotation. Yeah, big time rotation here near Tribby West Point and Waverly moving up towards what is that? Columbus. But yeah, as of right now, no signs of an imminent tornado down situation. It'd be something. It would be something if these storms waited until Alabama, where they started putting down a bunch of tornadoes. That would be, honestly, that's pretty predictable. Storm chasers should put a black towel on their dashboard to prevent glare. That is a good idea. I think a lot of them do. But to all of them that don't, do that. Thank you. I'm just going to talk to you guys for a second as we await the next radar scan and we look at all these storms. Once again, Laurel, Mississippi, you are under a tornado warning, and I would make sure I'm getting to shelter. We'll see here. Nora, thanks for the one gifted. Dog Dad, Kentucky, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. Brett says, I subbed to your channel after what happened with the Quad State tornado last year. I got a membership today. Happy holidays from the Alt family to the Hall family. Thank you, Brett. That was almost a year ago. I can't believe that. Almost a year ago. Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, I'm having a great day. I'm a little bit trying to be a little bit quieter than usual, trying to protect my voice. Got a little bit of a cold or allergies or something. Y'all are too nice. James says, can I come out of my shelter now? James, I don't know where you are, but if you are not in Clay, Lowndes, Clay, Covington, Jones, or Attala counties in Mississippi, you're good. Or Caldwell Parish in Louisiana. If you're not in any of those places, yeah, come on out. Lots of people are asking about, hey, what's the weather going to be like here and there? I can't really do a forecast for every town. That's why we show those big graphics. Let me show the SPC risk again. Hopefully everybody knows where they are on a map. Let me zoom out here. There we go. All right, so pretty much everyone behind this line, I'm sorry, I made that line way too big. Everyone behind this line's okay. So if you're in the yellow, orange, or red for the rest of the night, there is a chance that you get severe weather. The orange and the red obviously are the most concerning areas. And Andy is wanting to talk to us. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, it does look like the northeastern Louisiana tornado warning does have a tornado on the ground. Correlation coefficient drop at about 6,300 feet aloft, but it is showing up consistently in a deep reflectivity with strong velocity. So areas south of Columbia, Louisiana, headed towards Winsboro and Franklin Parish. That tornado warning is likely going to be upgraded to a confirmed warning very soon. So if you know anyone near there, make sure that you let them know. In Franklin Parish, Brett Adair and Brad Arnold are both in position a ways away still, but along Interstate 20, they're headed towards it.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. There you go. This is the big supercell that we've been watching for so long. It has planted probably a pretty big tornado here that's moving to the south and east of Clark's. Wow. Yeah, that last update there really makes it look a lot bigger. But anyways, to the south and east of Clark's, that's moving towards Winsboro and Extension. Yeah, I would say that we will get that confirmed warning here very, very quickly, as that just blew up out of nowhere. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian. Sorry, I didn't cover this in the previous one. I just saw, again, the cell to the west that is now approaching Natchitoches. West of Natchitoches, it's going to go to the north of it. Now also has a velocity couplet. It may be slightly contaminated, but the last few frames are consistent. So this is not currently tornado warned, headed towards Clarence along, I can't see what road that is, but to the north of Natchitoches in Louisiana also may be tornado warned very soon.
All right. Heidi, did you have something too?
Yeah, just a small report that I'm getting out of Choctaw County, Mississippi. There is structural damage being reported near Hester Road from a radar confirmed tornado in the area.
All right. Thank you. Guys, this is the biggest TDS that we've seen tonight, I believe. Yeah, if you're downstream from this one, you've got to take shelter in Liddyville Extension. Jigger. The tornado warning ends right here. There we go.
New information.
All right.
This tornado
So the
warning
National
has been
Weather
upgraded.
Service has issued a PDS tornado warning for Caldwell Parish in Louisiana, and that's for this big tornado that we're looking at right here on radar. We'll see where that polygon is, but it should include Extension, Liddyville, Winsboro, Chase, and Gilbert. All right. This is a very big tornado. This is a big one. All right. And it's going to be coming towards
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Winsboro here very shortly. We got another confirmed tornado warning for Franklin, Madison, and Tensas Parish in Louisiana. So, yeah, that's a pretty big deal here. Let me open up something. Let me pull up the mesoscale. Google. And let me get down to the nitty gritty here and tell you where.
A lot of you guys are near that new PDS. Are you guys going to head to that?
I want to get you the latest information on this. Let me. Liddyville, Louisiana. Oh.
So, Jaden, Chris Holler en route.
All right. So this tornado right here is to the west now of Fort Necessity.
Yeah, we're headed to the one near Winsboro. I see that it's confirmed, but I don't see it as a PDS. I'm not sure if that's just because it hasn't updated yet, but we're headed to the one that's going towards Winsboro right now. We should have eyes on it in probably about 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, it is PDS. It flipped about 5 minutes ago. I see your location. You and Brett are both pretty close.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I wasn't sure if they've done that or not, so definitely warrants it. Radar definitely shows that. So we're going to come at it. I wasn't sure about dropping down from the northeast on, what road is that? Highway 17. So we're actually going to come down here to Newellton and drop west into it on Highway 128. So we'll be going directly into it here shortly.
All right. That's storm chasers talking to each other about their plan to intercept this PDS tornado warning. A PDS tornado warning means that it's a particularly dangerous situation. They only issue those whenever the tornado is big. All right. And this is going to be a big and dangerous one. Brad Arnold's right here. That's his location. He's going to take this road down towards Newellton, take Highway 4 to the west towards Winsboro, and try to intercept this storm. Now, this is, like I've been saying for a while, this is the kind of supercell that should, on a night like tonight, last a long time. But look at what's happening. Already, we've got a new cell that's popped up. It's going to fling itself into the forward flank. The rear flank is being kind of obstructed by this big cell here. So hopefully this falls apart. But if it handles this merger and continues to produce a tornado, which is possible, it will be bringing a big tornado directly towards Winsboro, Chase, Gilbert, Jigger, and Liddyville in Louisiana. So Fort Necessity is in the direct path of this thing. Thankfully, I believe that the vast majority of people have escaped danger here as far as this tornado goes so far, because it's been over the Bof Wildlife Management Area for the past however long it's been on the ground. So I don't know if there's a lot of campsites. I don't know if that's the kind of thing that's going on right now, but it's a very densely forested, no population. I don't even see any recreational areas or anything. But that's where it's been. Once it gets out of there, okay, it's going to go to the Wiggers Cemetery on the eastern side of that wildlife management area, and then towards Fort Necessity. Once it gets to Fort Necessity, it'll go between Turkey Creek Baptist Church and the Lighthouse Lord Church. And then from there, it'll go towards either Gilbert or Winsboro, more than likely somewhere
A new
in between.
tornado warning has been issued.
So that's what we're looking at right now. If you live in Winsboro, Gilbert, Extension, or any of these places in Louisiana, please take shelter now. Large tornado. Braden. Oh, okay. Tornado on the ground in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana, near Hotshot and Wyatt Road. Tornado on the ground. If you can send me a link to that feed, I'll listen to it. Oh, wow. All right. Thank you guys for tagging me in this. We've got a video, I believe. We've got a video from Braden. This is a meteorology student who must be out chasing today. Large tornado doing damage in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. Multiple power flashes observed. The reason I'm showing this to you is because if you're in the path, if you're in Fort Necessity, or if you're in any of these places, you are in the path of a dangerous, life-threatening storm, and you have to get to shelter, or you're going to be putting yourself in unnecessary danger. This isn't the kind of tornado that you can just, oops, I didn't even know, and then just continue on. You have to try to avoid getting hurt, from something like this. So if you're out here, especially if you're in a mobile home, this is not the kind of storm that you want to play with. You want to get into shelter right now before things get too much worse. And that's what it looks like. A large tornado doing damage in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. Multiple power flashes observed. And you saw that one right there, right? That's, yeah, right there. The blue. That's a power flash. The tornado debris signature looks a little bit more spread out now, which is good news. It could mean that the tornado is trying to lift. A lot of times the tornado will touch down. A couple frames later, you'll see all the debris show up in the upper levels of the atmosphere. And the way I usually look at it is if it gets a little bit more spread out and less compacted into one area, more than likely what we're seeing is fallout or just residual debris from that initial pickup kind of floating around up there. But if we see any more dark blues return to this area, it means that the tornado is still on the ground. We're going to assume that it is if we're in Liddyville, Jigger, Winsboro, Chase, or Gilbert. And we're going to take shelter. This is what we were afraid of when we started the stream. Nocturnal tornadoes are never good. Much rather this happen in the day. Well, we'd much rather this never happen at all. Excuse me. Yeah, this is a PDS warning. Oh boy. All right, we're going to try to listen in to the Caldwell.
The Venture X card from
Ugh. We're going to try to listen to this live feed. I'm being advised that we maybe shouldn't. Because apparently there have been some people injured. But I do want to hear if there's any more talk of locations or anything like that. So we'll try it out for a little bit. If you hear the radio sound, what we're listening to is the Caldwell Parish law enforcement. And of course, if we stop listening to this, we've got Heidi, we've got everybody in the background that's kind of compiling this information for us, and they'll break in and let us know if there's anything significant going on. I'm trying to find out.
There's too many people talking. Stand by 1 second. I do have EMS en route.
All right, so it sounds like something bad did happen. I'm trying to figure out where.
It's out 126 east at Ricky Grant's house. Just head that way with some saws and some inmates.
Unless this touched down a little bit farther west than what I originally thought, near Copenhagen. There's not a lot of places it could have hit.
32, is that you in front of me with your lights on?
Hey guys, be advised that we're hearing on radio feeds that there is substantial damage in the path of this tornado.
Brother Shane, where you at?
Copy that.
I'm his house.
And by the way, guys, this is still in effect. This PDS tornado warning is continuing for Winnsboro, Gilbert, Proville, New Quarters, Sunrise Landing, Harris Landing. Please take shelter now. This is apparently caused significant damage back here to the west.
Complete destruction of one house for sure, I think.
Sheriff, this is bad.
I'm in Grayson, headed that way.
Yeah, it looks like it probably hit touchdown near Holland here.
Chief, you got 3 of us. We're fixing to be there any minute now.
Yeah, right in here is where it probably did the most damage, just to the south and east of Clark's.
Somebody go around the road and see if we can come in the other way with ambulance.
Yeah, so everything that you're hearing is coming from around the Clarks, Kelly, and Hullum area here.
Trees are down both ways.
Remember, we first started talking about this storm possibly being on the ground around Alla. It really came out of nowhere, though. That last minute ramp up to where it became the huge tornado that it was right here around Hullum and Copenhagen.
Logan
out here with me. We're 297. Devil.
It looks like it probably started to lift right before it got to Mason.
I'm en route to y'all.
And now I think it's completely lifted, which is good news. But if we're in Winsboro, that's not a chance that we want to take. If we're in Winsboro, that's not a chance we're going to take. We're going to stay in our safe spots. We're hearing from law enforcement in the area.
We're on the way to the office now.
We're hearing from law enforcement in the area that it's very bad. I'm sure you heard some of the comments there. We need EMS. We need ambulances. It's bad. I'm going to stop playing that now. And, as important information comes in, Heidi will come through and let us know. Heidi, if there are any, and Sam and everybody else that's listening, if there are any reports that are substantial at all, don't hesitate to break in. So yeah, it does seem like more than one person is trapped. They're asking for tractors and chainsaws. So we don't know the exact, condition of the places down here, but we are hearing that it's bad. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, there's currently unwarned cell just to the south of Vicksburg, Mississippi, south of I-20. That's ahead of one of our tornado warnings, and it's now entering Mississippi to the south of Vicksburg. Some rotation there to note that has popped up in the last few frames. So just to let you know about that.
All right. Thank you, Andy. So there you go. Another tornado may be forming here near Cedars, south of Vicksburg in Mississippi. We may see a new tornado warning pop up here just to the south of Vicksburg within the next little bit. If you're just now tuning in, we are covering a tornado, a severe weather situation, multiple tornadoes. We had a big one. I really do think that was a very big one that just went through the Caldwell parish of Louisiana. It looks like that one's since lifted, but these are cyclical supercells. We will more than likely see a new tornado drop out of that at some point. Same thing for any of the supercells that are out there tonight. And by the way, there's a bunch of them. Look at this. We've got right now 6 tornado warnings and 5 or 6 different cells that we're watching as far as what's going on with these tornadoes. So let's go through these one by one here. Of course, we've got the one getting ready to go through Winsboro. That is the PDS tornado warning. Your life is in danger if you're in the path of this. Take shelter now. Down here near Laurel, that storm that was producing the tornado near Bassfield, it's still rotating and it's moving north of Laurel. And now it's going towards Kelowna, and it has a lot of rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Has quite a bit of rotation, actually. And I would be definitely paying attention to that near Stringer, Kelowna, and the I-59 corridor near Heidelberg. Another tornado warning back here towards Ethel and McCool. This one has a lot of rotation, so watch out in Rural Hill and McCool. I would say they will issue a new tornado warning for Weir and Ackerman and High Point here before too long. And then we've got another tornado warning way up here near Caledonia. This storm will probably carry into Alabama, and we'll have a tornado warning near Vernon and Starr in Alabama here before too long. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, do you mind muting Chaser Zello so I can talk to them about some of the reports?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Andy, did you have something?
Yes. North of Columbus, Mississippi, the Caledonia cell you just said, extremely ramped up in the last frame. I've been waiting for it. This is probably within a minute of being on the ground. It is currently radar indicated. It's probably going to go through a relatively unpopulated area to the north of Columbus. This is a lot of heavily a forested area. So, but I expect to see a probable tornado debris signature showing up soon here. And that's going to go along Highway 12 north and east of Columbus, Mississippi.
All right. Thank you, Andy. It does look like another tornado is getting ready to come down here. North of Columbus, Mississippi, that will go up to the north and east. Vernon and Star, watch out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. I didn't see the graphic pop up. Frank, Riley, somebody tell Ryan to give us a refresh if he can. All right, so that one is one that we're watching. The one back here towards Ethel, these are all really starting to do the thing that we thought they would now. So this storm down here north of Laurel, Mississippi, is also still rotating a lot. Blue Ridge, Vernon, Waldrop, Kelowna,
a new tornado
all these
warning
places
has been issued.
Are in the path of a very, very dangerous storm with a tornado. So please take shelter now. And thank you, Frank. I see that. Hopefully we get a refresh on that because we have no graphics as of right now. We currently have, I believe, 7 tornado warnings. One of which is a PDS tornado warning for Caldwell Parish. And that's getting ready to go through Winnsboro right now. However, I believe the big tornado that came down out of this back there near Copenhagen has since lifted. It doesn't change the fact that everybody needs to be in their safe spot. And honestly, it's hard to tell if it's still down or not. Yeah. Yeah, there are reports of injuries coming in from Caldwell Parish in Louisiana. Details are sparse. But a lot of times, especially right when something like that happens, a lot of times it's really hard to get the details because, you know, the first thing on the people's minds that are there isn't to take pictures and send in reports. And the first thing on the first responders' minds usually is not to, you know, there's a lot of adrenaline involved in
New
stuff.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
A warning just got upgraded. I'm blind here, Andy. Do you know what that was? Was that a PDS?
No, Ryan, that was a confirmed tornado for Lamar County, Alabama. That's the one to the north and east of Columbus, Mississippi, passing into Alabama now. It does have a correlation coefficient drop.
All right, thank you. All right, so we will hopefully get our graphics back soon, but if you saw the lights flash there, that means we've got a confirmed or observed tornado on the ground now with that Caledonia storm that's moving into Alabama. All right, so please take shelter in Caledonia, in Star, in Heidegge, Alabama, and Kingville as this storm is coming right for you. This is a dangerous storm. And all of these storms are dangerous tonight, but this one will be the first one in Alabama for a little while that's going to be causing a problem. So we want everybody over there to understand the severity of the situation. An observed tornado warning or a confirmed warning means that we're pretty sure that it's there, and it's not just a precautionary warning per se. There it is. Getting ready to go through Ridgeland. Everybody in Oakdale Park, Wells, and Ridgeland, you might have a couple seconds left if it's not there yet. So make sure you get into the most interior room of your home. Woodland, same thing for you. Get into the most interior room of your home, preferably underground. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, because there is a tornado on the ground. It's ripping up debris right now, and it'll continue up towards that way, right along the state line between Alabama and Mississippi. Before it gets to Star, it'll go over Highway 9, and then eventually head up towards Heidegge, Alabama, okay? And yeah, that's unfortunate. You can see that it's a little bit more evident now, what we see there in Wales.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right. Lowndes County, Mississippi has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning, and I believe that's still for the same cell here. Yeah. Okay. All right. So there you go. That's the tornado. It's currently going towards Woodlawn. Woodlawn right now, Highway 12. Once again, a couple minutes away from Woodlawn. If you are over here, please take shelter now. There's a tornado on the ground. We can see it on the radar. You won't be able to see it if you go outside and you try to look for it. This is definitely a rain-wrapped tornado, and there's no point in trying to look for it. So get into your safe spot. Take us with you. Take me with you. All right? Bring a charged phone, a tablet, something like that with you into your safe spot, and we'll get through this, all right? I know that this isn't a very populated area, but I can see on the satellite view that there are houses all up and down Highway 12 here. They're sparse, they're spaced out, but there's a couple people out here. So please take this seriously, and we'll get through this one together. James Spann, yeah, James Spann is in full force on his way to the green screen right now, I'm sure. Man, this cell back here, man, everything is just starting to look a lot more intense. Wow. Brett Adair is getting really close to that storm that's going through Winsboro right now. So we'll know really soon if that still has a tornado down or not. But I'm thinking that it probably doesn't anymore. What definitely does, though, is this storm up here getting ready to cross into Alabama. Tornado on the ground near Woodland. And there's a really strong signal, really strong area of rotation down here near Louisville, Mississippi, and Rural Hill. I don't think we have any correlation coefficient drop there yet. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. We have a tornado debris signature to the north and east of Soso. That's our southeastern Mississippi tornado warning. Currently radar indicated. Heading to the northeast toward Paulding in Jasper County, north and west of Heidelberg and Interstate 59. There is a tornado on the ground there.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy, meteorologist Andy, chiming in with yet another upsetting piece of information here where we might have another tornado on the ground moving towards Blue Ridge. If you're in Blue Ridge, Vernon, Waldrop, Kelowna, or any of these places, please take shelter now. As
Hey Ryan, hey, it's Brad. We're going to play the slow play on this, and we're going to go. We're in Newellton right now, watching it come from our west in Winsboro. It looks like it ingested a little bit of a storm, but it's kind of cycling right now. So we're going to watch it as it comes on highway. Let's see what that is. I think it's 65, maybe. Anyways, we're going to go up to probably at Newell and halfway between there and I-20, and then try to head back into Vicksburg. Because right now it looks like it's making a beeline right for there, assuming it's a long-track tornado.
All right. Thank you. That is Brad Arnold, who is following the storm that just went through Caldwell Parish, and now it's on its way to Vicksburg. So we'll have eyes on that thing if it continues to produce a tornado over there. We do have a tornado on the ground near Blue Ridge. That's going to move up towards Kelowna. It's going to ride I-59 up there.
New information.
Towards Pachuta.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Jasper County, Mississippi. That's now a confirmed tornado warning. That's this one. That's what we've been talking about, okay? So now the National Weather Service has confirmed it. and that's going to be, hopefully that's getting you to your safe spot if you haven't got there already. All right. This will go right along I-59 near Kelowna, all the way up towards Pachuta in Mississippi. A tornado on the ground. Dangerous situation. Please take shelter now. I got to go back to the storm that's moving into portions of Alabama.
New information.
Oh, wow.
This tornado
That's
warning
now a
has been
PDS
upgraded.
warning. So there we go. Second PDS of the night. Lowndes County, Mississippi is now under a PDS tornado warning as this storm just continues to show this big tornado debris signature here. And wow, you can see the debris ball on reflectivity now, just to the south and west of Woodlawn. This is another big, dangerous tornado that's on the ground right now, and it's going to move really close to Woodlawn. Everybody in this area needs to be running, not walking to shelter. This is probably even bigger than the one that we had back in Caldwell Parish. It's hard to tell, and it doesn't really even matter because everybody in the path of this is in extreme danger. Take shelter, everybody in Woodlawn. If you know somebody out here, call them, text them. For some reason, it feels like it's late at night, but I guess it's not. But if somebody you know was to be asleep out here, it would be worth waking them up in a situation like this, okay? So I'm going to zoom in here and kind of tell you a little bit more about what I think's going on here. All right, so let me zoom in just a little bit. Sorry, I'm trying to give you an exact area as to where I think this is. Okay, all right, I see now. So this big tornado is currently on the ground on Military Road. It just crossed Military Road near Woodlawn. Thankfully, I think the town center there in Woodlawn got missed to the south. If you know where Alan Jones used car dealership is, just to the south of that, that's where the tornado went, just to the south of Woodlawn Baptist Missionary, and then Woodlawn Church of Christ. That's around where the tornado is right now. Now, going forward, it's going to continue to go through these really rural areas, but you've got places like Bailey Road, all right, and Cooper Creek.
New information. This tornado
all
warning
these places
has been upgraded.
are in the direct path of this very dangerous storm. And now that PDS tornado warning is being continued into Alabama. So now you've got a big tornado coming for you all the way over there towards Star, Heidegge, Kingville, and everywhere in between. Melbourne, Furbank, Millport, and Kennedy, please take shelter now. This is not a joke. This is not your average tornado warning. This is not something that you would normally want to be thinking about on a November 29th evening. But this is the real deal here, as we've got a big, nasty, deep south Dixie Alley tornado ripping up trees right on the border between Mississippi and Alabama. My team is telling me that the Caledonia tornado is in a communication dead zone, and they're working to get new info now, but we're not hearing anything yet. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. A little small tornado possible due north of KDGX, Jackson Radar, and Brandon. I'm not sure if this area is populated. If you could take a quick look at it, I think it was on the ground for a frame or two.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Man, there's so many of these storms. Are you the one just to the north of Jackson, you said?
Yes.
All right. Guys, there are 2 or 3 different rotating thunderstorms up here. And yeah, I can't find.
It's that tiny little blip just to the southwest of Coke, I believe, and northeast of Harborview. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right. Sweet. This is going to continue to do this, by the way. If you're, I'm glad Andy brought this up because this is a little bit more of a populated area. If you're downstream from this near Coke, Sand Hill, Pisgah, Eureka, man, these are very familiar names. We've been together before. I know we have. But if you are in that general vicinity, this storm, it's another one of the big ones that we were afraid would happen this evening. And if it gets oriented just right, it's going to drop a big tornado. It looks like it might have dropped a brief one there near Harborview and New Fannin, but it's going to continue to go off to the north and east, and it'll continue to have new opportunities as we go forward. The number one thing that we're watching right now is this huge tornado that's crossing the state line between Mississippi and Alabama. This is more than likely causing significant damage right now, but the good news is it's happening in a pretty, not even rural area. It's just, there's nobody out here. It went over Highway 12. There were some houses over there near Woodlawn, but now that it's in Alabama, Mud Creek Road, all these places, like I don't see very many people living out here. So that's good news, but this is going to make it up there towards Heidegge, Kingville, Star, and all these places in Alabama. So we've got to take this seriously and stay in our safe spot if we're under this warning. This is a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation, and everybody in the path, your life is in danger. Let's see here. This is coming from Twitter. This is the tornado debris signature slice of what was likely an intense tornado in southeast Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. Debris was likely being lofted between 25 and 30,000 feet in the air. Wow. So then, yeah, that was more than likely a very intense tornado over there. And unfortunately, we are continuing to get reports of damage and injuries in from that area. All right, I'm going to go back and forth between a bunch of different storms. I'm going to come back to the Heidelberg storm. There are a lot. It's getting to that point where it's hard to keep up with them all. But remember, the main one, the big nasty one right now is up there in Lamar County, Alabama, and Lowndes County, Mississippi. It's coming out of Mississippi now. And then, yeah, we've got another tornado on the ground down here near Paulding and Heidelberg in Mississippi. And this is another one that could last a while. So if we're in Paulding, we're taking safe shelter right now. And yeah, that's a tornado down right there, moving towards Paulding in Mississippi. I used to have an uncle that lived in Mississippi. They pronounced it Louisville. Oh, that's the one. In Kentucky, it's Louisville. In Mississippi, it's Louisville. And then in wherever that other one is, it's Louisville. Yeah, we've got significant tornadoes on the ground right now, two, in my opinion, maybe even more. One of them is moving towards Paulding, Mississippi. The other one is just crossing the border now between Mississippi and Alabama. Unfortunately, this supercell is poised to continue to be intense as it moves into Alabama. So I'm worried about Heidegge and Mount Vernon, maybe even as far to the east as Fayette in Alabama. Hopefully everybody out here is paying attention to the weather tonight. Yeah, if you guys see anything, remember Twitter at Ryan Hall. Y'all tag me in it. Yeah, it still looks like there's a lot of bad reports coming out. and from the Caldwell Parish in Louisiana. Currently, we have 4 tornado warnings. We've got Lamar and Lowndes counties under PDS tornado warnings. Confirmed tornado warning for Jasper County, Mississippi. Confirmed for Franklin, Madison, and Tensas Parish in Louisiana. And then a radar indicated tornado warning for Choctaw and Winston and Atala counties in Mississippi. It has gotten busy tonight. I don't know what it is about this area up here between Mississippi and Alabama, but this has got to be the most common place to see a big tornado in the world. Like every time a storm gets over here, it starts to produce a tornado. I can't tell you how many times you've heard the names Caledonia, Heidegge, Vernon, Crossville, Delma. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've heard these, not only said by myself, but people like James Spann. Like, it's so incredibly common to see this over here, and like more so than anywhere else. Storms out ahead of our main storms. There's still a lot of curved photographs out there. So conditions will remain favorable for tornadic activity well into the night tonight. This may not even be the peak right now. So we still have a big tornado down here near Heidegge, Kingville. All these places in Alabama need to be taking shelter right now. We also have a very strong storm with a potential tornado near Louisville, which is a pretty populated area in Mississippi. So hopefully everybody is getting into their safe spots down there. And then let's skedaddle down to the south a little bit. Big time rotation near Kelowna in Mississippi. And it looks like there is probably still a tornado down with this as well. So if you're in Kelowna, make sure you're taking shelter right now. This is paralleling Interstate 59 to the west. And this will go up towards Paulding as well. This storm, the one that's coming into eastern portions of Louisiana, it's in the middle of a radar hole. So we really can't tell much about it, but it is still rotating and it could still be producing a tornado near Swampers and Crowville.
Can you show me getting out with a PAV here in the right turn lane on Grants Ferry coming on the Lakeland off if I was 28 in a second?
Real, it's a full demo. Real 3 is the worst event.
State Highway 528. Once again, radar indicated tornado
live on the camera there. You see Jaden Johnson. Some of you may recognize him from Twitter. He's out there chasing with Chris Hall tonight. And they are getting some video of the lightning from the supercell that produced the tornado near Alla, Clarks, Kelly, all those places in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. That's the lightning that we're seeing there as they look at the tornado-warned storm now that it's past Winnsboro. This storm will probably produce another tornado. And Brad Arnold and really Jaden and Chris and all these guys have kind of put themselves in the perfect position to intercept it. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan. I have another small update for you. I am getting reports that people are trapped from possible tornado damage east of Columbus, Mississippi right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. East of Columbus, Mississippi. That would be our storm that's moving into Alabama right now. So that's not surprising at all to me. Of course, we all saw how big of a debris ball that
tornado
storm had
watch
on
has
it.
been issued.
But as of right now, maybe within the past, I don't know, 2 minutes or so, I believe that storm is, or the tornado in the storm at least, has lifted. So Heidi, Kingville, Crossville, all these places, you need to stay in your safe spot because it can come back down. But thankfully, I think it's lifted for now. Woodlawn, that's probably Woodlawn, I think is how you say it. That's probably where these damage reports are coming from specifically. So hopefully it's not too widespread out there. Got a new tornado watch. Oh, wow. A new PDS tornado watch. So they've reissued another tornado watch until 2 a.m. Central with several strong tornadoes likely, scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and a population of 1.4 million people are impacted here. This includes a couple of counties in Arkansas and southeastern Arkansas, a little bit of northeastern Louisiana, but mostly central Mississippi. A PDS tornado watch is a particularly dangerous situation. These are very rare. The last time we had a PDS tornado watch in November, it was 2013. The last time we had 2 PDS tornado watches on the same day in November, I couldn't tell you. It was probably also 2013, but I don't know that for sure. This is the only video that I've seen of the tornado in Caldwell Parish earlier. And I think that this was even before it matured completely.
It's going to be A1's training plant service. They weren't able to get the code in right. I'll be back today.
Sorry, y'all. I got a cold. Let's see. The officers in Caldwell Parish know all of the residents. They are checking houses by owners' names. That has to be really hard. Yeah, 100%. Shanda says, I don't know if you caught it, but somebody in your chat just said, how much hail could Ryan Hall haul if Ryan Hall could haul hail? And that's the most brilliant thing I've ever seen. I'm sorry. Awesome. All right, Heidi, what do you got?
Hey, Ryan, just to follow up on my last report, east of Columbus. I have a little bit more exact location now. Highway 12, close in the area of Steens, Mississippi. Highway 12, that's the area that looks to sustain the most structural damage right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So this is Steens. This is Highway 12. Let's see. Let's pull this back a little bit. Now we are a little bit, actually we're not that far away from the radar, so. Yeah, more than likely it was right in here where that damage happened. So unfortunately, yeah, it looks like there's actually all these little, the cool thing about Radar Omega, once again, since you guys love me talking about it so much, is you can go all the way down to the street level and look at individual houses. You can find your house on this app. And I would just about bet some of these houses here have taken significant damage from that tornado as it went through. All right, let's check out on some other storms. Thankfully, this one down here near Pachuta has lit up a little bit. I'm very interested in what's going to happen with this one. Over here near Sunrise Landing, I don't know for sure, but there very well could still be a tornado on the ground or one getting ready to try to ramp back up. This is the storm that caused that big tornado earlier. But thankfully, we've got all of our storm chasers right here, keeping an eye on it. Chris Johnson, Brad Arnold. And in fact, you can actually see Brad Arnold's feed in the Radar Omega app just by clicking on his picture. And there's 34 of you, 30, 39, 40. There's several of you watching with me right now. Looks like Storm Chaser Chris Hall has come across some damage. Let's ask him about that. Chris, what was all that about, you know?
That's a very good question. They were not there as of like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, we're trying to get back north because it looks like it may be trying to ramp back up visually.
All right, so Chris is going after that storm that's really making a beeline for Vicksburg, Mississippi right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we got a new tornado warning for Clark and Lauderdale counties in Mississippi. Clark and Lauderdale counties in Mississippi now under tornado warnings. And that's going to be over here near Meridian. So right here. A new tornado warning is getting ready to show up. It'll look something about like that. That includes Stonewall. Okay, so Stonewall, Pachuta, Quitman, all under tornado warnings. Please take shelter. Continuous lightning as severe thunderstorms pass through northeast Jackson, Mississippi with a visible wall cloud. Look at that. That is one heck of a shot right there. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I'm most concerned north and east of Louisville, Mississippi. That is to the southwest of KGWX radar. That has exhibited strong rotational loft for quite some time. I would be surprised if there was no tornado with this eventually because this mesocyclone is exhibiting tight rotation. So that's headed towards Bethedon along Highway 25 there. And it should go south of Starkville, which I know is a populated area due to Mississippi State University. So I've been watching that for a while. It's remained consistent. So I figured it's definitely worth looking at.
All right. Thank you, Andy. There it is. There's your rotation.
Has been issued.
Evergreen, Bethedon, Lokefoma. All these places are in the path of this, and now we've got a new warning for Madison Parish in Louisiana, and that's for our storm that all of our storm chasers are on. So they have extended that tornado warning into Mississippi now, and Vicksburg is included in that. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey Ryan, just to follow up on my previous last two reports, just north of Steens, right up the road off of Highway 12, I am getting reports that people are trapped in a grocery store up in the Woodlawn area.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Heidi. I did not. I know that we looked at the Woodlawn area. I don't remember seeing anything about a grocery store. Oh, I bet. It's hard to tell. I'm trying to figure out which grocery store it was, because I know for a fact that we got a bunch of people watching who are like checking in on people who live around here. But like there's a Dollar General. The general tornado path was like somewhere like this. There's a Dollar General right here.
Hey Ryan, I think it's called Malone's Grocery. It looks like a small store, possibly tied in with like a gas station at the corner of Woodlawn Road. It looks like it goes into Anderson Grove Road.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Oh, there it is. I see. Malone's Grocery is over here. So there you go, guys. This was on the ground before it got to Woodlawn. It was causing damage to the south, causing damage up here. So this was probably a very big tornado when it went through this area. And now we have another very big tornado, more than likely getting ready to come down right here near Bethlehem. This is the storm that Andy just kind of talked about just a few minutes ago. The velocity on this is picking up very quickly. And we are continuing to watch this as we go forward towards Bethlehem and Lokfoma. You can see right here, this is where the velocity is coming together. And that's where it looks like we have the best chance of seeing a tornado here in the next little bit. If that is producing damage right now, which it probably is, we will start to see the tornado debris signature within the next couple of frames somewhere over in this area. So it could already be down on the ground despite us not seeing a tornado debris signature. So you want to take shelter now, treat this as if it's another one of those big tornadoes that we've been seeing all night tonight. Andy, can you give me a real quick second?
Yeah, Ryan, I got you.
All right. Guys, I'll be right back.
All right, y'all. So we do have 5 tornado warnings at the moment. 2 are confirmed warnings. They have let all tornado warnings expire for the northwest Alabama storm that we were watching. That was to the east or to the northeast of Columbus, Mississippi. So if you're watching from Jasper, Alabama, anywhere down the line there, this is still a dangerous looking supercell, but it is not currently producing a tornado as it heads near Crossville, Alabama. So that is not tornado warned, but I would keep a very, very close eye on that. The cell that I'm watching is near Bethlehem, Mississippi, north and east of Louisville, Mississippi. Sorry, I got you guys. And to the south of Starkville. We're going to keep a very close eye on that cell in particular because that's going to head into a similar environment that produced the previous tornado that we were watching. So definitely going to watch this Louisville tornado that's heading to the east-northeast relatively. In addition to that, our cell down to the south and southeast Mississippi that's headed towards Meridian along Interstate 20. It looks like it is finally let up just a bit as it heads up Interstate 59. So there's still an active tornado warning for Enterprise, Stonewall, and areas south of Meridian, though, in Clark and Lauderdale counties in Mississippi. So you definitely need to pay close attention to that if you are in that area in Meridian. I know that's a relatively populated area. If you're in Liberty, Mississippi, Missouri is not expected to see any severe weather today. Just maybe some rain on the back end of this if it hasn't passed through already. Hope you're all doing well, though. It's been a while, and we will be going for quite a few more hours tonight. If you didn't see that new potentially dangerous situation tornado watch that was issued for central Mississippi, primarily, but also areas of northeast Louisiana and southeastern Arkansas, that is going till 2 a.m. local time. So it is this is a long day. Conditions are expected to remain favorable for areas near Jackson, Mississippi, and all in the central area of Mississippi. So we will be here for a while longer, talking about these areas that are likely to see some more action tonight. I am getting reports that Reed Timmer does have a funnel near Evergreen. I'm not sure what that is, so if you can give me a more exact location, that would be appreciated. I don't know where Evergreen is. But Reed apparently does have a funnel. Definitely stay hydrated, y'all. Take a quick break if you need to, but make sure that you're doing the most important part of being a part of this community, which is relaying information to those who need it. All right. In addition to that, we still have active tornado warnings for Madison Parish, Louisiana, and also the parishes leading towards Vicksburg. If you're in Vicksburg, Mississippi, along Interstate 20, you are in an active tornado warning. Tallulah, Mound, and Vicksburg. Please be in your tornado safe spots in the interior-most room of your house or basement, or a storm shelter if you've got it. So those are. It's important that we are paying attention to that supercell as well. We do have some storm chasers over there, including Brad Arnold, storm chaser Brad Arnold, Chris Hall, and Jaden Johnson, all over there repping the Ryan Hall team.
Thank you, Andy.
Now, Ryan? Yeah, gotcha.
Thank you very much. Guys, we've got 5 warnings now. The big tornado that just crossed the border between Mississippi and Alabama, that's gone now. They even allowed that warning to expire. We still have a warning south of Starkville, and we have a warning down here near Meridian, Mississippi. The one that, well, to be honest, we're focused on all of them. But the one that I'm going to try to zoom in on a little bit here is the one moving towards Vicksburg, Mississippi, because literally, like, our whole team of chasers is on that. Like, literally, almost every single one of them is very close. Brad Arnold is the closest, I believe. So let's ask him if he's seeing anything. Hey, Brad, we're watching your feed. Just wanting to know if you're seeing anything, and just looking for an update if you're seeing anything at the base of that storm. The lightning's incredible.
Hey, Ryan, we just pulled over. We're looking, the camera's pointed north right now. I'm looking back more northwest. Personally, a lot of CG, so it's a very healthy storm. It's pretty good ways away from Jackson radar, so it's tough to tell on radar, but some of the returns are looking good on it. As far as the lowering goes, I haven't seen anything just yet. Just been parked over. If I see anything, I will let you know. We're in a good position to be able to cut north on it again. So as soon as I see something, I'll let you know, but it does look promising.
All right. So that's Brad Arnold. Chris, I believe Chris is already also in line, but let's hear from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. The funnel report I got earlier from Reed Timmer, that is for the Bethedon storm. So the one north and east of Louisville in Winston County in Mississippi.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take this radar over there. So that's this storm over here, and this is looking pretty intense near Louisville. Oh yeah, look at that. Once again, I'm kind of surprised that we actually don't have a tornado down with that, or we didn't just a couple frames ago, because that is really intense rotation. But we are not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient. No tornado debris signature so far. However, this will continue to have the opportunity to produce a tornado as it goes towards Mayhew, Artesia, Crawford, and Brooksville. So make sure you're ready for that. So a lot of these storms look to me like they're moving into an environment that's a little bit less favorable for tornadoes. I think that the new hot spot, the area that we have to watch most intensely as we go forward, is going to be right in through here, which is a lot of our moderate risk, but more on the southern side. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's talk to Chris. Hey, Chris, I see you're awaiting our storm here. Just let us know what you're seeing. Is there anything interesting about it so far? And what do you think is going to happen here?
Hey, Ryan, right now just a lot of CG, like Brad said, a really healthy storm. Velocity keeps ramping up with every scan. Honestly, in my opinion, I think tornado may cycle back out of this very shortly.
All right. That's Storm Chaser Chris Hall, and I'm sure you guys all saw that lightning flash there. A lot of these guys are in the same exact spot. So we're all just waiting on this storm to come through. Well, we got a whole meet and greet out here. Look at this. TN Miller says, Ryan, without headphones, how are you listening to other people on your team talk without feedback into your mic? A really annoying process of adjusting the volume and trial and error. When we first did it, there was a lot of feedback, but we kept adjusting it until it was perfect. And there's a noise gate on my microphone. Freaky Deaky, thank you so much. Says, sending so many thoughts and prayers to these people. I hope everyone recovers and is okay. Thank you for that, and I hope so too. So far, I haven't heard any major updates, but the initial reports did seem bad. Casper the Ghost, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. I really appreciate everyone's help on Twitter tonight. This has been one of the best days of like actually being able to go to my notifications and and see helpful stuff. You guys are a very important part of what we do here. It is important that you guys also tag your local National Weather Service, though, whenever, especially if you're sending in a unique report. If I need to know it, so does the National Weather Service. In fact, they need to know more than me. So figure out who your local office is, figure out their Twitter handle, follow them, and tag them in everything that you tag me in. But whatever you do, don't send them screenshots of radar imagery. Because trust me, they're looking at the radar. They see the same things that we do. They're not sleeping. If you're just now tuning in, a very large tornado just happened not too long ago in Louisiana. And the same storm that produced that is getting ready to move into Mississippi. And we believe it's going to try to produce another tornado as it gets closer to Vicksburg. So we're gonna see firsthand here if that's going to happen, because a lot of our storm chasers are right in front of this thing, and we're able to watch them all here. The Lowndes County, Mississippi Sheriff's Office. Let's go ahead, Heidi.
I think you were going to read exactly what maybe I was going to share. The sheriff's office, they're urging everybody not to leave their homes and not to drive at all on Highway 12 and Steens area right now. And there's a possibility there could be active power lines down across the roads and yards, and it just creates an incredible, extremely dangerous situation. So stay home, stay in, and let them get to work.
All right. Love it.
Hey, Ron, I need to just respond really quickly. I'm seeing a donut hole, plus a lowering right over trees with decent rotation. I think we might have a tornado on the ground.
All right. We're monitoring it. I'll get back to you as soon as we hear anything. I think Brad might just have a sighting on a new tornado that's forming, and it would make sense because he's right under the rotation right now. Look at that, the donut hole that he was talking about right there. It is bounded weak echo region. Could be a rain wrapped tornado right there. Which one of these is Brad? Yeah, it's going to cross the road right in front of you there. We're watching Brad Arnold's stream because this is where Brad Arnold is. This is where the tornado could be. So they are very close to each other. But with seemingly limited lightning activity now, it's hard to see anything. But he is right up on it. Somebody said Bryce is in my county, and I'm not happy about that. Anytime any of these guys are in your county, it's probably never a good thing. Yeah, Brett Adair is up here. Brad Arnold's right here. Chris is down here. So if there's a tornado here, these guys should know. Like, one of them's going to get hit. JJ says there's 28,000 likes, 35,000 watching. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you. Great reminder. We still have 4 active warnings. We're really watching this one here near Richmond, Louisiana, moving into Vicksburg. I'm concerned that it's going to, right at the last minute here near Vicksburg, I'm concerned it's going to put down a tornado.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. We're coming north on this highway towards Tallulah. Large bowl funnel, but not on the ground just yet. Very, very, very close. We're going to hop on Interstate 20 and try to get east on it.
10-4, thank you. So Brad Arnold, Brett Adair. We got 3 guys on this storm. If it does produce a tornado as it comes into Vicksburg, this should be the first place you're going to hear about that. Because we've got a lot of eyes on it. There's also a very intense mesocyclone that's heading for Crawford, Mississippi. However, right now it's not showing any signs of a tornado debris signature. But if you're in Crawford, Mississippi, or anywhere around there, make sure you are getting to your safe spot. New SPC outlook just came out. Still moderate, but it's smaller. Much smaller of a moderate risk. A little bit farther to the south. Still includes Jackson, Mississippi. And if you're just now tuning in, I have a cold or something. So I'm sorry about the it probably seems like I'm down about something. I'm just trying to reserve energy. Conserve energy, I should say. Every like is a cough drop for Ryan. Well, somebody said we should get thermal and night vision cameras for the storm chasers. That'd be kind of cool. We're still waiting to see what happens with this storm as it comes towards Vicksburg, by the way, guys. There was no tornado on the ground, I believe, as this went through Tallulah. So that's good. That's good news. But we're still waiting to see what's going to happen from here as it goes off to the east. Let's check in on some of our other tornado warnings while we wait on that information. All right, so all of our storm chasers are on Interstate 20 heading east towards Vicksburg, and so is our storm. Now, we have a couple other warnings out here. Meridian, Mississippi is under a warning still, as this is a really impressive area of rotation near Enterprise and Stonewall It's going to come up towards Meridian here soon. This could be producing a tornado now, but it continues to not show any TDS signs. So we're taking shelter, but we're not freaking out just yet. Well, hopefully we never freak out, but you know what I mean. And then we've got another tornado warning with a pretty intense area of rotation approaching Crawford. And this will eventually make it up there to Columbus, Mississippi. Those are really the three main areas that we're looking at right now. Believe it or not, this is calm compared to the way it was just not too long ago. Hall's Cough Drops as a sponsor. Now that's the one we need to look up. Ryan was talking up Hall's Cough Drops before he ever got sponsored, guys. Senpai says, okay, question. You got me into tracking storms on radar now. Can tornadoes not be confirmed without being spotted visually? They can be confirmed usually by the National Weather Service whenever there is a correlation coefficient drop or a TDS, tornado debris signature, in line with a substantial velocity couplet that is also in line with a feature of the reflectivity that would resemble a supercell or something like that. So, yeah, you can confirm that there's a tornado down without actually literally seeing it. We do it all the time. The National Weather Service does it all the time. But it's very easy to do that to the wrong storm. It's very easy to mistakenly do that. So not every time you see a blue dot on the correlation coefficient, or not every time you see a velocity couplet, or not every time you see a hook on the radar, does that mean that there is a tornado. They all have to three kind of perfectly line up. You have to understand what could be making that not right. Like what could be happening here to trick me into thinking that this is a tornado. And you have to understand what each product does and understand what's wrong with it, what the way that it interacts with windmills or clear air or other sorts of contamination.
Hey Ryan,
and
it's
rule out
Chris.
everything
Just to
before you
my
confirm it.
north, I think we are looking at some power flashes. I think this thing may be on the ground again.
All right, that was a storm chaser, Chris Hall, who is very close to this storm. He's saying that maybe the storm might be producing a tornado again. I'm looking at radar here. They are very close to where, if that was the case, they're very close to where that would be happening. Okay, you've got Brett Adair and Brad Arnold about a mile in front of you. So you should be, they haven't said anything. So it's either off to the side of the road, but you should be fine to continue going forward. Keep us updated on what you see out there, though. It's hard to tell a lot of times if what you're seeing is a lightning flash or a power flash when you're out there, but there very well could be a tornado down here near Mound moving towards Vicksburg. So we want everybody in the polygon there to take shelter. Is Kentucky good? Yeah, Kentucky's fine. Kentucky is fine. How do you become a storm chaser? You just drive to where the storms are. I mean, like, honestly, anybody could do it, but it's probably not smart. It's not smart to do it no matter how much education you have. But it's best to know a lot about the weather before you go storm chasing. I would say like passing a spotter class at your local NWS office, joining something like the Spotter Network, and having a solid understanding of communications and being able to get yourself out of like really bad situations. Like, don't go storm chasing if you don't know how to contact somebody if your cell phone dies. Being an amateur radio operator is a good thing. Yep. We no longer have any confirmed tornadoes down right now. It's all radar indicated, and we're watching this one storm that's getting ready to come into Vicksburg, Mississippi, the hardest, I guess. Oh, well, there's Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Two things of concern have ramped up in the last couple of frames of radar data that we've gotten, and that includes the storms that are not the Vicksburg ones. So we're looking at south of Meridian along Highway 45/145 to the east of Basic. That velocity has ramped up as of the 32-minute scan on the hour. And in addition to that, we've also got Crawford to the southwest of Columbus, Mississippi. So both our northeast and southeast/eastern Mississippi tornado warnings are looking a lot more concerning as of the last few minutes. It's my opinion that once this Crawford, Mississippi cell, the northeastern one, gets to the Columbus area, that it is going to experience much the same environment that led to a pretty noteworthy tornado that we know has done damage to the north of Columbus. So I am watching this one near Crawford with the most care at the moment, because I think it's gonna reach that same corridor of favorable conditions if they haven't, vanished since then.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy, for bringing our attention back over here to the eastern side of Mississippi. South of Meridian, very strong storm, maybe even producing a tornado here soon if it's not already near Sable. Take shelter now if you're in Stinson, all the way up to Bonita and Vimville. Also, up here in northeastern Mississippi, very strong, tight couplet near Crawford. This is another area that's not necessarily... definitely producing a tornado, but it's very close to producing a tornado. This is going to go up towards Columbus, and like Andy said, this is the same general vicinity where that big tornado happened earlier with the storm that crossed between Mississippi and Alabama near Woodlawn. So now we've got another storm coming in. This one's had a history of rotating like a top for a while. And it's probably going to continue to do so as it gets closer to Columbus. So everybody in Columbus, Mississippi, please take shelter. You're under a tornado warning. Chris Hall is now saying that there's a debris signature on his storm. I don't know. That's quite a bit disconnected from... I see what he's talking about. You see this? Just to the east of Tallulah. But look at that. Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, a storm is moving towards Vicksburg. It's tornado warned. Chris and Jaden are out there swearing up and down that this thing is trying its best to produce a tornado. Thankfully, right now, I don't believe that it is, but it very well could as it gets closer to the city. So everybody, please stay in your safe spots. And we've got an update from meteorologist Heidi. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan. There was a local storm report just issued from the National Weather Service out of Jackson, Mississippi, back to the Woodlawn area that they're, and I'm going to read exactly from this report. It says that pictures captured on social media show possible tornado damage at the Mount Zion Presbyterian Church, and that is at the intersection of Nielsen Road and Wolf Road, northeast of Columbus.
All right. Thank you, Heidi. More information pretty much confirming that what we saw on radar was in fact a tornado up there. Concerning situation for Columbus as this storm is getting ready to go into the same area, pretty much the same air mass that storm overperformed in earlier. Hopefully everybody in Columbus is hunkered down. And ready. Thank you guys for putting up with my low voice and coughing tonight. Leon X says, thanks for everything you do, Ryan. Also, please check your local weather station. Oh, he's saying, please check your local weather station if you are concerned about the weather for your area. Ryan can't get to everyone. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of people watching. It would be literally impossible for me to go over the forecast for every town that everybody's watching in. It would also be incredibly disrespectful and irresponsible of me to take away from these places that are literally experiencing life-threatening situations to talk about it's going to be cloudy in Tennessee tonight. You know what I mean? As much as I would like to do that, we've got to focus on the areas that are actually dealing with some really bad stuff tonight. But I understand why people are asking.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new warning for Yazoo County, Mississippi. What is that? Like the fifth one today for Yazoo? And that's associated with the storm that our chasers are on. Oh, wow. Andy just sent this observed, the sounding, saying that this is what the Crawford, Mississippi storm is going into, a big old curved noodle. Now, this is more like it. This is more like a beefy photograph, if you ask me. Lots of, once again, more area under the curve. Yeah, that's a gnarly situation right there. So you get a storm that's already got a lot of rotation with it, interacting with an environment like that. It's almost certainly going to just get worse. And if you don't know what you were just looking at, basically when the noodles are curved in that way, it's dangerous. It could lead to a big tornado. And you know, we're We're concerned about the Columbus area. This storm has been causing problems all night. We're hoping that it dies out a little bit before it gets to Columbus. But the odds are that it's actually going to do the opposite. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. In fact, it's doing the opposite right now. Well, just as you said that, we do have a tornado debris signature on that storm south of Artesia and north of Crawford, Texas. Texas, good grief, Mississippi. It's been a long day. Long day.
All right, thank you, Andy. Let me pull up that for you. And yeah, right there in the last couple of seconds, you can see it pop up. I'm going to focus on the velocity until we get another scan here so I can really show you the exact location as to where we think this is. Penns, it's across the road on Highway 45 near Penns. It's going to go up to the north and east right towards Columbus. So hope to goodness that this isn't a substantial, long-lasting kind of storm, because if it is, the trajectory it's on will take it right through the middle of downtown Columbus, Mississippi. Brian says Ryan's emphasis on those in peril is proper. Those that demand he indulge their need for narcissistic fueling about the unaffected areas. Oh, come on. We don't have to be that harsh about it. Like, I get it. I get why people are asking. But I'm just trying to kind of state why I'm not answering everybody. Not because I feel like I'm better than you and like, oh, the chat's just like, I'm too famous. Like, you know, it just makes sense for me to focus on the tornado warnings in a situation like this. I might try it one day where we go live when there's no severe weather, and I just like, for like several hours, me and Andy just hammer down forecasts for local local areas. I feel like that might be fun. I don't know if anybody would watch, but apparently there's a lot of interest in it.
Oh, Ryan, you got to look at that latest correlation coefficient scan.
All right, I'm going to have to take this over here. Give me just a second. Guys, I'm going to pull this up. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. There's a new tornado warning for Lauderdale and Clark County, Mississippi. We're about to get another confirmed tornado warning that will include Columbus more than likely here in the next couple of minutes. Is because, as you can see, we've got a big tornado debris signature that is blown up here to the south and east of Artesia, and it's moving up towards Columbus now. I hadn't got that update yet. Over here, let's check and see if we've got it now. Nope. Want to refresh that. This map is way better, so I like to use it. But for now, let's look at this. Look at this. That is a big tornado debris signature. We've got a big tornado on the ground to the south and east of Artesia, throwing leaves, pieces of trees, and who knows what up into the air, and it's moving right towards Columbus, Mississippi. We can hope that this is going to dissipate before it gets to the city. I don't think we've seen any tornadoes tonight that have been on the ground for like a substantial period of time, but this could be the one that changes that. And it doesn't even matter, really, because all of this area to the south and west of Columbus is sparsely but kind of populated. There's houses along these roads, like Gilmer Wilburn Road, up here towards the Prairie Hill Cemetery. Not a lot of houses, but some. And then by the time this closes in on Highway 45, that's when we start seeing it getting close to the Country Living RV Park, the GTR K9 Search training facility, Bob Roberts Barbecue, and the West Lowndes Middle School. if you were at the West Lowndes Middle School right now, you could probably look to your south and see the giant wedge tornado coming if it wasn't wrapped in rain or something. So unfortunately, that's around where this tornado is right now. It's getting ever so close to Columbus. So hopefully it dissipates before then, but we're not going to assume that that's going to happen. It's definitely still on the ground right now. And my goodness, we don't have a, okay, yeah, there we go. Confirmed tornado warning for Lowndes County, Mississippi. I don't know if our lights switched for that one or not. But if you are in Columbus in Mississippi, please get to shelter now. Look, right here is Steens. Right up here is Woodlawn. This is the same area where that big tornado happened just moments ago that moved into Alabama. Now we've got another one that's getting ready to move into a much more populated zone. Dang. There it is. Now we've got the update over here. Right now, the tornado is down near Billups and Bent Oak. Billups and Bent Oak. And that's riding along Artesia Road. As it comes up this way, it'll go over the Orbis Corporation, the Golden Triangle Waste Services. The Lowndes County Fire Department, unfortunately, is in the path of this thing. The Lowndes County Fire Department is in the path of this directly. And then, of course, we've got that GTR Canine Search Team training facility. And Country Living RV Park. So that's all of that stuff is in this general vicinity here. Now, once it gets past Highway 45 there, if it continues, if it stays on the ground that long, it'll go across the intersection between 45 and 82, right there where the Dollar General is, the FedEx warehouse, the Memorial Gardens of Columbus, Prairie Meat Company, and then it'll parallel 82 right up past the Tennessee Tombigbee Waterway into Columbus. But we're going to hope that this lets up before then. We can't know for sure if that's going to happen, but we can hope for the best. Let's come back over here. It still looks to me like it's down, even though it does look like it's spreading out a little bit. So if you missed my conversation about this earlier, a lot of times whenever there's a tornado, even if it's big, sometimes big tornadoes can happen quickly and they're brief. They'll pick up a bunch of debris, throw it up in the air. We see this big blue dot on the screen, and then the tornado goes away, but the debris up in the air continues to float around for a little bit. Whenever you see this debris kind of feather out, and there's not a concentrated area of blue where the new debris should be kind of originating from, a lot of times that means it's lifted. But I'm not saying that's happening right now. But if the next scan shows less concentrated blue, then that's a good sign. Such a weird storm for this to be happening in. Look at this. What the heck? What in the world? The velocity definitely looks like it's going away. Like it looks like the thing is lifting for sure. So let's hope that happened for the sake of Columbus, because that would be terrible, man. That's a big place. That's a big city. For like Mississippi's like that's a big city. But if you're in Columbus, you're watching right now, Hopefully you're in your safe spot and you're not coming out. We don't want you to come out until this thing is passed. If you're north of Columbus, let's say you're north and east of Mayhew, it might start raining debris here soon. So all of this debris that the tornado picked up near Artesia is now probably getting ready to start raining on the Golden Triangle Regional Airport, the FedEx Ship Center, the Elm Lake Golf Course, and I would even say the Columbus Lake up there. Pieces of debris will start raining from the sky as the fallout from that tornado kind of settles in that general vicinity. I don't know how big the debris is. I don't know how concentrated it will be. But more than likely, that's what's going to happen there. I think they should upgrade to a PDS warning. They probably have a PDS warning written out already. Their finger is hovering over the submit button because you don't want to do a false. It's bad enough to do a false alarm tornado warning. Those happen all the time. Like, raise your hand if you've ever been under a tornado warning and there was no tornado. Like, everybody's raising their hand, right? But it's bad enough that happens too much. It's really bad when there's a PDS tornado warning and then there's no tornado. It makes people take the warnings less seriously, and we reserve those bigger deals for stuff that is, I guess, almost certainly going to be a bad time. This one, I would say it was one frame away. If it looked like this, if the debris ball looked like this right now, oh yeah, there would be a 100% a PDS warning. But also the velocity is completely dissipated. Thank goodness. Yeah. So yeah, even in downtown Columbus, it might actually rain debris here. And I'm not saying like it's not going to like rain bricks. I'm talking leaves, just very light stuff.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Choctaw County, Alabama. I believe. Okay, that's going to be down here for the storm near Meridian. We can check on that. Still looks like a very strong storm. But it's hard to tell much about it because of the daggone radar hole. Another place that makes no sense why there's a radar hole. This is like the tornado capital of the world right here. If we've got anybody watching in York, Intercourse, Bellamy, Whitfield, Moscow, Saltwell, Old Spring Hill, Providence, Linden, Hilltop, any of these places around where this storm's going into, this is probably not your first time hearing from me. I've definitely worked a lot of these events in this area. So welcome back. But if this is your first time being on the channel, I'm slowly becoming more and more familiar with the Deep South because this is where like all the severe weather happens. Oh boy. Yeah, that storm is completely gone. The one that produced the tornado to the south and west of Columbus, is like completely shredded now. There's not even like a whisper of it left. When do y'all expect the storms to die down? I'm in Northwest Georgia. The storms that are moving towards Northwest Georgia, we expect those to die down now. Don't get me wrong. There's going to be some strong winds. There might be some severe winds. But I mean, it's nothing you haven't seen before. It's definitely going to be all right. Northwest Georgia is another place that I would be mostly concerned about flash flooding. Tennessee, Central Tennessee, Eastern Tennessee, Northern Alabama, now Northern Mississippi, Southern, Southeastern Tennessee, Northwest Georgia. All these places are going to be just fire hosed by torrential downpours all night tonight. No water jug this evening, just a big water bottle. And lots of cough drops. You're going to sleep like a baby tonight, Ryan. This is nothing. How long have we been live? Hold on, I'll find out. 7 hours, 6:45, something like that. We got a while to go. The good news is obviously the tornado threat's going to continue with us for a while. But the tornado threat will try to become a little bit less of a problem the more linear these storms get. So the more like big congealed messes that we see, like the one that's popping up here between Louisville, Philadelphia, and Forest, like that's got less of a chance of producing a tornado than like a supercell all by itself. However, tornadoes will and can still happen in those kinds of storms. I said, stop calling them cough drops, start calling them hail drops. Somebody also designed a, oh, look, cat. Paul's Nader drops. Be prepared for flu season, y'all. Honey Lemon. Thumbs up from Ryan Hall, y'all. Man, I love that. That's so funny. I feel like it's been so long since we've had just like a meme heavy stream. Like the past several streams have just been so, and this one is too. Don't get me wrong. Like there've been some big tornadoes today, and I'm sure we're going to hear more and more about the damage that come from them. But the past couple of streams, we had Hurricane Ian, we had the big November 4th tornado outbreak. There was just no time for a joke in any of those. You know what I mean? Hey, Blake, thanks for becoming a high risk or slight risk member. We technically have 2 tornado warnings now. We've got this one over here right on the border of Alabama and Mississippi. And then we have this one way over here on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. This is the one near El Dorado, Adams Landing, Russellville. This is the one where our storm chasers are close to. And you can see them in the app here. Here's Brad Arnold. This is Brandon.
A very convincing Scud bomb or a lowering.
But neither of those storms right now are convincing, to me anyways, that they have a tornado down right now. Blake, thank you. I really appreciate y'all. Thanks for all the support today. Shauna B says, Ryan, how's the rest of the night look for South Mississippi? Pike County south of Jackson. There's going to be more storms. And in fact, there's more storms popping up to your west right now. They still have the ability to produce tornadoes, but the tornadic threat will slowly go down later into the night that we go. Right now, it's still pretty high. So some of these storms off to the west of Jackson could absolutely still be tornadic. So we're going to stick around for that. But once this next little line or band of storms moves through, things will rapidly improve. Ryan, any big tornadoes reported today? Yeah, unfortunately. We had, I feel like, 2 really big ones. But thankfully, they hit, obviously it's terrible when a tornado hits anywhere where there are people. But both of these tornadoes hit pretty rural areas, avoiding what could have been a pretty disastrous situation, I believe. The Muffin Man. Thanks for being a moderate risker. We are in Greenville, South Carolina. Do you think tornadoes will be popping up here this evening? No. I hope you feel better soon and get some rest. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thankfully, no tornadoes in Greenville, South Carolina this evening. Oh, did we hit 850,000? Awesome. Guys, my goal for this channel since the beginning of the year was to hit 1 million before Christmas. So if you are not subscribed, please consider hitting that subscribe button and helping me reach my goal. Since I was like 12 years old, always wanted to do like YouTube stuff and like 1 million subscribers. That's like a milestone. I think everybody who's ever wanted to do this thinks is impossible. So it's a big deal, and it's also a good sign for the channel, showing that what we're doing is correct and right. So yeah, okay. Andy, what do you got for me?
Yeah, Ryan, our western Mississippi storm that our chaser's on is starting to look better and better, defying all odds, actually, as we've been watching it on the local meso analysis. It's showing us that it's moving into a cold pool at the surface that previous storms have left behind. Since we had so many storms go through the Yazoo City area, they've all, sucked up all of the warm and moist air there and just left a colder air mass in place. Yet, somehow, the storm, as it reaches Satartia, I believe is how we've pronounced that in the past, looks to be doing something as it has a velocity couplet right around where Johnson, Chris, and all of them are congregating there. So perhaps something is coming from our chaser soon, but nothing evident other than a tight rotation on our radar.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Let's take a look at the velocity on that. Yeah, right there. There's our chasers. Hang on it. Where's my pen go? There's our chasers. And there is the area of rotation. And that's going to be moving along this highway that they're on towards Germania and Mechanicsburg and Satartia over the next little bit. I'm sure as soon as they see anything, if they see anything, we will hear that come over the Zello radio there. Yeah, they are super close. If there's anything going to come out of this, you're going to see it from them. Oh. I don't know what I did, but I messed up my marker, my pen tool. You guys don't know how attached I am to the pen tool and the way that I activate it. It's almost as if I've lost an eye. It's like hail is falling in Lexington. I'm assuming this is Lexington, Mississippi. Look at this. Thanks for sending this in.
Oh my God. Bro, what?
He said, bro, what?
It is legit hailing right now. Look at this. Oh my God.
Lexington, Kentucky. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense as to why he was so surprised. I was like, there's no way this dude is from Lexington, Mississippi and is shocked by hail. Oh, okay. I see. Let's zoom out to the broader picture here. And we've actually got a lot of storms forming on the backside of the system. Even behind some of the heavier rain, like there's a lot of cool air that's already moved into this area. Not the entire like cold front hasn't moved through or anything, but there's a bunch of storms and heavy rain producers that have popped up from western and central Tennessee up into central Kentucky. We got some severe thunderstorm warnings up there near Lexington, Kentucky. Whoa. Look at this. A ton of them actually up here in Kentucky. And obviously we've got hail, some decently sized big hail over here towards Lexington. So yeah, storms are popping up and are going to continue to be a thing all up and down this corridor here into central Kentucky. Bowling Green, Nashville's back in the rain. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings back here between Memphis and Jackson. Wow. Isn't that something? And then heavy rain between Knoxville, Birmingham, and Atlanta. This is going to turn into a pretty bad flooding situation, I'm afraid. Holy smokes. We don't get much hail in Lexington. I know. I live not too far away from Lexington, Kentucky, and I can count on one hand how many times I've seen hail at home. And like, it wouldn't even take up the whole hand. But yeah, that is definitely a little hailstorm that just went through Lexington. That'll come up towards Paris, Carlisle, Millersburg next. Probably doing the same thing up there in Frankfort, moving up towards Josephine and Mason along the I-75 corridor. More hail coming into Danville, more than likely. Lots of heavy rain and some isolated hail showers possible all around Nashville tonight. Very interesting stuff, man. And he said, he sent me this and he said, the SPC's latest discussion messed up. The whole discussion is why. Would you like to do your own discussion in place of it? Look, this is it. This is the whole text. Discussion, ... why? Just why? I agree. Why? Oh, that's funny. Hey, Ryan, are you using GR2 Analyst? That is one of the tools that I use. Yes. We go back and forth between WSV3, GR2A, and of course, Radar Omega.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Sumter County, Alabama. And I don't think that popped up.
That's south of Livingston, Alabama, Ryan, to the east of Meridian, Mississippi.
Okay. All right.
Or
Hopefully,
Marion's, Mississippi.
if tech guy Ryan is still with us, hopefully he can give us another refresh. But yeah, hey, by the way, guys, I just mentioned York, Livingston.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And all these places that still didn't pop up. Well, you guys are under a tornado warning now. And this is one of the most like kind of popular areas for tornado warnings to be issued, not only because of how many tornadoes come through this area, but because it's in such a radar hole. It's one of those things where even if there is the slightest sign of rotation, it's probably just best to warn it. However, these storms have had a history today of producing big tornadoes. So we're going to take these seriously, and we're going to get to our shelter in Ward, Intercourse, Bellamy, Whitfield, and Hall Creek. Hall Creek, up there to the west of Demopolis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, still not seeing it. We got a couple of warnings that are coming out right now. I believe one of them. Okay, so we've got one of them is for our storm that our chasers are on. It's an extension of that takes it on up closer to Yazoo City. And then another one down here close to Macomb in southwestern Mississippi. Enterprise, Liberty, Mount Olive, Thompson. All these places are under tornado warnings for the 7th time today, it seems. And yeah, we've got another couplet, another area of rotation getting ready to go through Liberty now. So take shelter immediately. Dive into this storm that our chasers are on near Satartia. Still nothing crazy, but definitely capable of doing something as it moves forward. Yes, it is hailing in Lexington, Kentucky. And yes, if it starts hailing in eastern Kentucky where I am going to go outside and I want to take the camera with me. And we're going to go examine it. See, I can be a storm chaser and the guy at the chair at the same time. The storms just have to come to me. Yep, we got a tornado warning for Yazoo County, Mississippi, Sumter County, Alabama, Amite County, Mississippi, and Choctaw County, Alabama. All radar indicated Oh man, more video from the hailstorm in Lexington, Kentucky. Man, I bet this did freak everybody out in Lexington. How fun. Here's the evolution of the long-lived tornado-producing supercell across southwest Mississippi during the 3 hours prior to sunset per satellite. Absolutely incredible to watch. Yeah, tornadoes are extremely difficult to forecast. It's amazing that we can do as good as what we do right now. Like today, for example, the fact that we saw what was coming 7 days ago, almost like with pretty good clarity and like accuracy to the reality of what actually happened, is unbelievable. Because the intricate balance that it takes to actually produce a tornado is almost unbelievable. Tornadoes are obviously big, bad, scary things, but they're incredibly delicate. And it's really crazy whenever you get a big one and they actually last a while. So many things have to happen just right or wrong, however you want to look at it, for a tornado to happen, let alone multiple. And today, thankfully, I don't think we've seen any really long track singular tornadoes. Now, we've seen a lot of supercells that have tracked over very long distances, dropped probably multiple tornadoes. Yeah, we saw the why. We saw the why. What determines the shape of a warning? Usually, counties and warning areas and offices and ranges and stuff like that. And usually, you find a point where the rotation is happening, where you think the tornado might be happening, and you draw a polygon that slowly gets wider the farther away from the original point you get. That's the idea. It would be a four-sided polygon that kind of got bigger the farther away that you go from the rotation point. But they end up looking all jaggedy and stuff like this because, you know, the guy that's at this weather office can't issue a warning for this county because it's in a different weather office. So it has to end in this really weird way. I don't like that, but there's not a lot you can do about it. Kind of dumb. Susan says, "Hey Ryan, Satartia is pronounced Satartia, and Amite County is pronounced Emit." All right, thank you. You'd think I'd know this stuff by now. I swear this is like the 5th one of these I've done in Mississippi. To be fair, I don't think I've ever said Emit County before. I don't know if that one's just been dodging bullets this whole time or what. Bureaucracy, yep. Sorry. It probably seems like I'm having a real hard time, but I swear it's just where I'm talking. It makes the throat tickle a little bit more than it normally would. I do have a cold, but that's it. You guys are so creative. Nader noodles, beefy, spicy. Beefy, spicy PDS. Is that what that says? Nader noodles. Jesus. Yeah, lots of hail. Lots of hail in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm seeing all the pictures now. Everybody in Lexington just went outside to see what in the heck that noise was all about. Oh, here's that church that looks like tornado damage near Cumberland or Steens. Tyler says, "I have the weather radio from your website. What do I do to tune it to get the weather info? I can't figure it out." Well, obviously that depends on which one you have. We sell a lot of different models. Should have come with a instruction manual or something, but if you want to message our support, I'm sure we can find the proper documentation for you. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you. I just don't know which one you have. Another Yolometer picture coming in here from southeastern Minnesota. Look at that. 3.5 inches or so. It's interesting that I feel like I've seen a lot more original Yolometers today. We sold, I think we shipped out 1,000 of these, and we've already shipped out 2,000, I think, of the Yolometer 2.0s. Yeah, I don't think I've seen a lot of them, of the 2.0s in like pictures and stuff. Basically, what I'm saying is that our OG Yolometer buyers are real ones. Mike, look at that. Mike is keeping an eye on my stream and the radar. Awesome. Great setup. Love it. All right, let's talk to some of our chasers. See what their plans are. Hey, Brad. We're following along. Just wondering what your plans are for the rest of the evening. Are you going to follow this storm until it kind of goes away? What do you think is going to happen as we go forward? Get Chris on that too. Hey, Chris, just wanting an update. What's your plan for the rest of the evening? Are you going to continue to follow the storm? What's up?
Yeah, we're probably going to go on north and shoot east with it for just a little while longer and see if this backside wants to wrap up one last time. If not, I'm probably going to watch for these storms down to the south. We're not that far away from the ones down south of Jackson, so just really got to plan out where we need to be later tonight, if we need to assist with any town or if we need to start getting supplies tomorrow, etc.
Hey Ryan, as far as our plan right now, we're going to continue tracking this system. We're headed towards Benton right now, Benton, Mississippi, and we're going to try to intercept it there. It looks like the best storm on radar, which may or may not say very much right now. But as long as there's tornado warnings, we're going to be out in it. So we're headed for the long haul tonight. It's going to be a long one.
All right, so there you go. Ryan seems so tired. I'm really not. I am purposefully trying to be less like I don't know how to explain it. The more subdued I keep myself, the better off my voice is going to be. If I talk too loud or too much, like, I don't know how to explain it. I've just got to chill out a little bit and I'll be able to go even longer. Everybody in chat's like, wow, you look and sound so depressed. Jeez, guys, give me a break. I'm just trying to do the weather. I'm fine. At least I'm not the National Weather Service and just say why. Looks like so far, unfiltered, we've had 14 tornado reports, 16 wind reports, 28 hail, total of 50. Total of 50. Yeah, I'm still looking at tweets. Ryan, do you think the next upcoming storm will be more or less severe? I don't know. I can't tell you. Honestly, I haven't looked a lot at the next upcoming storm. I'm sure there will be one. We've been focused on this. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Oh man, to the north of DeKalb and west of Scuba in eastern Mississippi. It's not currently tornado warned, but we've got a sort of an embedded leading supercell storm mode here that has exhibited rotation for a few frames now. There is a bit of non-uniform beam filling in this area, so I'm not sure if there's any contamination in these velocity readings, but I think that given its consistent velocity signature, that we may see a warning out of this pretty soon for Kemper and Noxubee counties in eastern Mississippi.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Pretty good area of rotation here. No warning yet, like Andy said, but y'all watch out there in Scuba and Millington and the Highway 45 area here in Noxubee County. Yeah, I would be very surprised if they didn't issue a warning for that in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You guys would have freaked out. You guys would have flipped. No, it probably really is coming like soon. So make sure you're ready to get into that safe spot in Scuba, Millington, Calix, Carter's. I think DeKalb, I think you're going to be all right. I think the storm, it'll probably do its thing to the east and northeast of the town. There was a lot of video captured today of that tornado near Bassfield. Why do I always want to say Basefield? Anyways, here's one of the videos of it. Wow. It's crazy to think that this wasn't even one of the bigger ones of the night. It definitely was a very photogenic one, that's for sure, right there. Just to the south of Bassfield. If you're just now tuning in, we are looking at this storm that's getting ready to come into the Scuba area of eastern Mississippi. It's got some rotation with it. There's no tornado warning yet, but we are waiting on maybe seeing that come through here soon. We do have a couple of other tornado warnings out there. One of them is near the Demopolis area, Woodford and Hall Creek portions of Alabama. Another one's way back here in western Mississippi near Yazoo City and Benton and Pickens. And then there's another one down here towards Macomb. But the storm that I'm paying most attention to right now is the one that's near DeKalb because there's a lot of rotation with it. So Hopefully they put out a warning for that soon. Let's check on our storm over here as well. Yeah, a lot of the rotation with the storm near Yazoo City has completely dissipated. Yeah. Man, it's crazy how the dynamics have changed. Now these storms are going almost due north. Huh. So they allowed that tornado warning to expire. Somebody said this has been a dud. There hasn't been one tornado in Greenland. Oh man. This is funny. This is funny if you get it. How many of you get it? This is funny. It's funny because I have kind of like a delayed audience. I get to see them react up here on the screen. That's funny. Oh, here's a really good look at that tornado that went through Steens, Mississippi. Wow. There was another tornado that probably looked really similar to that, to the south and west of Columbus. But thankfully, it lifted very quickly before it got to Columbus. Allison said, I made a concoction for dinner that I named Mesocyclone. Fluffy mashed potatoes, clouds, and a beef gravy with broccoli on top. Clouds, debris, and trees. All right. Awesome. I love it. Hey, Janie, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. Nora, thanks for gifting one membership. Amy Davis, I saw that you have gifted a couple more. So thank you, Amy. Everybody say thank you to Amy. super OG.
A new tornado warning has
And
been
we
issued.
have a new tornado warning. I'm going to show you where that is in just a moment. That includes Brookhaven, Mississippi, Monticello, Mississippi, and Bogue Chiteau, Mississippi, until 9:45 p.m. Central. That's associated with this southern storm. It's basically just being extended up into the Brookhaven area. So there's the rotation. Dang on it. I got to fix that pin. But there's the rotation. And that's going to be coming up towards the I-55 corridor here very soon. Lots of rotation with that one. So we've got to watch it closely. Caldwell, Louisiana Parish update. We have new photos out of Caldwell Parish near Highway 126, where significant damage has been reported throughout this area. And significant damage has been reported, and 2 injuries were also reported. It was a pretty big, pretty big tornado that went through there. Also, on the other side, near Caledonia, we've got more damage photos. Look at that. Oh, look. The 2x4 stuck in the wood here, stuck in the wall. And some significant damage out here as well.
YouTubers do. Hey, ring the bell, subscribe.
Oh, man, I don't know how to get that. There's no download button. Oh, I found it. Okay.
YouTubers do.
I'm being sent
Ring the bell, subscribe, do whatever.
a James Spann video. Apparently, James Spann went live on YouTube today. That's interesting. Let's see here.
YouTubers do. Hey, ring the bell, subscribe, do whatever.
Yeah.
Why can't I barely hear that? Oh, here we go.
YouTubers do. Hey, ring the bell, subscribe, do whatever.
Yeah. Hit the bell and you'll be notified when we're live.
You'll get that notification when we're live. So see,
We need a recording of that.
YouTube hipster. So no, seriously.
Is he? What is? He's trying to make fun of.
Subscribe. Do whatever.
We have to clip that. We have to clip that and play that like at any time I say like make sure you subscribe to the channel. That has to play after I say that.
Hey, ring the bell.
Ring the bell. Go subscribe.
Hit the bell and you'll be notified when we're live.
What was this? I love it. That's awesome. I love James Spann. That's cool. And that's actually really cool that they went live on YouTube before they were needed on the air for TV. I think that's the future. I think that's the future to TV weather coverage. James Spann always out there making TV weather guys' jobs harder. James was the first one to really adapt social media usage, and now it's like every TV weatherman's job to post 87 times a day. Now it's going to be every TV weatherman's job to do what I do. They're not going to like that. But that was funny. We have to clip that. We have to get it on the soundboard. We have to. That's awesome. I love it. This tornado warning down here near Johnson Station, Brookhaven, Mississippi. The last couple of frames show decreasing velocities. So it doesn't look as serious. Same thing out here in Alabama with that storm. There's still a tornado warning. Hulk Creek, you need to be in your safe spot, but otherwise, it's pretty quiet right now. So, yeah, that's a good thing. More damage from Lowndes County. The Lowndes County Fire Department. The Lowndes County Fire Department. This is, we talked about this while it was going on as one of the places in the path of that tornado. And there you go. It was severely damaged, it looks like. Tornado damage near the Lowndes County Fire Department. Wow. Well, hopefully everybody's all right. There's one of those mobile homes we were talking about. The reason why it's so much of a bad idea to use a mobile home as like a shelter is because they just get thrown around so easily, and then they break easily, and then you've got a bunch of flying debris, and it's literally worse to be inside of a big metal box that has a bunch of broken glass and pieces in it and tossed around than to go lie flat in a ditch. Dr. Crawfish says, hey, Ryan, I'm watching you tonight at work from Piney Flats, Tennessee. What kind of work is this? Some factory or something? That's cool. Hey, Ryan, do you know who Mark Payton Vlogs is? I watched one of the videos of his not too long ago. I think it was the one from the November 4th outbreak. So I don't know who that is, no, but I'm familiar with him somewhat. That's interesting. Let's see here.
YouTubers do. Hey, ring the bell. Subscribe. Do whatever.
Yeah. Hit the
Why can't I barely hear that? Oh, here we go.
YouTubers do. Hey, ring the bell. Subscribe. Do whatever.
yeah. Hit the bell and you'll be notified when we're live.
You'll get that notification when we're live.
Y'all and your memes, man. Crazy. Andy, any thoughts? Anything at all? Let's hear it.
Anything at all, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, there's a bounded weak ecoregion east of Auburn, Mississippi, on our current tornado warning there in southern Mississippi. That's going to head up right through Bogue Cheeto. Oh, my gosh, you do you know that one?
I
Do you
think
know
it is
that?
Bogue Cheeto.
Bogue Cheeto. Okay, so bound weak ecoregion on reflectivity simply tells us that there's a strong updraft in a storm, and if it's a supercell, then it's a strong rotating updraft. If there's a strong rotating updraft, well, you know what that can do if it does root at the surface. So whenever we see a signature like that, we're paying attention to it because it's co-locating with strong velocities. So everything looks good there, or everything looks bad there. You don't want that to happen. So if you're in Bogue Cheeto along Highway 51, probably just to the south, I would be taking shelter as you are in an active tornado warning put out by National Weather Service at Jackson, Mississippi. Other thoughts than that are we've been live for almost approaching 8 hours, and I don't know if I don't think there's really a means to tell us that we're done at all, but it might be like your typical deep south event that we've covered in the past where things do keep going, after we may be gone, or it's very late to the morning or early morning even. Um, and so the event could still be active at that time. So you still need to be paying attention if you're east of the active areas, because that's where the storms will be headed. And I believe that the Storm Prediction Center still has some slight risks there for severe weather. So you got to pay attention. Drink some caffeine, get some caffeine in you. Make sure you don't fall asleep when you could be at some slight risk.
Awesome. Great thoughts. Guys, that's a meteorologist, Andy Hill. And basically, we have two tornado warnings now. One of them is the one that I'm showing here on radar. Still got a pretty good area of rotation here, moving up towards Brookhaven. The other one in Alabama, I feel like isn't as, I don't know, notable. But it's still a tornado warning up there near Demopolis, so we need you to take shelter. Dr. Crawfish, by the way, works at a stock room where they make parts for Harley Davidson, Honeywell, and Henry repeaters. Very cool. Very cool. It looks like rotation might have ramped up a little bit there. Right to the south of Bogachita. Bogachita? Or Bogachita? More Caldwell Parish pictures. My goodness, man. Lots of damage out here. Significant damage. We are definitely going to hear about that one in the morning. See a lot more pictures. If we have any of the storm chasers that are working with us sticking around tonight, I'm sure we'll have them go assess the damage and see if the y'all squad needs to show up. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, to the west of Meridian, near Decatur, Mississippi. It's trailing behind the one near DeKalb that we mentioned earlier. That one is now trying to bow out, actually form into a line segment. So we may see some stronger winds there, and perhaps a sort of bookend vortex there that could produce a tornado on the northern end. But to its southwest right now, we do have ramping up rotation that should pass just around Union, Mississippi, along I believe that's Highway 15, and headed into Neshoba County and currently in Newton County, northern Newton County. So that cell has gotten a lot stronger. It's near Decatur. It is near Decatur, just so you know. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, definitely looks interesting here. Near Union, no tornado warning with this. Honestly, no tornado warning with any of those storms now. Our only tornado warning is down here near Bogachita. And yeah, this one, unless it gets kind of messed up by this little piece of energy down here, that'll probably be another warning. Sorry. Sorry, somebody sent me a good meme. Here's more pictures from Lowndes counties. Lots of damage out there. Yeah, it is. It's getting a little bit. It's getting a little bit harder to talk. But I'll be all right. I'm still looking through Twitter too. Melissa says, "Hey Ryan, say hey to 8-year-old Rose." Hello, Rose. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, really thinking that Union, Mississippi still is going to warrant a tornado warning very soon here. You can try another countdown. You might nail it this time, honestly. Don't see how they don't warn this. It's very telling.
All right. Right there you go. We've got a potentially a new warning coming out for this storm soon. Y'all watch out near Union. Let me get on the right radar here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that definitely deserves a warning. They're probably going to issue that in about 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
A new
1.
tornado warning has
See?
been issued.
Nailed it. There it is. New tornado warning for what was that? Kemper County? Yeah, Kemper, Neshoba, and Newton counties in Mississippi. Brand new tornado warning as a piece of rotation is showing up here on radar, and it's actually pretty intense. It's going to come by Union, Little Rock, and Prismatic and DeKalb in eastern Mississippi here over the next little bit. This is a supercell, okay? It is still out by itself, technically, right now. But a lot of these storms have been quickly congealing into more of an outflow dominant, like linear system here recently. So this one may do that before it gets up to DeKalb. But even if it doesn't, we got to get in our safe spots anyways, because it's going to be a bad storm regardless. What is that called in basketball where somebody like lobs up the ball and then somebody jumps up and dunks it and alley oop? I feel like that was the equivalent. That was the equivalent to that with Andy throwing that up and and me doing the countdown. That was a good one. Hopefully this one doesn't turn into a big nasty situation like we've seen throughout the night. However, the conditions are still favorable out here for tornadoes, even big ones. So we're going to take this one seriously until we don't need to anymore, which will be when the warning is allowed to be expired. Tornado warning for Union, Prismatic, DeKalb, and Porterville, Mississippi until 10 p.m. Central. Take cover now. Still going through Twitter here. Right now, this is the only, I don't want to say it's the only, but it's one of 2 tornado warnings that are currently ongoing. Definitely one of the more concerning ones. However, there is a lot of rotation still down here near, man, I know I'm saying it wrong. Still. But I'm trying my best. Bogachita. That's where that rotation is now. It's going to continue up to the northeast. Looks like it's going to stay out of Brookhaven, to the south and east of Brookhaven, and to the west of Monticello. So that's good. There's another area of rotation right behind that, though, near Smithdale. That's going to go up to the north and east. And there's another area of rotation to the north and east of that near Oma and New Hebron that might be a problem as we go forward. These 3 cells here are in a good environment to continue to grow and maybe cause problems. Similar to the storm near Union, which the last frame or two there didn't look too bad, but it also doesn't look very good. So we're in Prismatic, DeKalb, Porterville. We're taking shelter in Mississippi, okay? Okay. Bogachita, not Bogachito, Bogachita. Lucas says, keep up the great work. Have a coffee on me. Any projection for how this storm may affect the Georgia and South Carolina region? Mostly just rain and some wind. Nothing crazy expected over there. Ashley, thank you. Roger Davidson, thank you. Are we keeping Ryan up? No. I seem a lot tireder than I am because I am a little sick, a little bit of sore throat, a little bit of congestion. And after 8-9 hours of talking, it becomes a little difficult, but I'm not that bad off. I'm all right. Yawns are contagious through the stream. I'm sorry. Yeah, we won't know the ratings of the tornadoes that happened today until several days from now, more than likely. These guys down here are like pros at this, so we might actually know some preliminary ratings tomorrow or the day after tomorrow or something like that, but it takes a while. They got to go survey the damage and all that good stuff. Lady Cat, thank you for becoming a slight risker. Nick J says, you continue to be one of the best. I hope you feel better soon. You truly are an inspiration. Nick, thank you so much. If I'm if you think that today, I must be doing something right because I definitely have not been in my opinion, I haven't been on top of the game today. Trying to keep my voice from going out. Thankfully, I think we still got everything communicated correctly and got a great team of people helping me out. And of course, the National Weather Service and the people who are doing the real kind of like hard stuff in the background, the storm chasers. Everybody did a great job today. Not that today is over so far. Wow, Amy Davis gifted 10 Ryan Hall y'all memberships. Thank you, Amy. If you are a member, you get access to really cool emotes that we worked really hard on. You get access to very rare members-only live streams. They don't happen very often, but when they do, we have a blast. Shout outs at the end of the videos, depending on which rank you're at. But yeah, basically being a member of the channel is another way to support and you know, help us out in that way. But really, it's just a part of being a member, an official member of the biggest club of weather weenies in the world. There is no comparison to any other group of people. And Freaky Deaky just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Drink some water and get some cough drops. Feel better. Thank you for the great information as always. Trish, thank you. I knew that talking a lot would make it worse. I haven't been feeling that bad. Obviously, I've had a little bit of a cold. But most days I don't talk constantly for 8 hours straight. That's what's aggravating it a little bit more than usual, I think. When you're talking, especially whenever you're trying to project your voice even just a little bit, like I do, like if you're trying to be serious, if you're trying to add extra diction, you know, to what you're saying or whatever, it uses a lot of energy, and it's recommended that for every 50 minutes that you talk, you take 20 minutes of like complete silence. What I was told. But I imagine that would be even higher when your throat is irritated. But the thing is, who knows when the next time I'm going to have to do this is. So I can just go the whole day tomorrow and not speak a one word, and that makes up for it, I think. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. This is to the northwest of New Hebron, Mississippi. It's just northeast of our southern tornado warning that's active at the moment. There is a velocity couplet there that's headed towards Shivers, and it's in our little shrimp cell. So you can draw a little shrimp there. So a little shrimp circulation, but it has ramped up in the latest scan. So I'm saying it now because it's not warned yet. So y'all watch out in Shivers and Panola and Weathersby and Sanatorium and McGee along Highway 49 down the line. These little shrimps are doing something.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, this area specifically, all these little cells that are popping up between Macomb, Brookhaven, Wesson, and now the one up here near Shivers are doing something. They're rotating and giving the right little push, little oomph. We very well could see a tornado here. So Shivers, watch out. There could be a tornado warning issued at any moment. Know what you're going to do when and if that tornado warning comes through. Also seeing a lot of flash flooding out there tonight. We saw this one coming too. So remember, turn around, don't drown. Look at all those cars. Wow. Yeah, that's never smart. That's just one car, by the way. Almost drowned because they didn't turn around. Kenneth, thank you very much for the very kind words. Matt Hackathorn has become an official sponsor. Huge thank you to Matt. I know that we've gotten some other official sponsors tonight, and I probably missed them, but that's a big deal. Thank you so much. Take care, Ryan. You've got the flu. You don't know. You don't know that I have the flu. And I don't think I do. Because I don't think I'm running a fever or anything. Just got a text message from somebody in emergency management in Mississippi and said, I know it's been a long day for you as well as us, but from an emergency manager standpoint, we really appreciate what you do. Thank you. That's awesome. The people in Mississippi, specifically Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, at the emergency management level, love us, and we love them because I feel like in the future there's going to be a really good partnership there where we're able to help each other out a lot. But obviously, I respect what I respect what they do tremendously, and they really appreciate what we do. In fact, I was supposed to be like a speaker and a breakout class teacher and everything at the most recent Mississippi emergency manager's like annual event banquet kind of thing, but I was unable to go. Next year, though. Next year, I'll be there. Hey, looky here. Amy Davis. Once again, seriously, we talk about OG. Amy's one of the first people that ever helped out with the channel in any way. But Amy, with a very generous $200 super chat, says, this is just for Ryan. Thank you, my friend, for being here. For everyone else, when you're clearly sick with a cold, we love you and appreciate you. Amy, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here and dealing with me having a cold. I mean, how annoying is it for your weather dude to have a cold and just constantly complain about it all day? That's got to get old. Yeah, thank you, Amy. Everybody say thank you to Amy in the chat. Long time viewer. Mark Harrington also earlier sent in a super chat and said, I work for the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency, and I want to thank you for all you do. Well, thank you, Mark. We really need to come up with a unique way to work together. We need to like create a Ryan, or we need to create like a y'all squad / emergency manager communication portal, really perfect it, prove that it works, and then copy and paste that to other states. Because I think that one of the best things that we do is get information out, right? Like obviously, James Spann, everybody involved in weather media at all can do what I do. The thing is the method that we've built to do it, and the channels that we do it through, and the way that we do it under no regulation or any sort of like oversight from a corporation or something like that is just so fluid and fast that it's impossible to ignore how well it's working. So I think if we can combine that with people who are working in emergency management, information can flow both ways, and it'll help everybody out involved. James Spann just tagged me in.
Looking beyond the atmosphere, here's Tony Rice with your astronomy outlook.
The September equinox arrives on Thursday evening, the 22nd, as the sun is direct.
What's happening? What's happening right now? Oh, okay. I see. Never mind. James Spann was referring to the episode of Weather Brains that I was on, as somebody requested that he have me on. Okay. By the way, if you are a fan of James Spann, I'm sure you know this already, but he's got a podcast called Weather Brains. And I was on that a couple weeks ago. And I wasn't sick. And Amy Davis with the 20 more gifted memberships. Everybody with the new emotes, go ahead and use them in the chat. We worked hard on them. Still have 2 areas of rotation here around Brookhaven. No signs of an actual tornado being down. Lots of rotation up here near Prismatic and DeKalb still. Once again, no signs of a tornado being down. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I have word from Chris and Johnson that they are rushing down I-55 to get to this corridor of actively rotating cells. We've got even more cells coming in from the extreme southwestern corner of Mississippi into Louisiana that will reach this area. And the Storm Prediction Center has made a mesoscale discussion highlighting this corridor that extends to the north and east through Brookhaven, Mississippi, for enhanced tornado potential for the next hour. So I do want to let you know we've still got our chasers. They're rushing down there right now. So hopefully they're driving as safely as they can, but they're enthusiastic, and I guess they should be. I bet these things are producing some good wall clouds if they manage to get a good strike or a good shot through some lightning strikes nearby. Good grief, it's hard to talk.
All right. Thank you, Andy. He's talking about these storms back here. These will continue to cause problems in the form of, severe weather and tornadoes as we go forward. So we're going to stick here with you as long as I can handle it. And, I think we'll be all right. Now, at some point, we will start winding down. We will eventually sign off at some point. I want to make it clear that severe weather can happen even when I'm not live. So make sure that you have some way of getting warnings and some way of paying attention to the weather, whether I'm live or not. In honor of James Spann becoming a YouTuber, I have made him a specialized subscribe GIF. I love it. That's awesome. Man, you gotta love James Spann, dude. Guy's on top of it. More than anybody. James Spann is the one that did off the cuff YouTube live coverage, not associated not sponsored, probably not even greenlit by the station director. James Spann was the one that did it first. Of course, that's awesome. I love that guy. Random Leavings says, I'm joining the Ryan Hall and Squad Appreciation Society. Thanks for what y'all do. Well, thank you, Random Leavings. Your support is one of the big reasons why we're able to do what we do without running tens of minutes of commercials every tens of minutes, and instead just mentioning awesome apps like Radar Omega every once in a while. Thank you. Wendy Witch says, we all have strep in my house. I'm just sitting in bed watching from North Middle Tennessee. Thank you for the support. With it being late November, how unusual is this weather event? You know, that's a question that we'll probably have to answer tomorrow. The moderate risk, the PDS tornado watch, all that was pretty rare. Severe weather in November, however, is not rare. Happens all the time, actually, especially down here in the deep south. So, I don't know. It just depends on what the reports and everything look like tomorrow. But certainly not common. Not common. Wouldn't necessarily call it rare. Oh, yeah. Flying Jim gifted 5 memberships. Jared K gifted 5 membership. D-Man says Radar Omega is the bee's knees when it comes to weather apps. Heck yeah. If you're just now tuning in, we've got two active tornado warnings. With no active updates from me, this is still rotating. It's moving. It's getting ready to go by Monticello. Hopefully, everybody's in their safe spot over here. It just doesn't look that terribly impressive right now. Could change though. Prismatic, DeKalb, you guys are also under the gun for a rotating thunderstorm here within the next little bit. But it also doesn't look that bad right now. So we're just kind of waiting a little bit to see if things are going to pick up. And if they do, you know us. We're going to be on it, son. We're going to be on it. Updating you. Doing all that. Jessica says, thank you, friends, for all that you do to keep people safe. John Wilkes Booth gifted a 10 Ryan Hall, y'all, memberships. Sorry. Sonia became an extreme risker, and Sonia Slater became a moderate risker. Mallory says, as someone in EMS, when storms hit, you don't just work your normal sick patients. You also work your accident, storm injuries, doubles the workload, and cut your sleep in half. Absolutely. Mallory, thank you for your for that super chat. Trucking with Jeter says, we dodged one in Meridian, Mississippi earlier. I heard it on the CB radio. It was getting pretty bad. In Meridian, you dodged a couple, actually. Haley, just become a slight risk member. Thank you all for all the support today. Really appreciate it. Ryan, get hot lemon water with honey. So I have water. I could probably make it hot. I don't have lemon or honey. unfortunately. I do have cough drops, which I need to go get a couple more of them. How does it work with the storm chasers? So the storm chasers, so all of the storm chasers that you see in the live streams, like for example, Chris Hall, or Johnson, or Bryce Shelton, any of these guys that you see working with us, the way it works is they're storm chasers, right? They would be storm chasing anyways. Whether I'm live or not, they're storm chasing. And basically, I just look at who's storm chasing on any given day, and I'm like, hey, can I show your live feed on my stream so that I can help people? You know, like first of all, it makes my stream more interesting. And then also, if there is a tornado, it helps. Like it literally could save lives. So they're always like, no. And then I'm like, well, what if I give you money? I'm just joking. Most of them would do it for free. But I do enjoy the fact that I think that I am probably one of the highest paying live storm video buyers that exists right now anyways. So we do pay our storm chasers, and most of that comes from the super chats and stuff that you guys put in here. But these guys are out there. It costs hundreds of dollars, sometimes thousands of dollars for them to just make one trip, because some of them are driving more than 1,000 miles. Some of them will get multiple flat tires. They'll have to stay in hotels, and they got a busted out windshield. You know, like this is a very expensive hobby for them, but I think that it's incredibly beneficial. So we give them money, and that's how it works. They're basically contractors. I think some people at some point probably thought that they were employees, and like they just like sit in an office here until I told them to go storm chasing where to go. That's not how it works. I don't tell them where to go. I just pick them up, and whatever happens, happens. We'll pay you whether or not you get a tornado on camera or not, because we have very generous people like Lucas, who's gifting memberships, and, you know, all these, you know, just the wonderful support from you guys. Okay. All right, hold on. I want to. So the audio glitch from earlier. All right, here we go. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Let me know in the chat, and we'll get started here. Let me flip over to the radar so we can go ahead and fill you in on the latest warning. Let's see here. Is everybody able to hear me fine? It looks like the mic might be. Okay, all right, everything looks good. We are on the verge of what looks to be like more than likely is going to be a tornado outbreak. All right, we've got a moderate risk of severe weather. Oh my God! A PDS tornado watch out. I'm going to show you all the graphics on that right here. Yeah, everything looks good. I don't know what makes that happen. That's so weird. Right, here we go. Oh my God, that's dumb.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning. That's for the southern storm here. And that's going to include New Hebron, Oma, and Shivers I believe, but not from the storm that we were looking at earlier. It's from the storm to the south near Monticello. We don't have a producer or anything. I say in a bragging tone while the microphone is making your ears bleed. Oh boy. Yeah, new tornado warning for Shivers, New Hebron, Silver Creek, McGee, Mount Olive, and Wheats. Oh, wait, Weathersby. What a name for a place that's under a tornado warning. Weathersby. Somebody's got to clip that. What the heck? What's happening right now? What is happening? This is a fever dream of a weather live stream right now. You guys are seeing this, right? Oh boy. It looks like Storm Chaser Zach Hall, Brett Adair, and Brad Arnold. No, not Brad Arnold. Just Zach Hall and Brett Adair have called it a night. And then Johnson and Chris and everybody else just having a good time now. That's hilarious. For those of you who are just now tuning in, we are being entertained by Johnson right now. But we also have a couple tornado warnings currently ongoing. None of them have confirmed tornadoes on the ground. So we're monitoring all of these storms closely. And we'll let you know as soon as anything bad happens with them. But right now, we just want you in your safe spots in Covington, Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, Simpson, Smith, Kemper, and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. Please take shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has just came out over here in Alabama. Let's go check on it. Oops, that's Georgia. All right, so this is in another very tornado prone area here that's just always under a tornado warning, it seems like, near Utah. Knoxville, Dara, Joseph McClure, south of Tuscaloosa, and south of Union in Alabama. So we'll see that polygon pop up here in a real quick minute. And what's crazy is Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton is actually in the path of this thing. He is driven all the way over here. So, yeah, so there you go. A tornado warning is now in effect for Utah, Stewart, Harper Hill, Phipps, Ingram, Hogglesville, and Water Oak in Alabama. Take shelter immediately. Lucas, thanks for the 10 gifted. Cynthia, thank you for the big $50 super chat. Kevin has been a member for 4 months. Says, hey, Ryan, how's Clarksville, Tennessee looking for the rest of the night? If you got a second. It's looking fine. The biggest problem you're going to have is rain, possibly some flooding. Sarah Smith, thanks for becoming a high-risk member. I don't know how many new members we've gotten tonight, but we should probably do a members-only stream soon. Ryan, you should have your Storm Chasers play a game called Dodge the Hail. It would be, it would basically be like dancing. So. Yeah, there's been a couple of big bad tornadoes tonight. Hey, I'm going to go.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
We got a confirmed tornado warning now in Alabama. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, actually, I was just going to tell you about that. I asked my analyst team first to confirm if that was a debris signature or not to the northwest of Utah, but they didn't respond in time. So I was just about to just go ahead and do it for you. Well, all on my own, really, but looks like the National Weather Service is faster than even I am at this point. So they're on top of their game. But yeah, I would confirm with the National Weather Service that that does line up and is a noteworthy tornado debris signature just to the northwest of Utah.
All right, thank you, Andy. There it is, y'all. We got a tornado on the ground near Utah, moving to the east towards Akron, Cypress, and Moundville. This is in Alabama. Honestly, the velocity doesn't look that crazy. I'm surprised to see it, but it's there. Okay, we got debris coming up, and we got Bryce Shelton on the ground here, heading right towards it. So I'm gonna see if we can't talk to him. Bryce, out of nowhere, you're very close to the most intense storm of the day right now so far. Can you tell us if you see anything? We're seeing a tornado debris signature. It does look like this is on the ground. Just give us an update whenever you get the chance. Let's see. Yeah, this is the most intense storm right now is what I was trying to say, not of the day. Hopefully we hear back from him soon. Obviously, he's driving in a downpour. But yeah, hopefully we hear back from him here in a second. But yeah, tornado down in Alabama, near Utah, and Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton is very close. Frank, if we can put Bryce in the number 1 spot, that would be great.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm actually having some service issues around here, but I'm headed into the town of Utah as we speak.
All right, I'm going to turn his volume up a little bit. And go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Actually, you can see the velocity data better from KGWX on the Utah storm. It's got a better orientation to it relative to the way the storm is rotating. Even the debris signature seems to show up there, which is at a height of 6,000 feet above the ground, so pretty high up. Definitely not an insignificant tornado, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Bryce is incredibly close to this. I don't know if he knows exactly how close he is because he's telling us that he has service issues. Bryce, I just I don't know if you've been able to look at radar or not, but there's probably a pretty intense tornado on the ground really close to where you are. So I just wanted to keep you updated on that, and you just let me know if you see anything, okay? We're seeing a pretty big debris signature, a huge velocity couplet right next to where you are right now.
That's a very thing. The stream flash on. Service is being really.
Yeah. Service is not doing great. I can see. This is the rotation.
Yes. That's a very thing. The stream flash on. Yes.
What?
That's a very thing. The stream flash on.
Okay, so that was our update from Bryce Shelton. Basically, what he's saying is that he's all right. He's just having problems with service right now. Yeah, that's going to be coming through. That's going to be coming through soon. All right. So hopefully, if you're in the path of this thing near Akron, Cypress, or Moundville, hopefully you're taking shelter because this is a very dangerous storm. And we do have that tornado on the ground. There's your debris ball or your tornado debris signature as it moves towards Akron right now. So probably a pretty good sized tornado here in Alabama tonight. And that's going to be for Greene and Hale counties. All right. Greene and Hale counties. If you're in front of this thing in Dara or Oak Village, it'll be there in the next 5-10 minutes. Stewart, Havana, Harper Hill, we're talking about 15 minutes or so. This could come up towards Moundville, but it could also stay to the south a little bit and go more towards Ingram and Phipps and Hogglesville. But right now, it's just to the east of Utah. Looks like it might have actually scraped the northern side of Utah. Sorry, excuse me. And now it's going to go towards Stewart. Mallory said, get with EMS management and see about starting a deployment program of certified EMTs and paramedics and nurses to deploy to rural/hard-hit areas. That's something I'd like to work on. Sorry, I'm going through Twitter. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a confirmed tornado warning down here for Utah, Dara, Moundville in Alabama. That's what we're looking at right now. It does look like in the past couple of frames that that's probably let up a little bit. So that's good news. It also looks like the new program that we're using for remote access to my PC sucks. Ask Frank. It looks to me like he's having a really hard time moving windows around. Kinsey is still using the old one, which Kinsey has always had a hard time because the old one is inside of a virtual machine. Chrome remote desktop. Never heard of her. Chrome remote desktop is pretty reliable. I used it for monitoring cameras. We might try it. We pay thousands of dollars a year for one program. This sucks. Today, we decided to pay hundreds of dollars per year for another program that sucks even worse. So, hey, if a free one sucks the least, shame on me, right? Fool me twice, shame on me or something. I don't know. Looking at these storms back in Mississippi, still rotating like tops, but not producing tornadoes. The tornado that was being produced back here towards Utah in Alabama, I believe, has since went away. But you're still under a tornado warning out here from Akron to Guinea to Moundville, so take shelter now. Can you please check on Bryce? Yeah, good idea. His feed hasn't updated. Hey, Bryce, just checking in. I know you got bad service, but we're checking on you. He is in a complete dead zone now. So it might be a minute before we hear from him. All these guys, this is what they do. Bryce Shelton has traveled tens of thousands of miles this year to chase storms. He's an adult in school for meteorology. Smart as a tack, son. He's all right. Last thing that we want is for all the people that are watching right now to go and think that something bad has happened to Bryce and people start going crazy on the internet. He's all right. We'll hear from him here in a second. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, our confirmed tornado warning cell here it's got a tornado back on the ground. Large debris signature north of Akron, headed towards Cypress, Alabama, and then south of Moundville along Highway 69.
Are you still seeing that on KGWX?
I'm on Birmingham radar now since it's much closer to that one.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Guys, this tornado warning, once again, still in effect for Moundville, Guinea, and Akron. Cycling in and out here. It does look like we've got a tornado back on the ground. And I'm going to switch over to this to show you that. There you go. Look at that. Wow. Holy smokes. So right here is where we first started seeing it show up. Bryce Shelton was located right here. There's Utah, went just to the north of Utah. Briefly lifted, I believe, and then has since really blown up here on the tornado debris signature as it comes towards Cypress. So if you're in Cypress, Moundville, or any of these places, please take shelter now. Dang, that's another big TDS there. This is getting dangerously close to Stewart. So it'll traject east over Stewart, near Cypress, Guinea, Powers, and then eventually right up to Moundville. This could, if it stays down, this could go into Moundville. So still a pretty big, substantial tornado on the ground. We've got, believe we've got an update from Bryce Shelton. He's back online. But we haven't got a location update from him yet, so we'll continue to monitor that. If we're in Moundville, though, we've got to go. We got to get to shelter now. This is a dangerous situation. This is in Alabama, Moundville. This is for Hale County in Alabama. Please take this seriously. Thankfully, right now and for the past, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, this has been in an incredibly rural area. Not very many people live out here along the Black Warrior River. But right now, it's getting ready to come back into civilization here in Alabama. And we're getting ready to see this kind of resurface itself around Cypress. All right. So if you live near Gabriel Creek, the Westervelt Lumber, St. James Baptist Church, Glen Hill Church, or any of these places, that's where the tornado is now. It's going to move off to the north and east towards Moundville, okay? Before it gets there, it'll hit the Moundville Airport. All right, it's going to hit the Moundville Airport, Double J Farm, Tucker Cattle, and then it's hard to tell exactly what's going to happen here. but it could go just to the south of Moundville across the road there, and near Richardson Family Diner, Warrior Wholesale Homes, and the Moundville Ballpark. So if you know what I'm talking about, you know the southern side of town there when you're coming in from Havana. That's around where I think the tornado would come into the city at if it went in at all. It would probably just go to the south. But we want everybody in Moundville to take shelter regardless. Right now, at this very moment, we believe that the tornado is still down, and it is in Cypress pretty much. Cypress is a very small place. There's not a lot of stuff out here other than the Pleasant Hill Baptist Church, the St. James Baptist Church. It's once you get past Cypress, closer to Moundville, that's when we start hitting some big stuff. The Moundville Airport, Westervelt Lumber, big job site. Tucker Cattle, Blessed by Grace, and the Richardson Family Diner and Mobile Food Truck. This is all in and around the Moundville Ballpark here. Some other little communities to keep in mind. Going to be Cypress, Guinea, Powers. It's going to cross Highway 69 to the south of Moundville. Still not sure if this will go through downtown Moundville or not, but we're going to assume that it will, so that we convince everybody up here to get into their safe spots. Especially need everybody to the south of Moundville to get there. This is what I'm looking at in the background, by the way, guys. Down here is where the tornado is. All right. It's going to move off to the north and east. This big Westervelt Lumber area, man, that's who knows how many people work at a place like that, you know? Now, it is 11:09 p.m. I don't know how that works at a lumber yard. I don't know if there's people at work here or not, but this is a dangerous situation. You don't want a bunch of people at work in a metal tin building full of saws and cut down trees and whatever else is in a sawmill lumber place right in the path of a big tornado in the middle of the night. So if we know anybody that is at that place or works at that place, once again, I don't know if that's something that's open and running at 11 o'clock at night or not. But if it is, that's a dangerous spot right now. Then this is going to continue off to the north and east. And it's going to go towards Blessed by Grace, Tucker Cattle, the Moundville Airport here, and then to the southern side of the actual town of Moundville. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I'm hearing about a CT drop, a tornado debris signature near, possibly near Bethedon. That's not tornado warned right now. That's headed towards Starkville or just to the south of Starkville. So we got another cell that's somehow ramped up over there. If it is not a tornado debris signature, it may be the start of a possible tornado as it is rapidly circulating. So we're watching that area pretty closely.
All right. Thank you, Andy. This is the storm that he's talking about near Gum Springs. Lots of rotation there. Maybe the first signs of what will become a definite correlation coefficient drop tornado debris signature here, moving towards Morgantown, Prague Springs, and eventually Starkville. So we'll see if they issue a tornado warning for that. Y'all watch out in Starkville. Once again, this is not over. We've got more storms popping up. We're continuing to deal with a big storm, a big tornado down here in and around Moundville. We've got an update from Bryce Shelton, by the way. He is on the move. His vehicle is currently moving at 46.3 miles per hour. His phone battery is at 84%, so we know he's all right. And he's just not able to make contact with us right now, I'm sure, because the service is not great out here. Once he gets closer to Moundville, if he's heading that way, he should be able to make contact with us again. Big tornado on the ground heading towards Moundville. That last scan there, though, that last scan might be this thing dissipating. But hey, listen, last time this thing dissipated, it came back fast. So we're not going to worry too much about that. We're going to stay in our safe spots in Moundville. I'm sorry, guys. We're going to stay in our safe spots, and we are going to not come out until this thing is completely wrapped up and the warning's allowed to expire. They will probably reissue this to include Duncanville and Eline here next. So we'll see what happens there. Sorry, guys. I do have a cold, yes. Andy, give me just a second while I go load up on cough drops again. I'll be right back.
You got it, Ryan. All right, guys. Wow, late night engaging though. We gotta stay engaged. We're 9 hours into the stream, just like I said we would be. We do have 2 active tornado warnings right now. We have Jane Johnson, and Chris Hall racing down to our south central Mississippi tornado warning that includes portions of includes portion of Lawrence County, Mississippi, Simpson County, Smith County, Davis County, and Covington. And we got a few storms down there that are going to track over the New Hebron area near Mount Olive. And hopefully we can give some ground truth. Those have had sustained rotation, meaning that they have exhibited rotation on radar for a long enough period of time to where we're confident that they are at least posing a threat. And the National Weather Service is agreeing with us. So a cell rotating over Wanilla right now is going to track to the east-northeast near New Hebron and eventually Mount Olive, and another one just ahead of it. Chris Hall and Johnson are almost there, so we will probably get some updates from them soon. Once they are ahead of position, they've positioned themselves perfectly. Hopefully driving within speed limits and safety measures, but that's definitely what they're doing, of course. And then we still have the active confirmed tornado warning in Hale County, Alabama, that may be extended soon. However, what I do see right now is that it is probably more than likely lifted, and we're seeing a bit of debris fallout. Perhaps still a small spin up exists, or the rope ending stage of a tornado to the east of Cypress in Alabama. That's more likely to track towards Eulene, areas north and west of Centerville along Highway 82, as it currently stands with the direction that it's traveling. But I am also interested in Starkville. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and I believe it's possible. Yes, it is. Tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Starkville, Mississippi. Once again, another round. We said this earlier that there would probably be multiple rounds of supercells headed through, portions of our risk area today. Some places may only get one storm. Some places may get multiple, and Starkville is definitely going to get multiple. The tornado debris signature that I pointed out earlier, again, may have been a bit of a radar fault and may not have been direct truth. However, the whole reason I would point it out in the first place is because it is rather telling how significant of rotation it is exhibiting. And indeed, the storm that is headed towards south and east of Starkville, but may pass pretty close to areas near Starkville. I know there's populated areas and roads to the south of Starkville, Mississippi. That this is definitely worth noting. It does have a bounded weak echo region, meaning that there's a strong updraft with the storm that tells it's a significant storm. It's healthy. So 3 areas of interest. We're still watching deep into the nighttime hours here. And then eventually, all these storms will do what we call upscale growth. Upscale growth is when all these discrete cells, these little individual dudes, they just converge together and they form that long line you guys are used to seeing, a long line of storms. And that long line of storms will pass through Alabama and the Birmingham area later tonight. They may bring some wind gusts.
A new
There's
tornado
finally
warning has
our
been
tornado
issued.
warning for the Starkville area. Thank goodness for that. Thank you, National Weather Service. Let's go. We wouldn't be able to do what we do now without the National Weather Service, of course. But yeah, what I wanted to say is when we get that upscale growth into the line of storms, that's going to pass through Alabama, and it's going to pose another different sort of risk today. You can already see that big green box north of Starkville. That's flash flooding. We're going to see a lot of flash flooding through the night in areas of eastern Mississippi and Alabama. The National Weather Service, or I'm sorry, the Weather Prediction Center, the WPC, has put out a moderate risk for flash flooding potential, excessive rainfall across much of central Alabama. So we should note that as well into the nighttime hours.
All right. Thank you, Andy. And that newest tornado warning is up here. It does include Starkville, like Andy was saying earlier. The other warning over here south and east of Moundville now, that storm looks like it's hopefully, I think it's going to go outflow dominant. I don't think that we're going to have much more problems out of it as in the form of a tornado. But we're going to continue watching it. We're back up to 3 tornado warnings. If we can get tech guy Ryan, if he's still with us, to refresh our graphics one more time, I think it needs a little help there. I didn't see that last pop up, but probably the most concerning storm now is going to be over here near Longview and Starkville. So hopefully everybody in Starkville is taking shelter. If this one does a thing like seemingly all of the tornadoes are doing tonight, where they start off and then boom, they just explode into something big and then they quickly fade away. Right now, it looks like that fade away period would start happening somewhere south of Starkville. But you never really know for sure. So we want everybody in Starkville to take shelter as if this was a large tornado heading right for the city, because it very well could be. This also goes for Artesia, Mayhew, Columbus, and Steens. Steens is back under a tornado warning after the big tornado hit not too long ago. So, yeah. Thanks for bearing with me today, guys. Super huge shout out to Andy and everybody else who's helping keep everything running here, because I am not in it today. My voice is about out. I've got I've got a flu, according to everybody in the chat. So, but we're doing all right. And right now we have 3 tornado warnings. A lot of people in the chat are asking about Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky. Listen, it's raining heavily. Going to do that for a while. The tornadoes are not coming to South Carolina. Not tonight. All right. They're not coming to North Carolina. They're not coming to West Virginia. I am not ignoring you by not going into a detailed forecast for your neighborhood right now. There's just more important things happening, and I'm one person. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan. National Weather Service out of Birmingham just reported that they are starting to get reports of damage from the Greene County area, including structures. They do not have details of the damage at this time, but they are getting reports of damage coming in now.
All right. Thank you. So we got damage coming in from that storm that went to the south of Moundville. Not surprised at all. That was definitely a big tornado for at least a brief period of time. And now it looks like we might deal with something similar to that over here near Starkville here soon. Catherine, thanks for the cough drop funds there. We're very much appreciated. And also very much appreciated everybody that's sending stuff in on Twitter. If you see something newsworthy, tag me in it. If you have something newsworthy that you're going to post, tag me in it, and also tag your local National Weather Service. Figure out which one is your local office. Figure out their Twitter handle. Follow them. And then tag them in anything you tag me in. Unless it's a radar screenshot. Tag on it. Yeah, they canceled the Alabama tornado warning. Now we're back down to 2. Back here in Mississippi, this is the most interesting one right now. The one that's to the south of Starkville. The No 79 says, what do you think about Hoover, Alabama? I'm currently still up, but should we be asleep? If you're in Alabama and you're not under a tornado watch, I would go to sleep. That includes Huntsville, Montgomery, Enterprise, Mobile. Go to sleep. If you are under a tornado watch, I would, if I had a NOAA weather radio, if I had one, I would go to sleep. If I had a family member that was reliable and was going to be up tonight and would call me if there was a warning for my county, I would go to sleep. Basically, I do not like the idea of people staying up all night obsessing over the weather, no matter how dangerous it's going to be. But also, I completely understand and I do realize the potential added value of staying up if your town is one of the unlucky ones that does end up receiving damage from a tornado. That's rare, though. That's unlikely. And as long as you're not under a warning, if you need to go to sleep, if you got to go to work tomorrow, you got to go to school, you should be able to go to sleep. Not if you're in Clay, Lowndes, Covington, Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, Simpson, or Smith counties, though, in Mississippi. You should be in your safe spot. You should be awake. Even though the storm south of Starkville is just not looking as impressive. Which we said that a couple of times about the storm east of Utah. So we're going to shut our mouths because there we go. Last little frame looked even more intense. Thankfully, though, this is going south of Starkville for the most part. But I'm once again concerned about Artesia, Mayhew, and Columbus in Mississippi. So get in your safe spot. C Lane says, your channel is the only thing that I can watch and not get freaked out. Storms have always scared me. I love hearing that more than anything. I'm glad that we can help people that are usually afraid of storms. Trevor says, I appreciate everything you do, Ryan. A friend of mine referred you to me, and I have not been disappointed. That's awesome, Trevor. I'm glad you liked it. Usually we do even better, or I do. Everybody else is doing fine. Allison, thank you for the 20. Says, hey, is Northern Kentucky around Union getting more of these storms? Because the rain has started to come down. Yeah, in Kentucky, we're going to see rain, heavy rain, maybe even some isolated hail from time to time all throughout the night. Flash flooding might be a big problem. Logie Frog, thanks for being an extreme risker for 7 months. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Incredibly enough, in Louisiana, we have another strong area of rotation, and that's just south of Woodville, Mississippi. So right there in that extreme southwestern corner again, in this like third or fourth training line of storms that has gone through this area. There's now another one of note. Well, it's actually been going for quite some time, but it will, pass into Mississippi and go up through across the I-55 corridor somewhere along here, and continue well into the late night, into the early morning hours, I imagine.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, where it all started 9 hours ago or so, we are back with another supercell coming together south of Woodville in Mississippi. When we first started the stream earlier, this is around the area where we were watching one of the first tornado warnings. So, like Andy said, this will continue. These storms will continue to be able to do their thing long throughout the night into the early morning hours. So we're going to watch those closely. You're going to watch those closely. And we're going to continue to relay warnings as they come out. Interested in the Starkville storm. Good rotation here. South and east of Heritage Colony. There could be a tornado getting ready to come up through Sessoms. And then eventually Artesia. Riley says, can we show this as a group of 17,000 people on stream? I don't even know what it is, but sure. Yep, 2 warnings, Clay, Lowndes, and Covington, Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, Simpson, and Smith counties in Mississippi are currently under tornado warnings. Neither are confirmed tornadoes. Both are radar indicated. All right, so Riley has a video he wants us to watch. Better be good. Do you guys even hear that? That is funny. That's hilarious, actually. If you guys don't know what that backing track was, the beautiful music.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That was a piece cut out from a video that we made. Apparently, I did that. I don't remember doing that. A new tornado warning is now out. That's for the storm way down there in Louisiana, the one that we were looking at near Woodville. Yeah, sometimes if I'm just deep in thought in the middle of the video, I'll do a little humming, of some jazz music or something. Helps me get through the creative process, So yeah, now we've got a tornado warning in Louisiana for East Feliciana, West Feliciana, and Wilkinson parishes. Take shelter now. If you're in Turnbull, Mississippi, Newtonia, Mississippi, Whitaker, Mississippi, or Mount Pleasant, Mississippi, take shelter. Laurel Hill, Rogellioville, really? And Norwood, take shelter now. There's a tornado developing here right on the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. I don't even think I could do that right now. All stuffed up. Everybody keeps talking about this what that Peyton Manning vlogs or something. If that guy has not Peyton Manning, I don't know. Whatever the dude is that does storm chasing vlogs. If that guy has Twitter, tell him to hit me up. Apparently he has a live stream or something. Ryan, it looks like the NyQuil is kicking in. No. This is me just on cough drops. In several hours of talking. We're 9 hours and 20 minutes into this broadcast. I want to tell everybody that I appreciate you. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for choosing me. And the rest of us, the y'all squad here, for your coverage. We appreciate you. Mara says, I've been sick too. This is some feel better vibes. Appreciate it. A lot of people have. That's what the doctor said. Like everybody's sick right now. Orion says maybe a PSA and a Nightbot command to add to tell people how to check your own weather if you are outside the affected area. To keep up, to free up the chat. I don't know if that would work. I think everybody knows how to check their own weather. People want, and I get it, people want to hear it in the format that we're delivering it for everybody else. I just don't think they understand that that's impossible without us doing something stupid and like giving the forecast for West Virginia, saying that it's going to be cloudy while there's a tornado going on in Mississippi. That's not smart. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I've got some unfortunate but necessary news. to refocus our attention here in case anyone's, been here a while. It's still going to be active. Why? Well, the entire, southern half, just cut Mississippi in half, basically. That entire southern half of the warm sector is uncapped now. No more surface cold pools or anything like that. And we have new cells just popping up north of Jackson, Mississippi. They're just bubbling up still because we have so much moisture at the surface there. It's actually still promoting storm development at 10:30 p.m. at night. I guess that's perks of the deep south, but yeah, we're still going to get storm development and thus also maturity into supercells, possibly for a couple more hours, even maybe even into the early morning hours. We might still see new things popping up. So we're by no means done for the day's risk.
All right. Thank you, Andy. And look at this. There are all kinds of storms popping up. We got this big line back here, but all kinds of new cells popping up in and around Jackson. This one near McGee still looks really interesting. We look at the velocity on that, still rotating like a top here. That'll go across Highway 49 near McGee here soon. So hopefully everybody in McGee is in their safe spot. That's going to be a nasty storm, and it's very possibly going to have a tornado on it, attached to it by the time it gets to you. Of course, if you've got the Radar Omega app, you can see what that storm looks like right now by clicking on one of these storm chaser icons. This is Brandon. You can't see much right now, but look, you can see the temperature, the humidity, the wind, all that stuff too, which is something that you cannot do usually in other radar apps. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan. The National Weather Service in Birmingham just posted another update. They're getting additional damage reports, including numerous downed trees and some damage to homes on the north side of Akron in northern Hale County. This looks to be just northeast of Greene County.
All right. Thank you very much. It looks like news continues to come in of, once again, confirming these radar confirmed tornadoes that we've been seeing all day. Probably the biggest one, at least, or the most damage that we've seen so far, I believe, has come from the storm in Louisiana earlier. Caldwell Parish. Sorry, yeah, it was in the Caldwell Parish. But there have been several tornadoes that look to me like have likely produced EF2 or greater damage tonight. A tornado warning for Jefferson Davis, Simpson, and Smith County, Mississippi. It's a new warning out there, and that is going to include where Brad Arnold is. So it's an extension of this storm right here. We're going to see a tornado warning all the way up through Raleigh and possibly all the way over to Bay Springs, Mississippi there. Go ahead, Andy.
Right, Ryan. Sorry. Actually, I thought it was, I was going to tell you anyways about this cell just to the south of that. I saw Jefferson Davis County. I thought you were missing the Bassfield cell. It's going to, it's not super strong rotation, but it is just an example of another cell that's popping up in the uncapped warm sector down here. So while we still have that active tornado warning too on the Louisiana-Mississippi border that's headed towards Norwood and Centerville, Mississippi, there's also rotation all the way over here to the north and west of Hattiesburg. So we're seeing almost immediately those words that I had manifesting in these cells here.
All right, thank you very much, Andy. Rotation, very evident in these storms here. starting to see it to the north and west of Hattiesburg. We'll probably see a new tornado warning for that as well. And I mean, I just don't see any end in sight here, to be honest. These storms will continue to grow up. But honestly, the southern extent, this is where most of the supercellular isolated kind of activity is going to continue. But it will continue for quite some time here. So we're going to stick with you as long as we can. That new warning, by the way, does include Mize, Raleigh, Sandpoint, and Pikeville in Mississippi. Brad Arnold is in the path. But it looks like he's went offline. Probably just because he lost service. This storm is probably going to try really hard to produce a tornado here near McGee. Wow. Man, and then we've got another one over here near Aliceville, Alabama, coming towards Tuscaloosa that also is going to try to do something, I believe. Look at that. Look at that curl. Yeah, right there, the last couple of frames, you can really start to see how it's trying to ramp up. And it does look like possibly another tornado warning will come out of this. And this storm could eventually impact Tuscaloosa. So we'll have to watch that one closely. My goodness. All right, so we're going to keep watching that. We're going to keep watching these storms over here. And we're buckling in, son. We ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, that was quite the beefy dangle. Yeah, I'm just still reading Twitter. Of course, we're going to keep you updated on these storms as we get new information. One of the things that I'm trying to do is find that information. Sometimes the news breaks on Twitter fast, especially if there's a picture or a video involved. Younghead said, this is Ryan's Michael Jordan flu game. Did Michael Jordan play a game with the flu? I did not even know that. Yeah, well, there you go. Another wonderful thing about Radar Omega is this storm may or may not be producing a tornado right now. You'd never know in McGee, other than just looking at the radar here and hoping not. But you got two professional storm chasers down here you can just click on and get, reports from or like an idea of what's going on. So, very cool stuff. So we'll see firsthand whether or not anything's happening down there from the Radar Omega app. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just another update. Y'all watch out for Sanford and areas south of Seminary and Ellisville in southeastern or south central Mississippi into southeastern Mississippi. Eventually, Laurel will probably be impacted by this cell. They have not issued a tornado warning for this cell yet, but it has been increasingly ramping up in velocity, especially on that latest scan. In fact, if that weren't a bounded weak echo region, the velocity, or I'm sorry, the correlation coefficient values may be suitable for a tornado debris signature. But because it's in the weak echo region, I'm going to hold off on calling that a debris signature and just give you a y'all watch out along Highway 49 and eventually the Interstate 59 corridor up to Laurel. Will likely be impacted by this. So I expect a tornado warning soon with this one.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Definitely warrants a tornado warning, especially with that latest velocity scan there. Seminary, Oak Bowery, Station Creek, Shady Oak, all of these places. Let me put this into motion. Yeah, possibly even Ellisville, like you said, the I-59 corridor all the way up towards Laurel will be included in a tornado warning. More than likely, that's about to come out. For right now, though, even without the warning, you're under a y'all watch out order. All right. All right. So just watch out and have your plan ready. Know what you're going to do when that warning comes through. Don't be shocked by it because you got a heads up. Now, that storm is going to continue up to the north and east towards Laurel. We've got another storm that's might be producing a tornado soon here near McGee that will go up towards Raleigh. So we've got some places out here that are on the verge of, dealing with some very severe weather that are kind of populated. And now it's getting late. All right. It's getting very late, actually. Some people are going to start going to sleep soon. And a lot of people are probably going to assume that the tornado threat is over. I guess because most of the times that's how it works. As you go into the nighttime period. But hopefully, if we've got people watching, or if we've got people that know people in the Laurel area and places in the direct path of these storms specifically, hopefully you can send them a text message to a family member or a friend that lives down here, or give them a call and just tell them what's going on. You don't have to share my channel. This is not about that. Just let them know that they need to figure out some way of getting weather information because it's not safe right now. This is a dangerous situation. Now, Jason, no, they will issue a warning as soon as they feel it's necessary. You got to think that people at the National Weather Service, there's a lot of stuff, just like the cutting up the warnings between the warning areas. There's a lot of stuff that goes into just issuing a warning, a lot of bureaucracy, checks and balances, and a lot of typing that has to be done. And it takes some time for that to come out. And then also there's a lot more riding on that decision. If they put out a warning and they're wrong, or if it's kind of like a false alarm, it just looks bad on the weather industry as a whole, Major pressure on the shoulders of people working at the Weather Service. So we are patient with them. And it looks like a new tornado watch was just issued. So let's check that out. Tornado watch. There it is. 2.3 million people until 6 a.m. 6 a.m. Central. That's going to go for Hattiesburg, Laurel, Meridian, Demopolis, Monroeville, Montgomery, Clanton, Birmingham. A few tornadoes are likely. Scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour are possible, and isolated hail up to ping pong size is also possible. So there you go. New tornado watch that goes all the way out till 6 a.m. So there you go. 6 a.m. And this storm right here is continuing to look worse and or better. However, if you're trying to say that a storm looks like it's going to produce a
A
tornado
new
is
tornado
better,
watch has been issued.
then it looks better. The velocity continues to look more and more interesting. But we'll see. We'll see if they issue a warning there. So Chris Hall and Johnson are right here next to this storm too. Oops. Sorry. Let's see if they've heard anything from this. Hey, Chris, you got that big area of rotation going just to your north there. Just wondering if you're seeing anything or hearing anything. Oh, there's the guy that Mark
right
Payton
now,
vlogs, not
no,
Peyton
but
Manning.
we don't have a lot of lightning working with us right now either. So,
Hey, Mark, I'm sick, if you can't tell. But I appreciate you showing up. You should throw us a live feed from time to time when you guys are live. We'll put you on here. It'll be fun. So Chris is saying that there's not a lot of lightning, so it's hard for them to see what's going on. But I feel like they would know. I just don't feel like there's anything down here because they were so unbelievably close to that circulation. Now, the next chaser in line is going to be Brad Arnold. Okay, Brad Arnold down here near Raleigh. So we'll see if he sees anything as well. Riley, go ahead, man.
Hey, Ryan, I just spoke with Brad. Brad says he can see the storm. It looks like it's really wrapping up and might drop something soon.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So Brad has a visual on it, and he's behind the storm. So Chris and Johnson, I'm sure they'll see something here soon. If there's something to see. Yeah, I can't believe I thought that guy, I thought his name was Peyton Manning. Yeah, the newest tornado watch does include Birmingham, Alabama until 6 a.m. Ryan's making me yawn. I'm sorry, y'all. I really am. Grumpy Forrester says, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging in there, even though you are playing hurt. Thanks, and thank you for all you do. That's no problem. I feel bad more than anything about you guys having to deal with me sniffling and barely talking loud enough to hear. Like, this is not what I'm usually like. It's not usually depressing to watch your YouTube weatherman deliver the weather information. I feel like my face is all swollen too. I don't know what's going on with me, y'all. Kelly, thank you. 670 horsepower package says, I got a flu, a cold, a flu, and then an ear infection over the past month. Oh, God. I don't want anything to do with any of that. Let's see. Robert, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Just turn up the mic like the start of the stream. Yeah, that's what I need to do to make up for the lost volume. Sinusitis. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Whatever kind of sickness is going around is no joke. You guys are just patronizing me. All right. So we've still got the tornado warning here that's approaching Brad Arnold, whose icon we can see right here in the app. I click on him, and you can see there's 26, 27 of you guys watching with me right now, and we'll let that load up, but you'll see his video feed pop up here soon. Lots of lightning. If there's any tornado or anything that pops up here, we will see it through one of these guys' feeds. Another really interesting area of rotation is occurring down here near Seminary, but there is no tornado warning associated with that right now. The tornado signature that was producing the tornado warning back here in this portion of the Louisiana and Mississippi border, it's still very prominent. There's a lot of rotation. It's going to move off to the north and east towards Liberty. It's in a radar hole, though, so we really can't tell a whole lot about it. Last but not least, we still got that tornado warning up here around Columbus, Mississippi. But thankfully, that storm has completely went away from being a tornado producer. So much new convection popping up around Jackson. It's nuts. You better hope your doctor is not watching again. My doctor is almost certainly watching right now. He's a huge fan. Go ahead, Heidi.
Hey, Ryan. I'm starting to see reports that just southwest of McGee, Mississippi, there is the tornado on the ground, but there are reports already of damage, and I'm getting it from a couple different sources.
Okay, damage in McGee or around McGee? Do you know?
Southwest.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so that's an interesting development there. Chris Johnson and two of our other storm chasers were in McGee as the storm passed over. I do believe that maybe we saw this touchdown maybe briefly lift, and now it's on its way back down. Or our chasers just missed it. Once again, Chris told us that there was not a lot of lightning to work with, so he couldn't really tell if there was anything down from where they were on Highway 49. So we've got a storm with a history of producing damage now, moving towards Raleigh, Sandpoint, and Pikeville in Mississippi. So please take this seriously and get to shelter. Man, why does that sound happen sometimes? Ryan Hall, on top of the weather while under the weather. You the man. Thanks for what you do. Rick, thank you. I think last year when I did a live stream while I had a cold, and it was similar to this, where after mentioning it a couple of times, it's all the chat wanted to talk about. And then because of that, I ended up talking about it a lot. And then I got like a ton of like emails and Twitter DMs from people being like, hey man, why don't you shut up? Like nobody cares that you're sick. Just tell us the weather. I was like, I wasn't trying to talk about it. Hunter, thank you for becoming a slight risker. Yeah, New Orleans should be good. There's going to be storms. Don't get me wrong. There's going to be storms. But you should be all right. Off-roading explained says thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Thank you guys for all the support today. It's been, despite the hiccups and the sniffles, it has been a very good and productive live stream. And thankfully, honestly, I do think we avoided a worst case scenario today. For the most part. Now, don't get me wrong. Today was definitely a bad day. Like it was active day, no doubt. But it could have been worse given the parameter spaces. And thanks to y'all being awesome and helping us slap that like button. And, just doing all the wonderful things that you guys do. We have reached almost 1 million people with this stream today. We're hovering around 920,000 right now. So that's awesome. It's unbelievable that we're able to get me and all my problems in front of 1 million people and still be able to deliver, in my opinion, some of the most fluid, easy flowing, good information that could possibly exist in a situation like this. Could not do it without you. Robert says, I'm a long-time watcher, first-time investor. I love all the great work you and your team strives to do beyond the weather reporting. Here's to the altruists and passion drivers. Cheers, Ryan. Well, thank you so much. Basilis says, these storms need to quit so you can go to bed and get some rest. Well, no matter what, within the next hour and a half, I have to end this stream. We can't go very much over 11 hours because YouTube, what happens is you go over, I think it's 12 hours, but I like to stay on the safe side just in case. But if you go over a certain amount of time, YouTube just completely deletes the VOD. And I think that these live streams are awesome reference points to go back and look at. I think that people will go back and look at that Mayfield, the December 2010.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
They'll go back and look at that for years to come. And I just don't want them. I don't want these to ever to be deleted. All right. We got a new tornado warning. It is confirmed. And I'm trying to figure out which one that was. I believe it's up here near Starkville. Maybe not.
That's for the McGee cell, Ryan.
Okay. All right, I'm too zoomed out on my map over here. Give me just a second. I got to zoom in. So that we oh my God, dude, this remote PC thing sucks. All right, there it is. There's your polygon. Okay, we've got a confirmed tornado here. Brad Arnold is right in front of it. He's right in front of it. He couldn't be any closer to this storm. So this tornado should hit him in like 5 seconds if it's actually on the ground. So let's hear from him. Brad, I'm sure you saw that. This just went confirmed. Can you confirm anything for us?
I'm extremely confused by the confirmation of it being on the ground. I'm looking at velocity. It looks very not impressive. And then I'm looking on. It's not confirmed because it was observed. It's confirmed because they're saying it's a CC drop. But I'm looking at correlation coefficient and I see nothing. There's no surface winds. I'm just to the east of the circulation. There are no surface winds. There's barely any lightning with this thing. I'm very confused by this.
Wow. Andy, what are your thoughts on this? Are you seeing the CC drop, or are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Well, Ryan, interestingly enough, they waited until so basically completely died out to give it the confirmed warning, which was just kind of poor timing. But you have to understand, like 5 minutes ago, it looked a little convincing, and it takes a few minutes to write up the text and draw the
Maybe
polygon
you
and
could tell me
push
if you're
it.
looking at your
It's gotta
radar
go
where
through
you
some
can see an
checks.
actual couplet on velocity. I
So
don't see
I
a
think that was just
thing.
unfortunate timing. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Brad, like when you confirm a tornado via the reflectivity and the correlation coefficient, you're really looking for those lower correlation coefficient values to be with high reflectivity. That would tell you that we're not looking at, some sort of radar artifact or a glitch. And in this case, all of the lower reflectivity or all of the lower correlation coefficient values that would tell us that maybe there's some debris, some uneven objects in the air, are kind of within the area of lower reflectivity, which is not, telltale sign. So I thought honestly they upgraded it based on maybe Jeff Piotrowski's report of there being a tornado earlier near McGee. But yeah, I guess I'm not sure. It is late at night. We do have to give the National Weather Service some passes, right?
Right, mate. They might be sick too.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
All right. Anyways, it doesn't really matter if you're in Raleigh, Silvarni. If you're in any of these places, Smith County in Mississippi, take shelter. All right, just take shelter, and we'll get through this one together. Let me get back with Brad here. Yeah, Brad, we're also a little bit confused on that. It looks like maybe it was just unfortunate timing, and they saw the storm looking promising a little bit like 5 minutes ago, started typing up the text and hit enter, and then it fell apart or something. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Just checking. We're gonna go north into it just to investigate and see if there's anything there. I haven't seen anything that would make me think there's a tornado on the ground though.
All right. Another awesome thing about having storm chasers. We know what's up. We know what's down. We know what's around. Andy Schrawl says, "You're awesome, man. Thanks for doing what you do, and I really enjoy watching you guys." Thank you. Off-Roading Explained says, "Y'all be safe off-roading after these storms. Watch for any fallen trees and bring a chainsaw." That's very thoughtful. And I'm assuming you're a channel that talks about off-roading. So that's good. Make sure you bring a chainsaw if you go off-roading after these storms. Let's see here. S. Baker has been a member for 7 months. Hey, Ryan, with the recent volcano eruption in Hawaii, can it cause short or long-term effects on weather patterns? We appreciate all you do and get to feeling better. Thank you for that. I do think I'm starting to get better already. But as far as the impact of any particular volcanic eruption on weather patterns, it's hard to say exactly, especially one as recent and unsampled as the one in Hawaii. So the answer is yes, it will have some effect. Me sneezing in here has some effect on the weather around the world, but to what degree and exactly what's going to happen because of it is hard to tell. So with the bigger eruptions, like the Hunga Tonga eruption, there's actually some big things that happen that you can kind of track and model and graph and plot, which is something that we've talked about in videos, but with something like that, it's just we don't know yet. We'll keep you updated. So our only remaining tornado warning is that confirmed warning there in Smith County, Mississippi. I'm expecting that they allow that to expire here pretty soon. And I think that if we can go 15, 20 minutes or so without, or let's say 30 minutes without a tornado warning, we'll probably call it a night. Heath says we've got 35,000 likes now. That's awesome. Checking the cell around Laurel, Mississippi. Still rotating. Otherwise, can't really tell much about it. That's something that we'll have to continue to watch, though. This will have the ability to produce a tornado here in the near future. And I believe, yeah, there we go.
A new tornado warning.
That's one of the only
issued.
times that the warning box has popped up on here before it popped up on our system. I think that's actually the first time that's ever happened. So I was very confused. But anyways, yeah, there you go. A new tornado warning for Ellisville, Laurel, and Sandersville in Mississippi. Yeah, I believe the next live stream that we do, hopefully I won't be sick. But the next one, hopefully it will be geared towards snow. I don't know how many of you guys are into snow. I know we got a lot of Southerners watching tonight, which actually just makes it even better. I know that you guys freak out about snow. Very rare down here. But I think that we're going to flip the switch and kind of focus more towards snow as we head into December. I think we're going to have a lot of cold air coming down and a couple of big snowstorms. Not down here in Mississippi, unfortunately. I'm not saying that it's not going to happen, but I'm talking more Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, New England, maybe the Central Appalachians. And our snow streams are actually really fun, especially if I'm not sick. Because usually it's not like a life or death situation. A little bit more lighthearted. We build snowmen. You build snowmen. I rate them, I rank them, and I critique them. You measure snow with the Yalla meters. I look at them. We pick people, we give away money. We do, it's just fun. There's more like, it feels more like a live stream rather than a news broadcast. I don't know how to explain it. I love it. I love doing this too. I love the fact that we are able to do this. But sometimes this can get stressful. If you're just now tuning in, we do have one really intense looking storm that's coming together here near Laurel, Mississippi. Pretty good amount of rotation on it there. And there is a tornado warning, so we want everybody in Laurel, Mississippi to take shelter now. Snow streams are chill, absolutely. What's crazy is I started my channel in the winter of 2021. And I went live for a couple snow streams, and we had like 20 people watching or whatever, and I was like, man, nobody's gonna watch this in spring. And that's when that's actually when the channel started taking off. Do you do heat wave streams? No, I feel like that'd be kind of boring. Could you imagine just sitting here like it's hot? It's still hot. Getting hotter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh boy, didn't see the graphic on that. A new tornado warning was just issued though. And it is, I believe, yeah, it's just an extension. Of the tornado warning that is in Laurel right now. So now that almost includes Waynesboro. Some of the places in the direct path of this dangerous storm include Glade, Glaston, Eastview, Powers, Myrick, and Mill Creek. It'll parallel Highway 84 to the east of Laurel, then into Pleasant Grove, where that's where our new tornado warning just came out for. Do you ever chase good weather? No. I don't even make videos when there's good weather. A lot of people comment on my videos and they're like, wow, this guy only is ever talking about like big storms. Like, he's fake because it doesn't storm big every day. And what people don't understand is the reason why every one of my videos is about a big storm is because I only make a video if I think there's going to be a big storm. If there's a week of sunny weather, you don't hear from me until there's going to be another big storm. So I just don't care enough to talk about the sunny weather. Like it doesn't, like I just literally could care less. And you can like check your phone app and be like, oh, it's going to be sunny and 73 tomorrow. Like you don't need me for that.
Northwestern Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi until 12:15 a.m. At 11:23 p.m. tornado was located over Ellisville, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard includes tornado and quarter-size hail. CDOC clear 2326.
A good weather stream. Live, breaking sunshine. We got storm chasers at the beach. We got storm chasers having a picnic. We got storm chasers walking dogs and barbecuing. On April Fools next year, you should do that.
Just before you get to I-20, before the stack, it's going to be 40 minutes for India.
10 out of 10, I would watch a Storm Chasers barbecue stream. It probably would be good, to be honest. If you're just now tuning in, we got this tornado warning over here for Laurel, Mississippi. It doesn't look to me like this is producing a tornado right now, but it's close. And it could at any moment. So we need to treat it with respect and remain in our safe spaces. Freaky Deaky has been a consistent top supporter today. Everybody say thank you to Freaky. But she says, sunny weather also doesn't often threaten people's lives. You're here to help. Storm chasers exist for a reason, not sun chasers. That's true. I just really don't see how there would be any benefit to me. And obviously I know like doing a good weather stream is ridiculous. But even like a good weather video, maybe it's just me. I must be just like a big extreme weather junkie or something. But to me, weather is only the absence of like good weather. Like if it's good weather, then that's not. It doesn't count. I'm pretty sure he's losing his marbles. He's been rambling about good weather for 15 minutes. You're probably right. Chris Nash says, hey, Ryan, I love the streams. How can you tell rotation is occurring in a storm? You know, there are people, way better equipped to answer this than me, but they don't have the ability to illustrate it with graphics. So I'm going to explain this here real quick in my way. So whenever we look for rotation, and in a situation like this, for example, with the storm near Laurel, the way that we know this is rotating is the radar is looking at moisture in the atmosphere, right? Normally, you're used to seeing this. You see the reds and the purples and the yellows and all that stuff. This essentially just tells you the intensity of the storm, how dense is the water content, basically, in a certain part of the storm. The way radars work is they send out beams of information, and whatever bounces back, however much of that bounces back and at what velocity, it determines what this shows up as. Now, speaking of velocity, we can tell that those beams of information are hitting particles of water that are going away or towards the radar. So not only do we know the intensity of the precipitation or the stuff in the clouds or whatever, we also know the speed and direction at which they're going. So the bright green here shows hydrometeors, raindrops, hailstones, whatever, going towards the radar. And the red shows stuff going away from the radar. Whenever you put those two together, and you can infer that it's counterclockwise in nature, and then you attach that to the reflectivity on the storm, you can say that, okay, that storm is rotating. There's a broad mesocyclone there. The closer together that rotation gets, for example, this, and the brighter those colors get, the tighter the couplet is, and the more gate-to-gate shear there is, the more likely it is that there is a tornado or a funnel cloud or something happening there. So yeah, that's pretty much how we know that a storm is rotating. The reds and the greens get really close together. Now, sometimes reds and greens are close together, and it does mean that there is rotation. Like, for example, look at this big giant area of red next to the big giant area of green. That doesn't necessarily mean that this whole storm is just spinning like a top. It also could just mean that there's some divergence. There's some stuff happening in the storm where portions of it are going towards the radar and away from it. You really have to look at all of these different aspects and products from the radar and just kind of infer from there what you're looking at. I know that this is the base of the storm down here. This is the bottom of it. So this is, this rotation is happening in the mesocyclone portion of the storm. So, yeah. Once again, we've got people, on the team, we have a daggone teacher, a meteorology, a professor of meteorology, man. But what I need to do before the next time we go live, I need to give them a way to present graphics and draw on stuff, and rather than just verbally explain it, because I feel like that'd be a lot harder to do it that way. Ryan, make sure not to cough with a fist. Spreads. Who's it going to spread to? You guys? I'm in the weather studio completely alone. I'm the only one that ever sits in this chair. Ever. Yeah, I am a little sick. Look at that donut hole. Uh, hey, Munch says, I haven't seen Barry Bones tonight. You know what? I haven't either. Did we miss him? Did we miss Barry? Barry has not tweeted today. Yeah, I hope Barry Bones is all right. Get well soon, Ryan. Much appreciation to you and the whole y'all squad. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Just to the west of Macomb, along I-55 and South Mississippi. Not currently tornado warned east of Liberty. Just severe thunderstorms where possible. But the rotation's really ramped up on that last scan from the New Orleans radar is what I'm looking at to get out of the range folding area. So possibly another tornado warning could be warranted for this cell down here as it approaches Macomb and areas to the east northeast from there.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Another storm to watch down here. We will, of course, continue to watch it. Jeremy says, please look at the rotation east of Liberty, Mississippi, and tell me what you think. There you go. We're ahead of you. I can't wait to hear how the the discussion happened with just the letter Y. That's got to be a funny story. Delaney C says, hey, Ryan, thanks for you and all your team. Ramelia says, hey, Ryan, you've been streaming all day while sick, so I tagged you in a meme video I made on Twitter. I hope it helps. I'm scared. Oh my gosh, my mentions are off the charts. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. You might want to try to tag me again. Drink some Nader Beans coffee, Ryan. I'm on it. Andy, any not just any thoughts, but any closing thoughts, any kind of wrap it up statements that you would want to make before we headed out tonight?
I'm gonna be a terrible public speaker right now, I guess, because I'm 10 and a half hours into this. I took one break So my closing thoughts are to remember that it's important to take breaks and
Mm.
hydrate. But that, yes, there will continue to be certain risks with these cells going into the night, uh, particularly across southern Mississippi and into Alabama, especially flooding risks. Okay, I do want to reiterate that flash flooding is very possible into Alabama. Uh, and that's honestly one of the largest risks because tornadoes are so localized
Right.
in their pathing and so forth and what they impact, but flooding can be very much more widespread. That's what I would say is predominantly the largest thing to pay attention to through the night. That'll impact the Birmingham metro area, for example. But the cold front is finally approaching, or at least a prefrontal rain band that will get rid of most all of the instability for the area. So still several more hours to go for most people, but yeah, I hope we did a good job today. But reminder to the chat that you guys watching also did, some of the most important things related to our stream, which is, passing along the information. Because we can give out the information, but if it's not, reaching people exponentially, in a cascading effect down the line, because you guys relayed it to others, then it's not going to be as impactful. So we have you to thank just as much.
Absolutely. Anybody else? I know we didn't hear from everybody a bunch today. It's my dream that one day we figure out a rhythm and a way that everybody kind of chimes in. I don't know, like it's a panel, right? Like we're it's a constant conversation. But honestly, we really didn't have a lot of breaking news until the some of those bigger storms hit. But does anybody else have anything else they want to say before we sign off?
I mean, I'll just say thank you to everyone who came to watch. We love you guys. You make this possible. We would not be here without you.
100%. Couldn't have said it better myself. And by the way, that's Riley, who wears many hats around here. And we also have Heidi and Ben back there. And Heidi's the one who's been breaking in with news updates and stuff. And we're going to continue to work to make this experience better and more efficient as time goes on. And I know we did everybody did fine. But my goal, as always, is to make everything that we do the most possibly best thing possible for you, the end user, the viewer. That was the whole reason why we started this. I wanted to make something that I thought would be cool to watch, because I don't know about you guys, but being a weather nerd, being somebody who likes the weather growing up, no matter what it was, the local news, the Weather Channel, whatever it is, none of it was never enough. It was always there was a little bit more that I wanted from those kinds of outlets, and I think that we've at least found a way to start providing that level of satisfaction for the weather nerd, I guess, on this channel, while also maintaining the really important information sharing aspect of news. So yeah, that's my little soapbox speech there. We're going to continue to try hard to make this better, and we're going to work harder and continue to do whatever we can to make this awesome for you. And it will always be 100% free. You will never, I promise, in your entire life, if I have anything to do with it, you will never pay a single penny to watch one of my streams outside of having to have internet access or whatever. And that's all thanks to you guys too. The generosity today, the just watching the videos, and of course, downloading stuff like Radar Omega. I couldn't do that if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much for that. And of course, thanks to the whole team, Storm Chasers included. I am the biggest supporter of storm chasers ever. I think that they're extremely underpaid, underappreciated, and I'm doing everything I can to change that. So yeah, that's all I've got to say. I appreciate all you guys so much. I'm sorry I was sick today. I promise I'm not like, I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm going to get some rest, and I will see you very soon. I want to really quickly wrap up with highlighting these two counties once more. We still do have 2 tornado warnings, Wayne and Jones County, Mississippi. There will be more tornado warnings tonight, okay? When I end this stream, there's probably going to be another one somewhere. It happens every time, all right? Don't let your guard down, but just keep an eye on it, and I will see you very soon. All right? All right, goodbye, y'all.
Hey Ryan, hey, this is Brad. Just wanted to let you know we never encountered any damage or anything like that from the apparent correlation coefficient, the CC drop. But we were going to try to get to Laurel. It just doesn't seem feasible to be able to get there. I don't think it's possible with the motion that it's going to have. So I think we're probably going to call it a night. It looks like everything's kind of winding down. I mean, if we see anything on the way back to North Alabama, we'll cut the stream back on. But it looks like the night's pretty much done for us. So I'm going to call it a night.